So here we are going to see some very basic Python programs with the knowledge of Python, what we have studied in this chapter. So now let us start. This program is going to convert boiling point and freezing point of water in degrees Celsius to degree Fahrenheit. Okay, and the conversion formula is this. If you provide temperature in degrees Celsius, you just have to multiply it with 9 divided by 5 and then you have to add with 32. You will get the corresponding temperature in Fahrenheit. So now let us see how we can write a Python program to convert degree Celsius to degree Fahrenheit using this formula. You can see here after hash, I have written plain English. This is just for your understanding, right? So here you can read to convert degree Celsius to degree Fahrenheit for two values. And after each of the statements in Python, I have put a hash and written the explanation for this Python statement. So when you write your program, you don't have to write this part. Okay, because that doesn't belong to Python. These are comments. We have already studied that in the previous sessions. So everything starting with hash will be ignored by the Python interpreter, right? So you don't have to see that. So when you actually code, you have to write only the statement before the hash, right? Your program will work properly. So now let me explain to you how it works. In this program, we are trying to convert only two temperature values in Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay, so we are trying to convert 100 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit and 0 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit. So first I will store 100 to a variable called boil. Okay, so now if I write the variable over here, the value of this variable boil is 100. Now after that I will copy 0 to another variable called freeze. So I'll write freeze over here and the value that is stored inside it is 0. And in the next statement, we are trying to convert the boil temperature in degrees Celsius to corresponding temperature in Fahrenheit, okay, using the same formula. So now the value of boil is 100. So 100 into 9 divided by 5 plus 32, whatever that value is, when we run the program, we will understand what is the value. That value will be stored into nboil. So now we should understand nboil has degree Fahrenheit temperature equal to the boiling point in Celsius, which is 100 degrees Celsius. Now in the next statement, you can see we are using the same formula, but this time we are converting 0 degrees Celsius, which is available inside this variable. You can see this is 0. So now the value will be 0 into 9 divided by 5 plus 32. So that will be stored into nfreeze. So now this nfreeze will have corresponding temperature in Fahrenheit for 0 degrees Celsius. In the next statement, I'm going to print the output. Okay, so there I will print boiling point of water in Fahrenheit is equal to, because you see this entire line is put inside single quotes. You can also use double quotes. Okay, Python works the same way with single quotes or double quotes. But if you start with a single quote, you always have to end with a single quote. If you start with a double quote, you can end with a double quote. So whatever you write inside this single quote, the same thing will be printed in the output. So in the output, it will print boiling point of water in Fahrenheit is equal to, until here will be printed as the same sentence that you have given inside the print statement. And after that you have put a comma. Now here you can see I have written nboil. This is not inside quotes. So the value of nboil will be printed. Now whatever value you evaluated here, that will be printed over there. So assume that if for 100 degrees Celsius, the corresponding Fahrenheit, which is stored inside nboil, is x degree Fahrenheit, then x will be printed over here. A number will come over here. So when we run the program, we will see that. Now in the last print statement, you will print in the output freezing point of water in Fahrenheit is equal to. Now after that, it will print the value of nfreeze that you have obtained over here. And the next line also will be printed out. So freezing point of water in Fahrenheit equal to y. So now let us run this program. So now our program is ready. Let me run it. So you can see the boiling point of water in Fahrenheit is 212 degree Fahrenheit, and freezing point of water in Fahrenheit is 32. Now, even though this program works perfectly, there is a small problem or disadvantage with this program. Now, what is that? This program is static, which means that how many times I run it, always it will create the same output. You can see always the output is 212 and 32. Now, why it is coming like that? Because our input is fixed. You can see always the value that is stored inside boil is 100 and the value that is stored inside freeze is 0, and then we are using this boil and freeze to find the value of n boil and n freeze, and then we are printing the output of n boil and n freeze. So how many times you run this program, the output will never change. This program has only one purpose. It will convert 100 degrees Celsius to corresponding Fahrenheit. It will convert 0 degrees Celsius to corresponding Fahrenheit. But what we can change this program a little bit so that the program can accept any input value from the keyboard as degrees Celsius, and your program will convert that to corresponding Fahrenheit. So each time when your program runs, you can give different input, and based on that input, the corresponding Fahrenheit will be calculated. So your program becomes more interactive, your program becomes much more useful. Now for that, you have to accept input from the keyboard. Now we have already studied that with input function, we can accept the value from the keyboard as a string, and we have also studied that we can convert that string into integer by using explicit type conversion function called int. So in the next program, we will see how to do it. So let us continue now. So this is the same program. It will accept an input in degrees Celsius, and then the program will calculate the corresponding temperature in Fahrenheit, and it will print the result. So here we are using the same formula. You can see here. Once you provide the temperature in Celsius, you will multiply by 9 divided by 5 plus 32. You will get the result as temperature in Fahrenheit, and then you will print it. So here you see the first statement is the difference. So here we are calling the input function to first print enter the temperature in Celsius and then wait until the user enters a number in the keyboard. So now let's assume that user entered 100. So now this 100 is accepted by this input function as a string. Now we have to convert that either to integer or to a float. It is better to convert to a float because float has much better precision than integer. So here I am converting this 100 into a floating point number. So the number will become 100.0, and after that this floating point number is stored into variable cell. Okay, so cell stands for Celsius, and after that you use the same formula, right? So here it will be 100.0 into 9 divided by 5 plus 32. You will get the corresponding result, and the result will be stored into variable var. Okay, it stands for the Fahrenheit, and after that my first print statement will print degrees Celsius equal to whatever value you have entered for Celsius. So here it is 100, and the next statement will print degree in Fahrenheit is equal to whatever value you get after this expression evaluates in var will be printed over here. So now let us run this program. So now the program is ready. I will execute it. So now you see our program is asking the user to enter the temperature in Celsius. So whatever number you enter here, that will be converted to Fahrenheit. So that is what I told you. This program is better than the previous program, because in the previous program, we can never give an input to our program. It always calculated the Fahrenheit equivalent to 100 degrees Celsius and 0 degrees Celsius. So in this program, if you actually want to find the Fahrenheit equivalent to 100 degrees Celsius, you can enter 100 here. You press enter. So the results are converted to float. That is why it is coming 100.0 and 212.0. So that is the Fahrenheit equivalent for 100 degrees Celsius. Now let me run the program again. This time I want to see what is the corresponding Fahrenheit for 0 degrees Celsius. Okay, so when I press enter, you can see the result is coming as 32. And I can run the program again. This time I will enter 45. So now we are trying to find out what is the equivalent Fahrenheit temperature for 45 Celsius. So here you can see the result comes as 113. So now our program is much more interactive. You can see here it can accept any value in Celsius and convert that to Fahrenheit. So the difference here is that we take input from the user using our input function. So now let us go to the next program. Now in this program we are trying to swap two numbers using a third variable. Now what do you mean by swapping two numbers? For example, if I have a number n1 and I have another number n2, assume that the value of n1 is 10 and value of n2 is 5. So if you want to swap the number of n1 and n2, value 10 should be given to n2 and value 5 should be given to n1. Right? So after swapping, n1 should have 5 and n2 should have 10. In this program, we are allowed to use a third variable to store a number while the swapping happens. In the next program, we will study how to swap two numbers without using a third variable. So right now we have the liberty to use the third variable. So let us see how it works. So when the program starts, it will ignore the first line because it starts with a hash. Now the interpreter will come to the next line, and there you can see we have the input function, right? So in the output it will be printed enter first number, and then the input function will wait until the user gives an input. So assume that the user entered 10. So value 10 is copied into variable n1. So now n1 has value 10. Now interpreter will go to the next line. There also I have another input function. Now in the output terminal it will be printed enter second number, and then our input function will wait for the user to make an entry. So assume that I entered 5. So 5 will be stored into n2. So now n2 has 5. After that, I will just print in the output before swapping. So in the output, it will come a line before swapping. And in the next line, I will print the value of n1 and n2. So it will be printed number 1 equal to, so it will print like this, number 1 equal to value of n1. So what is the value of n1 now? 10. And after that, number 2 is equal to value of n2. So value of n2 is 5. So this is just to make sure that right now n1 has value 10 and n2 has value 5. So now we are going to swap them. Now to swap them, we are allowed to use a third variable. So the third variable that I'm going to use inside my program is called temp. Okay, so I will write it here, temp. So initially I will copy the value available in n1 into temp. So value of n1 is 10, so 10 will be copied into temp. After that, the value available in n2 will be copied into n1. So now the value of n2 is 5. So that will be copied into n1. So earlier 10 is removed and now n1 has value 5. Now in the next statement, the value of temp is copied to n2. So value of temp is 10 and now 10 is copied to n2. So 5 is removed. So now we can see n1 and n2 has swapped the value among themselves using the third variable temp. And after that, I will print after swapping. So that will come in the output. After swapping, okay, then the last print statement will print the value of number 1 equal to value of n1. So what is the current value of n1? It is 5. So that will be printed, and after that it will print number 2 is equal to value of n2. The current value of n2 is 10. So that will be printed. So here you can see the value of number 1 got copied to number 2. Value of number 2 got copied to number 1. So now let us run this program. Now our program is ready. Let me execute it. So it is asking for the first number. I will enter 10. Okay, I'll press enter. It is asking for the second number. I will enter 5 and press enter. Now you can see first it will print before swapping. Okay, and this is exactly how I have entered from the keyboard. So number 1 has value 10 and number 2 has value 5. After that, I swap the number using the temp variable, and finally you can see in this print statement it will print after swapping. So you can see here it is coming out, and you can see in the last print statement it is printing the value of n1, which is now 5, and value of n2 is 10. Now we can understand n1 and n2 has exchanged their value inside the program. So now let us see the next program where we are trying to swap numbers without using a temp variable. In this program, we are asked to swap two numbers, but this time we should not use a third variable. So naturally, when you see this question, we will think like now the program should be much more complicated than the previous one. But with Python, this is really simple, right? We can directly do this in one line. So I'll show you how to do that. I have two variables n1 and n2. So the first 4 lines is exactly like the previous program. So I'm not going to explain it again. When the first statement executes, I will enter value 10 and that will be stored into variable n1. So n1 has value 10. In the next statement, I will input 5 and 5 will be stored into n2. So n2 has value 5. And then I will print before swapping, and after that I'll print number 1 is equal to 10 because right now the value of n1 is 10 and number 2 is equal to 5. Okay, so now we are here. Now you see this is a simple technique which works in Python. So here you can write n1 comma n2 and after that you can assign what value should be given to n1 and what value should be given to n2. So you just have to invert the order over here. So what happens here is that the value of n2 will be moved to n1. So value of n2 will be moved to n1 and value of n1 will be moved to n2. So now value of n1 will move to n2. So you see, swapping is done. And after that, you can print the result, print after swapping. Now you print number 1 equal to n1. So right now the value of n1 is 5 and number 2 is equal to n2. Right now the value of n2 is 10. Without using a temp variable, we have just exchanged the value between n1 and n2. So now let us run this. So now let me execute our program. It is asking for the first number. You can enter any number. I'm just sticking to the same example that we have used to explain. Okay, so enter first number is 10, enter second number 5. And now we can see the last print statement. The value of number 1 is 5, which is n1, and value of number 2 is 10, which is n2. So here you can see the value have exchanged just by writing this one statement. Let us go to the next program. In this program, we are trying to find out the volume of a sphere by using the formula 4/3 pi r cube. Okay, and here you can understand to find the volume, you need a radius, right? Rest of the values we know. So in the first statement, we will try to collect the value for our radius. So I will call the input function. It will print enter the radius of a sphere and then it will wait for the input. If you are going to work only on integer numbers for radius, you can give here int. But if you want radius to be like 4.13 meter, something like that, then you have to use float here because you have to convert the string that input reads to float and store into R. Right now, let us assume that we will be using only integer numbers for our radius. Okay, so we require only int. So once this statement runs, you can enter your radius. So it should be an integer number, maybe 5, 6 or something like that. Assume that I enter 4. So input will read 4 as a string. And now this string 4 will be given to the integer function. Now integer function will convert the string into integer 4 and 4 will be copied to variable R. And in the next statement, we will calculate the volume. You can see it is straight application of formula 4/3 into the value of pi is 3.14 into, then we have to multiply R 3 times. Okay, R into R into R. Now I have just written it for you to understand it better because this is the straightforward simple way, but this is a crude way of programming. We have already studied an exponent operator which works with 2 stars. Right, so if you write R star star 3, that is equivalent to R raised to 3. So you can replace this R into R with R star star 3. It will give the same result. Now when you study the subsequent chapters, we will study there is a new function called POW which can also do the same job. So right now you don't have to know that. So at least you don't have to write R into R into R. You can use the exponent operator. Now after that in the last print statement, you will output volume of the sphere colon and then it will print the value of volume, whatever is evaluated by running this mathematical expression. So now let us run the program. So now let me execute it. My program is now asking for the radius of the sphere. So I will enter 4. And you can see the volume of sphere is calculated as 267.94 something. Now I told you you can change this r into r with the actual exponent operator. So you have to put one more star and 3. So this is equivalent to r raised to 3. So I'll save the program, I'll run again. And this time if I give the same radius as 4, you can see I get the same result. Okay, so this is the better way. I would always recommend you to use this exponent operator if you want to find the power of some variable. For example, if you have a special requirement where you have to raise r to 10, you cannot go on writing r into r into r into r into 10 times, right? So that's a bad programming. So it's always better to use the correct operator for the operation that we require. Now one last thing, if I want to find the volume of a sphere which has a radius of 4.13, can this program do that? So now let us try. So I will execute it again. Now program is asking to enter the radius. I will enter 4.13. Okay, so now I'll press enter. You can see we got an error. It is because of this int function. The problem here is that the input function accepted 4.13 as a string, and this 4.13 string is provided for the function int to convert 4.13 string to an integer. But when this int function tries to do that conversion, it is identifying that this is not an integer number, this is a floating point number. So integer cannot do the conversion. So that is why you are getting this error. Now to solve this problem, it's very easy. If you want to accept a floating point number, all you have to do here is to change it to float. So now 4.13 can be converted to a floating point number by this function, and that will be loaded into R. So now let me save the program and execute it once again. It will ask for the radius. Right now I can enter 4.13. Okay, so now if I press enter, you can see the volume is calculated with 4.13 as radius. Okay, because I have accepted the number as a floating point number. So based on your requirement, you have to decide whether I will accept the number as an integer or a float. Okay, so based on the question, you have to change that. So now let us continue. In this program, we will find the year when you will reach 100 years of age. So this program accepts two input. In the first statement, you have to enter your name. For example, if I enter the name as Ram, so that will be stored into variable name. And in the next statement, you have to enter your age. So if I enter my age as 20, so that will be stored into variable age. And after that, in the output, I will print hi with the value of variable name. So the variable name is having value Ram. So now in the output, you will see hi Ram. In the next print statement, it will print out the year you reach 100 is. So that will be printed. The year you reach 100 is with 2 exclamation marks. Now the control go to the next line. In the next statement, we actually calculate the year when Ram will reach 100 years of age. So this formula is very easy to understand. Right now the age of Ram is 20. You subtract 20 from 100, you will get 80. So which means that Ram has to live another 80 years starting from this year to reach 100 years. So this year is 2021. So now 80 will be added to it. So the result will be 2101. So at this year, Ram will celebrate his 100th birthday. So now 2101 will be copied to variable year, and after that I will print the years. So in the output it will be printed 2101. Okay, so now let us run this program. So our program is ready, so let me execute it. It asks for a name. Any name you can enter. I will enter name as Ram, and the age I will enter 20, and you can see it's printing hi Ram. The year you reach 100 is 2101. part 4 of chapter 6, we will be discussing about the programs related to if, else, for, and while. In this video, we will be seeing altogether 14 different programs. You can check the timeline to skip to the program that you want to learn. So this is the first program that we are going to see. It is going to print odd numbers from a given list. So we have created a list called numbers, and the content of the list is numbers starting from 1 up till 10. Alright, and our aim is to find out and print only the odd numbers from this list. So you can see the output is going to be 1. After that, 2 will not be printed because that's an even number. Then 3, 5, 7, and 9. So this is the output that we are expecting from this program. When you get a program like this, either to identify an odd number or to identify an even number, always remember this part: modulo division with 2. So for example, let us say I have a variable num modulo 2. Now assume that the value of num is 4. So that's an even number. Now when you modulo divide 4 by 2, you can see the remainder is going to be 0. So you should understand, when you modulo divide an even number with 2, always the remainder will be 0. But if you modulo divide an odd number with 2, always the remainder will be 1. Right? So by checking for 0, you can get even numbers, and by checking for 1, you can get odd numbers. Now here you can see this much part is the body of the for loop, and this print statement is inside the if condition check. So only when this condition is true, I will print the number is an odd number. Now let us write the variables on the right side. Okay, so I have the control variable num, which is given inside the for loop. All right, so this is the only variable available with me, and here I will print my output. Okay, so you can see now this is the numbers is the list that you have created, and these are the values inside the list. So the first value from the list will be loaded into the control variable, and then I will run this check. So what it says is that 1 modulo 2 is not equal to 0, because the value of num right now is 1. Okay, so here you can see 1 modulo 2 will give the remainder as 1. And you can see 1 is not equal to 0, so this evaluates to true. So now it will print the value of num, that is 1, is an odd number. Right? After that, the control will go back to for loop again because list is not complete. Now the second value 2 will be loaded into num. So now I will check 2 modulo 2 is not equal to 0, because the value of num now is 2. Right? So now you can see 2 modulo 2, the remainder is 0. And now I am checking whether 0 is not equal to 0. So you can see this condition will evaluate to false. So this print statement will not execute. The control will go back to 4. So here you can see 2 will not be printed in the output because that is not an odd number. That's an even number. So now the next number 3 will be loaded into num. So here I will check 3 modulo 2 is not equal to 0. So here you can see the remainder of 3 modulo 2 division will be 1. Okay, because it's an odd number. So now we can see 1 is not equal to 0. So that is true. So this condition evaluates to true. Now the control will come into if statement. It will print the value of num, which is 3 now. Okay, it will print is an odd number. Now this will continue up till 10. So here you can see 5, 7, 9. For all these numbers 5, 7, and 9, this condition will be true, and for 4, 6, 8, and 10, this condition will be false. Right? So in the output you will see only 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. It will print after that is an odd number. Okay, so now let us run this program. Now our program is ready. So now I'll execute it. You can see in the output it says 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 are odd numbers. Now let us go to the next program. Now in this program, we have to print all the even numbers from a given range. Okay, so we don't have a list, we have a range here. And from the range, we have to identify all the even numbers and print it. So you can understand the values inside this range will be 20, 21, 22. It will go all the way up till 29 because 30 will not be included in the range. So now the first value 20 will be loaded into the control variable num. So here, as we are interested in even numbers, we have changed the condition. Of if statement. You can see here. Now we are checking for numbers when modulo divided by 2 produce remainder as 0. So you can understand those numbers are even numbers. So when this condition is true, you can understand that the value stored inside num is an even number. So inside if loop, you can print the number because that's an even number. So you can have the output here. Now let us just run this program for two values. Okay, so first 20 will be loaded into num. So num has value 20. Now this condition will check 20 modulo 2 is equal to 0. So first this part will be evaluated. So 20 modulo 2, as 20 is an even number, you know 2 exactly goes in 20. So the remainder of this division will be 0. So now we are checking 0 is equal to 0. That is true. So now the print statement will execute. So in the output it will print 20 is an even number. Okay. Now next, the second value from the range will be loaded into the control variable num. Now I will check 21 modulo 2 is equal to 0. So when this part is getting evaluated, you can see 21 is an odd number. So when you divide by 2, the remainder will be created with value 1. So now I am checking whether 1 is equal to 0. Now this is false, right? Because 1 is not equal to 0. Now I will not print the statement inside if because the condition is false. I will move back to 4 again. So 21 will not be printed in the output because we are looking only for even numbers, right? So in the result, it will come 20, 22, 24, 28, and the program will stop, right? Because in the range we have only numbers up till 29. 30 is not included, so that will not come in the result. Okay, so now let us run this program. So now we have the program ready, so let me run it. Now you can see, as expected, the output started 20 and we are printing all the even numbers up till 28. Right now, if you are asked to print all the even numbers between 10 and 50, you can change the range with value 10 and you can go up till 51, so that number 50 is also part of the range. So now I can save the program and I can run it. So here you can see these are all the even numbers between 10 and 50. So you can see it starts with 10, 12, 14. It will go all the way up till 50. So by changing the range value, you can select between which numbers you have to find the even numbers. Right now, sometimes the question will be asked, like you have to find all numbers that is divisible by 5 between 10 and 50. So what you have to do here, you just have to change this 2 to 5. So numbers which are perfectly divided by 5 only will produce remainder equal to 0, and only those numbers will be printed out. Okay, so in that case you can just change here, like numbers divisible by 5, something like that, and then you can save the program and you can run it. So here you can see the first number in this range which is perfectly divisible by 5 is 10, the second number is 15, the third number is 20, 25, it goes up till 50. Now if the question change, you want to find the numbers divisible by 3, you can change it to 3. So now only numbers which perfectly divides by 3 will produce remainder equal to 0. Only those numbers will be printed out. Right? Of course, you have to change this part. Here it is coming as even number, which is wrong. It is just a string. You can change it to numbers divisible by 3 or something like that. Okay, so I will save it. I will run it. So here you can see the numbers that are perfectly divisible by 3 between 10 and 50 is 12, 15, 18, 21. It goes all the way up till 48. Okay, so in this way you can change the program a little bit to suit your needs. Now let us continue. Now this is the third program that we are going to study. Now the aim of this program is to print first 10 multiples of 3. Alright, so it has to print 3, 6, 9, 12 all the way up till 30. Okay, so let's see how it does that. So now we have a variable called count. So I will just write it here. The initial value of count is 1. Now the while loop will work until the value of count is less than or equal to 10. And these two statements are part of while loop. You can understand that by the indentation given. Now first the output, I will write my output here. Now the first print statement will print the value of count into 3. So right now the value of count is 1. So 1 into 3, so 3 will be printed out. So now we have our first value printed. Now I will increase the value of count by 1. So the new value of count will become 2. Now the control will go back to while. It will check whether 2 is less than or equal to 10. You can see that is true. Next time I will print 2 into 3. So the output will be 6. So we have printed the second value. Now the value of count will be incremented by 1 again. So the value of count will become 3. Next time when my while loop starts, I will check 3 is less than or equal to 10. This is true again. I will come inside. I will print 3 into 3. I will print 9. This will continue up till the count value becomes 10. So that's the last iteration. So let us see that. So when count value becomes 10, you can see 10 is less than or equal to 10. That is true because we have this equal to here. I will come inside and now I will do 10 into 3. So the final value 30 will be printed out. Okay, and now the count value will be incremented to 11. So the new count value will be 11. Now I will check 11 is less than or equal to 10. You can see this is false. So now while loop will exit and your program will terminate. So now you can see you got the output that you want. So now let us run the program. Now we have our program ready. So I'll execute it. Now you can see the output. It starts at 3, 6, 9. The first 10 multiples, you can see it ends with 30. The program changes that if you want to print all the multiples of 5, you just have to change this 3 to 5. Now I'll save it. I'll run it. So now you can see the output has changed to multiples of 5. You can see here 5, 10, 15, 20. It will go all the way up till 50. Now if you want to print the first 20 multiples of 5, you just have to change this count value to 20. So now this loop will work 20 times and it will print the first 20 multiples of 5. So I will save it. I will run the program. Now you can see it starts at 5. It goes all the way up till 50. So this is the first 10 multiples. But the program continues until it reaches 100. So this is the 20th multiple. So this is 20 into 5. You will get 100. So we have printed all 20 multiples of 5 and now the program terminates. So based on the question, you can change these variables and produce the output that you want. So now let us continue. Now we will discuss about the fourth program. Now here we need to print the factors of an input number. Alright, so if I input a number as 8, now what are the factors of 8? You know that the numbers that perfectly divides 8 are its factors. So 1, 2, 4 and 8 itself are the factors of 8. Because when you divide 8 with any of these numbers, the remainder will be 0. Alright. Now before we begin with the program, let me explain to you one more thing regarding identifying factors of a number. Now for example, I want to identify a factor of 12. So I have to check or I have to divide numbers starting from 1, 2, 3, 4, then up till 6. After that you have 7, 8, 9, all the way up till 12. Alright? Or to increase the speed of your program, you just have to check only halfway of this number range to identify the factors of 12. Because you can see that if n is equal to 12, you have to check only up till n by 2 numbers. So n by 2 is 6, because if n is 12, so you just have to check until 6 to identify the factors, right? Starting from 7 up till 12, right? From this range, you will get only one number as the factor, that is the number itself. You can check this with any number to identify that this is true. For example, if I want to find the factors of 24, so n is equal to 24, which means that n by 2 is equal to 12. So you just have to check all the numbers up till 12 to identify which of them are factors. After 12, starting from 13 all the way to 24, you will not find any factors except the number itself, 24, right? So this is the fundamental logic that we will be using in this program, and that is why you can see here we are running the while loop only up till num by 2. So now let us take an example and run this program. Now in the first line, it will print enter the number to find the factor. So I want to find the factors of number 8. Now 8 will be loaded into variable num, and then I have a variable fact which begins with value 1. All right, so I will just write the variables over here. So I have a variable num which has value 8. I have another variable fact which has value 1, and here I have my output. So now my while loop starts. You can see these 3 statements belongs to while loop, and the last print statement is outside of while loop. So the last print statement will execute only after while loop finishes or while loop terminates. Okay, so now first I will check 1, that is a value of fact, is less than or equal to num divided by 2. You can see the value of num is 8, so 8 divided by 2, so the value that I have here is 4. Okay, so I am checking 1 is less than 4, that is true. So now I will get into while loop. Now I will divide the value of num, which is 8, modulo division, with 1. When you divide 8 by 1, the remainder will be 0. So this condition also will be true. So now I will print the value of fact 1, because 1 is actually a factor of 8. Okay, so now I will increase the value of fact by 1, because now I have to check whether 2 is a factor of 8. Okay, so I will increase the value of fact to 2. Now from here I will go back to while. So now here I will check whether 2 is less than or equal to 4. You can see that is true. In the if condition, I will check whether 8 modulo 2 is equal to 0. You can see this is also true. Okay, because when you divide 8 by 2, you will get remainder as 0. So now I will go into the print statement. It will print 2 in the output, because 2 is also a factor of 8. And now the value of factor will be increased by 1 more, so the value will become 3. Again I will go to the beginning of the while loop. Now I will check whether 3 is less than or equal to 4. It is true. So now inside the if condition check, I will do 8 modulo 3 is equal to 0. Now you can see that this will evaluate to false. Why? Because when you modulo divide 8 by 3, you will get remainder as 2, right? Because 3 will go up till 6, and after that you have a remainder of 2. So 2 is equal to 0 is false. So this print statement will not be executed. So 3 will not come in the output. You will increase the value of fact to 4. Okay, so this time I will check 4 is less than or equal to 4. So that is true. Now I will do 8 modulo 4. You can understand 4 exactly divides 8, so remainder you will get 0. So now the print statement will execute. You will get 4 in the output. Now the fact will get increased to 5. Now you can stop, because you have checked all num by 2 values, right? All the factors available other than 8 is already printed out. So now the value of fact becomes 5. I will go to the while loop, condition check. I will check whether 5 is less than or equal to 4. Now you can see this condition will evaluate to false. So now while loop is finished. Now you see I have printed 1, 2 and 4 as the factors, but 8 is missing here. So to print 8, I have the last print statement. So once the while loop is finished, I will come out of while loop, I'll execute this line. So it will print num. So what is the value of num? 8. So that will also be printed. Now I have the factors of 8. So now let us run the program. Alright, now our program is ready. Now I'll execute it. Now it is asking to enter the number for which it will find the factors. So if I enter 8 and I press enter, you can see the factors identified for 8 is 1, 2, 4 and 8 itself. Okay, now I can run the program again. And now if I enter 12, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 and 6 perfectly divides 12. And then the number itself, 12 itself, will be printed because that's a factor by default. Now if I run the program again and if I enter a prime number, for example 11, now here you can see a prime number has only 2 factors, that is 1 and the number itself. So now let us continue. Now we'll discuss the 5th program. Now this program is supposed to print the total price of items using the break statement. So in this program, if I enter the price of items, that will be added to a variable one at a time. Now if I enter a negative number as the price of an item, immediately the program will stop. It will just print the sum of all items that I have entered up till now. Now you can see here, if price is less than 0, so when I enter the price as a negative number, for example minus 10, now when this condition becomes true, you can see the break statement written inside the if condition check will be executed. Now the control will come out of the while loop to the last print statement, which is written outside of while loop, and it will print the total price of item is total. That is actually the cumulative sum of all the prices that you have entered up till entering the negative number. We have a variable total. We have variable price and we have the output. Finally, it will be printed out. So initially the value of total is 0. So now you can see after the while keyword, I have written here true. So there is no condition over here. It means that always the while loop evaluates to true. So you should understand this while loop will never stop. It will keep on executing again and again. And the only way to come out of this while loop is by executing this break statement. Starting from this price, all the way up till this total belongs to the while loop. First I will take input for the value price for the first item. So I will enter 50 from the keyboard and 50 will be stored into price. Okay, so now the value of price is 50. Now I will check the value that I have entered for the variable price is less than 0. So 50 is not less than 0, so this is false. So break will not be executed, the control will go to else. Right now the value of total is 0. And the value of price is 50. So I will add 0 plus 50, that is 50, and that value will be stored into total. So now total is having value 50. So now the control will go back to the beginning of while. So the condition is true, so I don't have to check that. While will immediately start. Now it will ask for the next value to be entered by the user. So this time I will enter 100 as the price. So the new price value that user have entered is 100. So now I will check whether 100 is less than 0. Now this is false. So break will not get executed. The control will come to else. Now the value of total is 50 and the new price that you have entered is 100. Now 50 plus 100, 150 will be stored into total. So the new value of total is 150. Now the control will go back to while. Now while is true, the control will come inside. Now assume that you have to stop the program. So I will enter a negative number as the price. So I will enter minus 5. So that will be stored into price. So now price will have value minus 5. So now if condition check will be executed, minus 5 is less than 0. So now you can see this is true. So now the if statement will get executed, which is break. So once break statement is executed, the control will come out of the while loop to the next statement outside the while loop, which is the last print statement. So in the output, it will print total price of item is the value of total. Now what is the value of total? 150. Okay, because you have purchased two products, one with 50 and another with 100 rupees. All right, so the total value that you have to pay is 150. All right, so now let us run this program. Now we have the program. I will execute it. Now it is asking for the input. So I will enter the price of the first item 50. I will press enter. Now it is waiting for the second value to enter. All right, so now I will enter the price for my second item is 100. Now it is waiting for the third input. So now I have purchased only two products. I want the while loop to stop and print the result of how much money I have to pay. So you can enter any negative number. So I will enter -5. I will press enter. Now you can see your while loop stopped. The last print statement printed that total price of item is 150. You can run the program again. This time I will keep on entering positive numbers. For example, 50, 100, again a 50, again a 100, again 200, again 350. It goes like that. So now I have purchased a bunch of items. Now if you want to stop the program, I will enter -10. So now when I press enter, you can see the total price of all the items that I have purchased now amounts to 850 rupees. So now let us continue. Now the next program that we are going to study is to find the prime numbers from a given range. So first of all, let me explain to you what's a prime number. Any number who has only two factors. For example, if I take 11, 11 has only two factors, which is 1 and 11 itself. A number which has only two factors, that is 1 and the number itself. Those types of numbers are called prime numbers. Now you can see some of the example prime numbers are 7, 11, for example 13, 17, 19. All these are examples of prime numbers. Now you should understand any number you take, for example n, two numbers will be the factors of this number for sure, that is 1 and n itself, right? Because if you divide n by 1, you will not get any remainder. If you divide n by n also, you will not get any remainder, right? So if you want to check whether a number is prime or not, you don't have to check with 1, you don't have to check with n, right? So if you take the value of n as 11, for example, because we know 11 is a prime number, so ideally I have to divide 11 with all the numbers starting from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 11. Each number has to be checked and identified whether those are factors, right? But according to the first logic, I don't have to check 1, I don't have to check 11, because I am sure that these two numbers are factors, right? So I don't have to check that. So I have to check starting from 2. That is why in the program you can see the value of j is initiated as 2. And starting from 2 until where you have to check. We are trying to find the factors of 11. Now in the previous program, I already discussed with you the factors of a number you can identify only before n by 2 numbers. So if n is equal to 11, you have to identify n by 2, which is 5 in this case. So you have to check only numbers from 1 to 5 to find factors of 11, right? Starting from 6 until 10, you will not get any factors, and 11 we already know that's a factor. So this part, the right side part, you don't have to check, right? So that is why you can see here we are going until I by 2. Okay, so the value of j will be 2, and I am going only up till I by 2, because I is the value that I want to check whether it's a prime or not. Okay, so now let us see the program. So the aim of this program is to print the prime numbers from a given range, right? So if I enter the lower limit as 10 and if I enter the higher limit as 20, this program should print out all the prime numbers between 10 and 20. So the answer is going to be 11, 13, 17 and 19. These are the 4 prime numbers between 10 and 20. So let us see how our program identifies it. So I have fixed my variable value low as 10 and I have fixed the variable value high as 20. Okay, so I have inputted 10 to low and 20 to high. Now I have my for loop. This entire subsequent program is part of the for loop, right? Now this 3 statement is part of while loop. Okay, so now let us start the program. So I have a variable I over here. Now I will select values between low and high plus 1. So that is between 10 and 21 for us, because you see the value of high is 20. So the value between 10 and 20 will be created by the range. So you can understand the value will start with 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 up till 20. Okay, so first the value 10 will be loaded into I. Okay, so we are going to check. So now the job of this inner while loop is to check whether I is a prime number. Okay, so that is the job of this while loop. So let us see how it does that. So before entering into the while loop, I'll create a new variable j. So the value of I is 10 now. I'll create a new variable j. So the value of j is 2. So now I will check whether j, so that is 2, is less than or equal to I by 2. So the value of I is 10. So I by 2 is 5. So now you can see this statement evaluates to true. I will come inside. Next I am trying to find whether j is a factor of I. Okay, so you can see the value of I is 10 and I am trying to find out whether j, that is 2, is a factor of 10. So how will I do that? If I do 10 modulo 2 and I get the remainder as 0, then I can understand 2 is a factor of 10. So here you can see the value of I is 10 modulo and the value of j is 2. So this will evaluate to 0. So this condition will be true. So you can see now 10 is not a prime number because apart from 1 and 10, I have identified 2 also is a factor of 10. So now I can understand 10 is not a prime number. Right? So I don't have to keep on checking all the factors up till 5, because if you get one factor other than 1 and 10, you can be sure that it's not a prime number. So you should understand this break will take the control out of the immediate loop, that is while loop. So now the control will come out from the while to the if condition check. Now here I am checking whether the value of j is greater than I by 2. The value of j, which is 2, is greater than 5. So here you can see this is false. So this print statement will not be executed. So in the output, 10 will not be printed as the prime number. Now you can see after this print statement, the control will go back to the 4. And now the variable I will take the next value from the range, which is 11. So 11 will be loaded into I. So now the value of j will be again made equal to 2. Okay, so now I will check 2 is less than or equal to I by 2. So that is 11 by 2. So again the value is 5. And now I will check whether I modulo j is equal to 0. So that evaluates to 11 modulo 2 equal to 0. So you can see 11 modulo 2 will produce remainder 1. So this condition is false. Right, this condition is false, so break statement will not get executed. I will increment the value of j. So what I have done is that I checked whether 2 is a factor of 11 and then I have failed. right? Because 2 is not a factor of 11. So I will increment the value of j is equal to j plus 1. Now I am going to check whether 3 is a factor of 11. So the control will go to the beginning of the while loop. So now inside the if loop, I will check 11 modulo 3 equal to 0. You see, when you divide 3 by 11, you will get remainder as 2. Now this is also false, right? This is also false. So break statement will not get executed. So now I understand 3 is also not a factor of 11. I'll increase j again with one more to check whether 4 is a factor of 11. So now I'll go to the beginning of while loop. I will check whether 4 is less than 5. Yes, I will come inside. Now I will check 11 modulo 4 is equal to 0. Now when you divide 11 by 4, you will get remainder as 3. So now 3 equal to 0 is false, so break will not get executed. So I understand 4 is also not a factor of 11. Now I will increment the value of j 5, right? So now I'll come here. I will check 5 is less than 5. This is true. I will come inside. Now I will check whether 11 modulo 5 is equal to 0. So when you divide 11 by 5, you know that remainder 1 will be produced. So again this condition is false. Break will not get executed. So now j will get incremented one more time. So the value of j will become 6. Again the control will go back to while loop. So now it will check whether 6 is less than or equal to 5. This is false. So now when the while loop exits, I am just checking how the while loop has exited, whether it has exited with a break. In that case, it is not a prime number, or whether it is exiting because the value of j becomes greater than I by 2. So now it will check the value of j, which is 6, is greater than I by 2, which is 5. You can see this is true. So in this case, it is a prime number. So now in the output, I will print 11, that is the value of I, is a prime number. So now let us run this program. So now we have the program here. So let me execute it. It is asking for the lower limit. I will enter 10. Then I can enter the higher limit also. I will enter 20 and I'll press enter. You can see these are the 4 prime numbers which is available between 10 and 20. I'll run the program again. This time I will enter 10 as the lower limit, and the higher limit I can enter as 100. So now this program will find all the prime numbers between 10 and 100. So here you can see these are all the prime numbers available between 10 and 100. Starting from 11, 13, 17, it goes all the way up till 97. Now in this program we are going to find the factorial of a number. So if I enter the value as 5, my program should find the factorial of 5, which is obtained by 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5. So the answer is going to be 120. So this is the result that I'm looking for. So let's see how the program finds this output. Now in the program you can see I have an if statement, elif statement and an else. Now the if statement and elif statement is just going to identify 2 exception cases. The actual factorial is find out inside the else. Okay, so if the number that you have inputted to the program is a negative number, for example, you enter -5 to the value num, in that case the if condition check will be true because num is less than 0, and it will just print factorial does not exist for negative number and the program will terminate. If you enter value 0 as the input for number, then the elif condition will be true where num is equal to 0, and I will print factorial of 0 is 1. So for any positive number that you enter, for example 5, into the variable num, you can see the condition inside if will be false, the condition inside else if will be false, and then the control will come to else, and inside else you will identify the actual factorial value. So now assume that I entered 5 and the value of num is 5. Okay, so now the control will come to else and I will start the computation of factorial. So I have a variable fact here and the initial value of that variable is 1. Now I have a for loop and this is the only statement inside the for loop, right? This print statement is outside of for loop. So now the for loop has a control variable I. Now I gets value from this range from 1 to num plus 1. So that is from 1 to 6. So the values available inside this range is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, right? So the first value 1 will be loaded into I, and then the value of fact will be calculated by multiplying the value of fact into the value of I. So right now the value of I is 1. I will multiply the value of fact and I. So 1 into 1, so the answer will be 1. That will be loaded into fact. Once fact equal to fact into I statement is executed, the control will go back to 4. Now it will load the second value 2 into I, so the value of I will become 2. Then it will multiply fact into I, so 1 into 2, so the value 2 will be loaded into fact. So the value of fact will become 2. Again the control will go to 4. The next value 3 will be loaded into I, so the value of I will become 3. You will multiply 2 into 3, so the value 6 will be loaded into fact. Right, again when the control will go back, now 4 will be loaded into I. Now 6 into 4, 24 will be loaded into fact. Okay, again the control will go to the for loop. This time the last value from the range 5 will be loaded into I. So 5 will come here. Now 5 into 24, 120 will be loaded into fact. Now the for loop terminated because it has done taking all the values from this range. Then the control will come to the print statement. There it will print in the output the factorial of num. So the value of num is 5. Num is fact. So the value of fact now you can see is 120. So that will be printed out. So this is how this program calculates the factorial. So let us run this program. So now we have the program ready. I will just execute it. First I will enter -5. Okay, so here you can see now my if statement will be executed. It will print factorial does not exist for negative number and the program will be terminated. So when I press enter, you can see the output is coming like this. Okay, now I'll run the program again. This time I will enter number 0 so that my second condition elif will be executed. It will print the factorial of 0 is 1. So now I'll press enter. You can see the factorial of 0 is 1. I'll run the program again. This time I will enter 5. So now the control will come to my else and there I will calculate the factorial of 5 and then I will print the result. I will press enter. So here you can see the factorial of 5 is 120. You can run the program again and you can find the factorial of 10 if you want. You press enter. You can see this is the factorial of 10, that is 36,28,800. So let's see the next program. Now this program we are trying to print a sequence of numbers according to this pattern. Okay, so the first number is going to be -5, then 10, -15, 20, 25, 30, 35, like that, up to n terms. So once you see the sequence, you can understand each number is getting incremented with a value of 5, right? And there is one more thing. According to the position of these numbers, the positive sign and the negative sign is getting altered. So the positive or negative number is decided by the position of these numbers in the series. So -5 is the first number that we are printing. The second number is 10. The third number is -15. The fourth number is 20. The fifth number is -25. Sixth number is 30 and the seventh number is -35. It goes like that. So now we can understand all odd number terms, that is 1, 3, 5, 7 have negative numbers, and all the even number terms which are 2, 4, 6, 8, it goes like that, are positive numbers. Alright, so based on the position, I have to alternate the sign as negative and positive. Okay, so now let us start the program. So in the first line, I have to input how many numbers I have to print in the series. So if I input here as 5, which is going to get stored in variable n, then I will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 terms. That is from -5 up till -25 of this series. If I enter 10, I will print 10 terms in the series. So let us keep it to 5. So I will write the first variable n with the value 5. Now we have another variable num. This also begins at 5 because the first number that I have to print is 5. Okay, so that is why I start at 5. Now I will print a statement, the generated series is. After that, this for loop will actually print the values to the output. So we will write the output over here. Now the for loop is supposed to print all the numbers in the series. Now you can see here, according to the indentation, this entire part belongs to your for loop. Now inside for loop you have an if and else statement. Now inside if you have a print statement. Inside else you have another print statement. Outside of this if and else you have the last statement inside for, which says num is equal to num plus 5. So now let us start. So first the for loop have a control variable I. Now the control variable gets the value from the range. Now the range goes from 1 to n plus 1. So the value of n is 5. So it will go to 1 to 6. So the value inside the range is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So the first value 1 will be loaded into the control variable I. So I will have value 1. You can see the value of I as the position. Okay, because if I want to print 5 numbers, the I will range from 1 to 5. So by checking the value of I, you can understand whether it's an odd number term or an even number term. So if it's an odd number term, you have to multiply the value with -1 to get this sign. If it's an even number term, you just have to print it, right? So that is the logic behind this if and else statement. So I am going to check whether the current term, which is 1, if it's an odd number term or an even number term. Now in the previous program, you already know that if you want to find the number is odd or even, you just have to do a modulo division with 2. So the value of I right now is 1. I will modulo divide it by 2. So this will give remainder as 1. So you can see this condition is false. So I will go to else. Now else will be printing all odd number terms, and if will be printing all even number terms. Okay, so right now this 1 is an odd number term. Okay, so I will go to my else part because my if condition is false, and there you can see it is printing 5. The value of num is 5 into -1. Okay, so you will get in the output as -5. So we have printed the first term in the series. Now I'll go to the last statement inside my for. The value of num is incremented by 5. So right now the value of num is 5. 5 plus 5, 10 will be stored into num. So the new value of num is 10. So now my control will go back to 4. Okay, so now the second value 2 will be loaded into I. So the value of I will become 2. Now I will check whether 2 modulo 2 is equal to 0. So now we can see this is an even number term. So this will be true. So when it's true, if condition check print statement will be executed. So now I'm just printing the number. You can see I'm not multiplying with -1. So I will print the number. So 10 will be printed, right? So I have the second term over here. So now else will be skipped. I will increase the value of num again with 5. So 15 is the new value that is available inside num. So 15 will come here. Now again I'll go to 4. Now I'm trying to print the third term. So 3 will be loaded into I. So the value of I will become 3. So now I'll check 3 modulo 2 is equal to 0. So now this will be false, right? So I'll go to else part. So there the current value of num is 15. So 15 into minus 1 will be printed. So the next term in the output is going to be minus 15. Okay, and after that the num will get increased by 5. So 15 plus 5. So 20 will be loaded into num. So that will be the next value. Right? Next time it will print the fourth term and the fifth term accordingly. So you should understand, for all the even terms I will just print the value of num. For all the odd terms I will multiply num with minus 1 and print. So that is why this minus and plus numbers are coming alternatively in the series. Okay, so now let us run this program. Now we have the program ready. So now I will just run it. So it is asking for the limit. So if I enter 5, it will print first 5 numbers in the series. Okay, so here you can see the first 5 numbers is minus 5, 10, minus 15, 20, 25. So I run the program again. This time I will ask to print the first 10 numbers in the series. So here you can see it starts with minus 5, it goes up till 50. Now if in the question, if they are not altering the sign, which means series is like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, then the program is much more simple. You don't require this if statement, you don't require this complete else statement. You can just push this print statement to make it inside the for loop. This is enough. All right, so here you can see I don't have to check whether I is an even term or an odd term, right? I just have to increment 5 and print it until my range is finished. Okay, so if you run this program and if I enter 10, you can see without the sign alternating, you can print all the numbers as positive numbers. Now if you want to print the series all numbers as negative numbers, you can just multiply this num with minus 1. So now all numbers printed in the series will be negative numbers. So I can save it, I can run it. So now if I print 10, you can see all the numbers printed out will be negative numbers. Right? So in this way you can change the logic inside this program and adapt it to the question that is asked for you. Now let us continue. In this program we have to find the sum of the series given here. Right, so this series is actually 1 plus 1 by 2 cube plus 1 by 3 cube plus 1 by 4 cube. It goes up till 1 by n cube. So if we have asked it to print the first n terms of this series, now we have to enter the limit of how many terms you have to print over here. Okay, so if I enter 5, so 5 will be loaded into variable n. So we are supposed to print first n terms. So this is the first term is 1, the second term is 1 by 8, the third term is 1 by 27. Then you have to print 2 more numbers of the series, and then you have to print the sum of all these numbers as the result. Okay, so let us see how this program does that. So I have variable n. So let's say that we enter 5 to n. Okay, so next I have a variable sum. It is having an initial value 0.0, so you can understand this is a float variable because it is taking a decimal value as the input. After that I have a for loop which has these 2 statements inside of it, and the print statement is outside the for loop. So after the for loop terminate, I will print sum of the series with the value inside the sum. Now the for loop runs with control variable I, and it gets the value from the range I to n plus 1. So n plus 1 is 6. So the range 1 to 6 will have value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the first value 1 will be loaded into I, and then I will generate the term that should be added to the sum. So each unit in here is a term. So 1 by 8 is a term, 1 is a term, 1 by 27 is a term. So this is where we generate the term and then we add term to the existing sum. That is how we find the sum of the total series. So now you can know the value of I is 1. So this term will evaluate to 1 divided by 1 raised to 3. So you can understand this is 1 itself. So initially the value of term will be 1. So right now the value of sum is 0.0 and term is 1. You add both of them and the result will be stored to sum. Okay, so sum has value 1.0. Now the control will go back to 4. It will take the second value from the range and load into control variable I. Okay, so I will have value 2. This time the value of term will be 1 divided by the value of I, which is 2, raised to 3. So I will be raised to the power of 3 by this operator. Okay, so now you know 1 divided by 2 raised to 3 is our second term, that is 1 by 8. Okay, so now the value of 1 by 8 will be calculated, that is 0.125. That will be loaded into term. Now the value of sum is 1.0 and value of term is 0.125. This two will be added and the result will be stored into sum again. So now the value of sum will be 1.125. Now again the loop will continue. The next value 3 will be loaded into I. So this time the term will evaluate to 1 divided by 3 raised to 3. So that is 1 divided by 27. You can see that's the third term. Now I don't know what's the value of this. Let us say that is x. Okay, so now to the existing value of sum, that is 1.125, the new value x will be added and the result will be stored to sum. This will continue until you reach 5. So which means I will finish adding all the terms until the 5th term and the cumulative total will be available inside this variable sum. So once the for loop finish, I will go to the print statement. I will print in the output sum of series. Sum of series is, then you will get a value, maybe 1.8613, something like that. Okay, it depends on how much values you print. So now let us run the program. Now our program is ready. Let me execute it. Now first time I will enter the limit as 1. Okay, so only the first term will be printed, which is 1. So the answer is going to be 1. Right, so here you can see sum of series is 1 because I have only one term in the series, which is 1. So next I'll run the program again. This time I will enter the number of term as 2. So I will be adding 1 plus 1 by 8. Okay, the first two terms in the series I will add and I'll print the result. So now you can see the value will come as 1.125. You can verify this is correct by using a calculator. Now I'll run the program again. This time I will enter the limit as 10. So I am adding the first 10 terms in the series and the result will be printed here. So here you can see this is the result. Now let us continue to the next program. In this program we have to find the sum of digits of an input number. So if you enter a number like 8713, your program should add all the digits in this number and find the result as 19. So let us see how to do that. Now before we start with the program, let me just explain to you what will happen if you modulo divide a number with 10. So when you divide 8713 with 10, the remainder is going to be 3. Now randomly if I take another number 716 and you modulo divide by 10, you can see the remainder is going to be 6. Now if I take another number 89 modulo 10, you can see the remainder after this division will be 9. So what do you understand from this? When you modulo divide a number with 10, the result is going to be the last digit. You can see here, right? The result is always going to be the last digit of the number. So by using this technique, you can extract the last digit from a given number. So we will be using that in this program. And one more thing. Now, after extracting the last digit 3 by using the modulo division by 10, you have to remove this 3 and work on 871 to remove the next last digit 1. So to remove 3, what you can do is that I can divide 8713 with 10. But this will give result 871.3. You can see still this 0.3 is here as a decimal value. So to cut this decimal value away, you can use the floor division. So when you do a floor division, it will take only the integer part. So the result will come as 871. So in this case, you can see you have just deleted this 3 from the number. Okay, so by using modulo division by 10, you can extract the last digit. By using a floor division, you can remove the last digit from the number. Now we will be using both of this technique inside this program to extract the digit and then add it to a variable to find the cumulative sum. So now let us start. So first of all, it will ask for the number. So for example, I enter the number as 763. Okay, so I have a variable sum. The initial value is 0. So I have the first variable num. I entered the value as 763. I have the next variable sum. The initial value is 0. Then I will print a line saying that sum of the digits of 763 is with a space. Okay, now we will come to the while loop. Now here you can see all the 3 lines after the while loop belongs to it. So now I have a variable called L digit. It stands for last digit. Okay, so my first aim is to extract this last digit 3 from 763. So how will I do that? So here you can see last digit gets the value by dividing num, which is 763, by 10. So I already told you when you modulo divide a number with 10, the result is going to be the last digit 3. So now 3 is stored into L digit. So now L digit has the last digit of 763. After that, I will add the last digit to the sum. So right now the value of sum is 0, last digit is 3. So I will add 0 plus 3. The value 3 will be stored into sum. So now sum has value 3. Now before the next loop starts, I have to remove this 3. So what I will do, I will just do a floor division. So now num is equal to num. So the value of num is 763. Floor divide 10. The result is 76.3. But as it's a floor division, this decimal part will be cut off. Only 76 will be available and that will be stored into num. So num now has 76. Now I will come to the beginning of the loop. Now I will check whether 76 not equal to 0. Okay, initially I have checked 763 not equal to 0. That was true. That is why we came into this loop the first place. Now I am checking 76 not equal to 0. You can see that is true. I will come into the loop. Now I will find the last digit like 76 modulo divide 10. Okay, so now we can see the result is 6. Now 6 will be loaded into L digit. So now L digit has value 6. Now after that, I will add the value of sum to L digit. So 6 plus 3, 9 will be loaded into sum. So right now sum has value 9. Now I have to remove this 6 from num. For that, I will do a floor division on num. So 76 floor divide by 10, the result is going to be 7. So that 7 will be stored into num. So num has value 7. So now I'll again go to the beginning of the while loop. I will check whether 7 not equal to 0. That is true. I will come inside. Now I'll do 7 modulo 10. The result will be 7. That will be stored into L digit. So now L digit has value 7. Now I will add the value of sum. Right now it's 9. Now 7 will be added to it. So the sum will grow to 16. Alright. So that will be the new value of sum. Now I will do a floor division on 7. So now you see 7 divided by 10. The result is 0.7. Now when the decimal part is cut off, what you have rest is 0. Now 0 will be loaded to num. Okay, so now I'll go to the beginning of the while loop. There I will check 0 not equal to 0. Now this is false. Okay, so I will come out of the while loop. I will print the sum. So in the output, you can see the sum of all the digits in 763 is 16. Okay, so now let us run the program. Okay, now we have the program ready. I will execute it. I will enter the number 763. I'll press enter. Now you can see the sum of digits of 763 is 16. Now I'll run the program again. This time I will give a bigger number, 89512. Okay, so now I'll press enter. You can see the sum of digits in 89,512 is 25. Okay, so now let's go to the next program. Now in this program, we will check whether an entered number is a palindrome. What I mean by palindrome is that if the number that you enter is 767, you reverse the digits in this number. Okay, so the last 7 will become the first 7, 6 will remain in the middle, and the first 7 will go to the last position. After you reverse the number, you check whether this number is still equal to the original number. Now if they are same, then 767 is a palindrome. Right, but if you have another number like 314 and you reverse the position, you have 413, you know that they are not equal. So in this case, you can say 314 is not a palindrome. Once you take the input to num, you have to reverse the number. And after you reverse the number, you have to check whether the number and the reverse number are same. If they are same, you will print it's a palindrome. If this condition is false, in which case the reverse number is not same as the original number, you will print it is not a palindrome. So here you can see this while loop is actually reversing the number. Okay, so let's see how it is done. Now before we start to trace the program, you can see this step I am doing a modulo division with 10 to extract the last digit, and this step I am doing a floor division with 10 to remove the last digit from the number. I have explained these concepts clearly in the immediately previous program. So let us say I enter a number 767 as input. So this number is loaded into the variable num. So I have variable num which has value 767. I entered 767 because I know this number is a palindrome number. Then I have a variable temp. Okay, now this temp value is also copying the value of num. So this num is having 767. I will have the same value inside temp. Then I have another variable ref which has initial value 0. Okay, so now my while loop is going to start. It has 3 statements inside of it, and it is checking whether the value of temp is not equal to 0. So right now the value of temp is 767 and it is not equal to 0. So this condition is true. I will come inside. Next I will do temp, that is 767 modulo 10. So the result of this is going to be 7, which is the last digit. Okay, I told you when you do a modulo division by 10, always you will get the last digit as the remainder. So that is stored into L digit. Okay, so that is last digit. So to last digit, you will store the value 7. So the next step is where we will develop the reverse number. Okay, so first it will do reverse into 10. So here you can see the initial value of ref is 0. So 0 into 10 plus L digit, so that is 7. So 0 into 10 will produce 0 plus 7 will produce the entire result as 7. That will be stored into ref. So right now the value of ref is 7. So I have processed this last digit. Okay, so now I have to remove it. Now for that I will do a floor division to the value of temp. So right now the value of temp is 767. I will do a floor division on 10. So the result is going to be 76. So that is stored into temp. So right now the value of temp is 76. Okay, so I have just removed the last digit from temp. We are not going to remove anything from num because we need the value of num to check with the value of ref. That is why we are copying it to temp and working on it. After this statement, the control will go back to while. This time I will be checking the value of temp, which is 76, is not equal to 0. That is true. Now next I will do 76 modulo 10, so the last digit will come as the result, which is 6. That will be loaded into last digit. So now last digit has value 6. In this iteration, you can understand why we multiply 10 to ref. So here you see, now the value of ref is 7 and value of L digit is 6. If you simply add 7 and 6, you will get 13. But we don't need that. What we require is that the 7 should come to the first position, 6 should go to the next position. I should multiply 7 with 10. So now the result will be 70. And then I should add 6 to it. So the result will come as 76. So now you see the position is coming properly. After 7, we have 6. So that is why I have a 10 put over here. Okay, so 7 into 10 will be 70. You add 6 to that, the result is going to be 76, and that will be loaded into ref. So now the reverse number has reached 76. Okay, 76. Now I am done with the last digit 6, so I have to remove it. So what I will do a floor division on 76, so the result will be 7. That will be loaded into temp. So now temp has 7. So I'll come here in the beginning of the while loop. I will check 7 not equal to 0. It is true. Now next I will do 7 modulo 10. So the remainder will be 7. That will be loaded into L digit. So L digit will have 7. Now you can see this line. Now the value of ref is 76. Now you multiply 10 to that. So now you will get 760. And then you add L digit value 7. So now the result will be 767. So now you see this 7 comes to the last position, right? You have finished reversing. So now the value of ref will be 767. Now the control will go to the next line. Now you will do a floor division on 7. Now we can see the result is going to be 0. So 0 will be loaded into temp. So now you will check 0 not equal to 0. You will get false. So now while loop has finished, I'll come out. Now you will check the value of num, which is 767, is equal to value of ref, that is also 767. So when they are equal, now you know that it's a palindrome. You will print this number is a palindrome. Now you can run the same program. You can trace with another number, maybe 314. Once the while loop finish, you will have 413 in reverse, and then you check this condition like 314 equal to 413. This will be false. Then the control will go to else, and you will print the number is not a palindrome. So now let us run the program and see the result. So now we have the program ready. So now I'll execute it. So first I will enter a palindrome number. I will enter 767. I press enter. You can see the number 767 is a palindrome because when I reverse and I check with this number, it's the same. So now I'll run the program again. I will enter 314. I'll press enter. Now you can see the number 314 is not a palindrome because when you reverse this number, you will get 413 and it is not equal to 314. All right. So let's see the next program. So in this program, we will learn how to print a pattern based on an input character. So this will be the pattern which we will be printing out. Okay, so here you can see in the first line only one character will be printed. In the second line you will have the character printed 2 times. It goes like that. So in the last line you can see the character is printed 4 times. So let's see how we can do that. So the program initially expects a character that you want to print in each line. Okay, so here we will be inputting capital A. That is why in the pattern you can see in each line capital letter A is printed out many times. So now this A will be loaded into the character. Now this program is example for nested for loop because you can see inside this for loop you have another for loop. Right? So inside the first for loop you have these 3 statements. Now inside the second for loop you have the print statement which actually prints the character A with a space to its right side. Okay, so now let us see how it works. Now you see the outside for loop will work 4 times because the range value goes from 1 to 5. So the values in this range will be 1, 2, 3 and 4. So the outside for loop, roughly you can say this is the for loop which counts the line numbers, right, that you want in the output. So here you can see in the output you require 4 lines. That is why the first for loop you are running 4 times. If you want to print this in 10 separate lines, you have to increase the range value so that the first for loop will work 10 times. So as per our example output, we require only 4 lines. So I have put the range value as 1 and 5. Now inner for loop is supposed to print the number of characters per line. Okay, so if you are running the outer for loop for the second time, the inner for loop has to print 2 A's. If you are running the outer for loop for the third time, then the inner for loop has to work 3 times to print A. So that is why you can see based on the value of I will be changing the range value of my inner for loop. Right, so when the value of I is 1, now you can see the inner for loop will work only 1 time. Right, now when the value of I becomes 2, the inner for loop will work 2 times, printing A 2 times in the output. Now when the value of I will become 3, you can see the inner for loop will work 3 times, printing A thrice in the output. Right, so that's how the program proceeds. So now let me trace the program for at least first 2 lines and then we will run the program. So here we have a variable I, okay, and here you can see the I is going to get value 1, 2, 3, 4 as per this range input values. Now the inner for loop works on control variable j, right, and here you can see initially the value 1 will be loaded into I. So now the range for the inner for loop will be 1 comma I plus 1, that is 2. Okay, so this will be the start value, 1 and 2 will be the stop value. So in this range you will have only one value which is 1. So that 1 will be loaded into j. So now j will have value 1 and after that I will print character. So right now the value of character is capital A. So A will be printed with a space, right? So once the inner for loop is finished, because we took the only available range value, now the control will come out of inner loop. I will execute this print so that the cursor will go to the next line. Okay, now the control will come back to 4. So now the first line is printed out. Now this for loop has to advance the program to print the second line. Now it will take the second value from the range and load it to the control variable I. So now I will have value 2. Now you can see the range of the inner loop will change based on the value of I. So right now the range is 1 comma 2 plus 1, which is 3. So now you can see this range operator will have 2 values in it, 1 and 2. So now you can understand the inner for loop will execute 2 times, right? So now first the value 1 will be loaded into j, and then so j will have value 1. Now it will print the character, so a will be printed here with a space. Now again the inner for loop has to execute because it has to take one more value from the range, right? So now 2 will be loaded into j. So j will have value 2, and then again the print will execute. So again one more a will be printed with a space, and now both values of the range operator is finished. Now inner for loop is done. I will come out of inner for loop. I will execute this print statement. So the cursor will go to the next line. Now the control will go back to 4, taking the third value. Okay, so now you can see the inner loop will execute 3 times, printing 3 A's with a space, right? And after that the final print statement will push it to the next line. Now the control will go back to 4 again, taking the last value from the range, that is 4. Now we can see the inner loop will execute 4 times, printing character A, and then your program will finish because the outer for loop has done taking all the values from the range, right? So that's how we get this pattern as the output. So now let us run the program. Now our program is ready. I'll just run it. Now it will ask for the character that it has to print the pattern for. So I will enter capital A. I'll press enter. Now you can see it is printing for 4 lines because my outer for loop runs 4 times. Alright. Now you can run the program again. Now this time you can give another pattern, for example @ right, and you can see @ according to this pattern. Now if you want to increase the pattern to print 10 lines, you just have to now if you want to increase the pattern to print 10 lines, you have to increase the range operator from 1 to 11. Right, so in effect you will be running this loop 10 times. Now we can save and execute the program again. This time I will give the pattern star. So here you can see it is printing for 10 lines the same pattern. So now let us continue with the next program. So now we are going to see our second program related to pattern printing. Alright, so our aim is to print a pattern as shown here. Now this program expects an odd number as its input. Okay, so then only we can print this pattern properly. So why we are entering an odd number? For example, if you enter 5, you can see the middle line, that is the most lengthiest line, it will have 5 stars. Line above that will have 3, and line below that will also have 3, and the first line and the last line will have only 1 each. So here you can see this is our high value, okay, which is equal to 5. So immediately before that I will be printing only high minus 2 elements. Immediately before that I will be printing only high minus 2, okay, from that. So now that you are clear that I have to enter a odd number, now the number that you enter will be stored into the variable high. Okay, so I have a variable called high and it has number 5, so that we will see in the output the same pattern that I have shown over here. When you print the first star in the first line, you should understand you cannot print it here, right? You have to give proper space, and after that only you can print the star. In the next line you can see I am reducing the amount of space. 2 spaces I will reduce. So from the left side I may have to leave only 2 spaces less than whatever I have left before, and then I can start printing my stars. Okay, and in between each of these stars I am printing 2 spaces so that they are separated out and we can see them properly. And you see when you come to the third line, you don't have to print a space itself. You can start in the beginning itself, right? But in this line you have to print stars equal to the input that you have given. Until here you have to give more space to the first line, less space to the middle line, and no space in the beginning. But after that you see the structure is getting reversed, right? So here you have to increase the space, and after that you have to increase it even more. Now here you can see there are 2 for loops which does this job. Okay, so this is the first for loop and this is the second for loop. Now the first for loop's job is to print the upper triangle, right, until this line. Okay, so the largest line will be printed by the first for loop. The second for loop is used for printing the lower part of this pattern, that is the lower triangle, right, excluding the largest line. So that is the overall idea. Now inside this for loop you can see again there is one for loop, there is another for loop. So I call it as 1.1 and 1.2. Now inside the second for loop also we have 2 more for loops here, right? So I will call it as 2.1 and 2.2. Now this first for loop, that is for loop 1.1, the job of this for loop is to provide the spaces before we start to print the star. You can see it ranges to space and the job is just to print spaces. Once adequate spaces are given, next you have to print the stars in the line, and for that you have the second for loop. Now this for loop will actually print the stars after you have given the proper spaces. So once the for loop number 1 finishes, you can see up till here the output will be ready. Now after that, we will increase the space value by 2, because you see when you print this line, there is no space at all. Right? So when you start to print with the next value, you have to increase the space. That is why I'm just adding space value with 2. Okay. Now the second for loop, the job is to print the lower part of the triangle. I already told you. Now inside here, I have the first for loop, which will be creating the spaces before printing the star, and the second for loop will be actually printing the stars inside a line. So that is the basic idea behind this program. Now I'll just trace the program. Now first, the program will ask for an input. You have to give an odd number. Assume that I give 5. 5 will be stored into this variable high. So I have a variable high which has value 5. Now 5 will also be copied into another variable space. So I will have my next variable space. Okay. Now inside here also I will have value 5. We will start with the first for loop. First of all, let us find the range value for this for loop. So here it says that 1, high plus 1 is 6 and the step value is 2. So what will be the values available in this range? So it will be 1, then 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 2, 5. So these are the 3 values that will be available inside the range operator. So first value 1 will be taken up by the control variable I, so 1 will be there. Now our first job is to print spaces for the first line. I will run this for loop space number of time. Okay, so right now the value of space is 5, so this for loop will execute 5 times, right? And each time it executes, it will print 2 spaces. It will print a space over here and then it ends with another space, so 2 spaces will be printed 5 times. So in my output, initially it will print 10 spaces. Okay, and maybe the cursor is waiting over here. So once this for loop is finished, so I will just number the for loop. So this is 1.1, this is 1.2. Okay, so once 1.1 for loop is finished, we will go to 1.2. This is where we will print the stars. Now here you can see the range works with the value of I. Okay, so right now the value of I is 1. So now value of j is 1. So which means that this loop will work only one time. Because you see, we have to print only 1 star in the first line. So it will print a star, right? And then it will give a space. Now the second for loop also is over. We will come out, the value of space is reduced by 1. So now the space value available is 4. I have this print statement over here. Now this print statement will take the cursor to the next line. Okay, and now the control goes back to the for loop number 1. Now it will take the second value from the range and it will load it to I. So now I has value 3. Now you see why I am jumping from 1 to 3 is because in the next line I have to print 3 stars. Now how many times this loop 1.1 will work? You see we have reduced the space to 4. So now this will work only 4 times, right? So it will print spaces and finally it will stop here. Okay, it will stop before the first star. Now the next for loop I have to print the number of stars. Now you see this loop works with the value of I. Right now you can see the value of I is 3. So now this loop will work 3 times. It will print star 3 times. So it will print star, star, star with a space. Now after that I'll reduce the space again. So now the value of space will become 3. Okay. Now the print statement will push the control to the next line. I will come back to 4. I will take the next range value 5 into I. So the value of I will become 5, and then you can see how many times now the space will be printed. It will be printed only 3 times. So it will print up till here and it will stop. How many times 1.2 for loop will work? Now you see the value of I is 5. So now this will work 5 times, printing the star. So now it will print 5 stars. The space will be reduced to 2, and then the print will push the value to the next line. And now you can see the for loop number 1 is finished because it has taken all the range values 1, 3 and 5. So now you see the first part of the pyramid is ready, including the largest line. So now we go to the next for loop. So here you can see you have space is equal to space plus 2. So the value of space will be increased to 4. Now what will be the range for this variable I? Okay, so I will name this for loop 2.1 and 2.2. Now what will be this range value? So you can see here high minus 2. So value of high is 5. So here it will be 3, 0 and minus 2. So the range will start with 3. And the next value will be 3 minus 2, which is 1. And the next value will be minus 1, but I have to stop at 0. So this will be the 2 values available inside this range. So now you can understand this for loop is going to work only 2 times because I have to print only 2 more lines. So first the value 3 will be loaded into I. Okay, so I'll just remove this. The value of space is 4. So value of I will be 3 now. Okay, so now here you see I have to print some spaces. So now the value of space is 4. So again it will print some spaces and it will wait here. This will work 4 times. So 4 spaces or 8 spaces will be printed. Now the second loop will be printing the star. Now here you see the J works with the value of I. So value of I is 3. So this loop will work 3 times printing star. So 3 stars will be printed. Control will wait in the same line. Now space is equal to space plus 1. So space will become 5 because next line I need more spaces. That is why now we are increasing the space. Now the last print statement will move the control to the next line. I will come back here. I will take the next value 1 to my I. Now after that it will print the number of spaces. Now you see the space is 5. So this will run 5 times. So space will push it even inside, and after that this will work only 1 time because you see the value of I right now is 1. So only 1 star will be printed. So this is how you will get the desired pattern. Okay, so now let us run the program. Alright, our program is ready. You can see here. So now I will just execute it. Now it is asking for an upper limit, so I can enter 5. So here you can see the pattern is printed out. We are providing enough space in the beginning so that even though the line grows, it will not touch on our left margin. So I can run the program again. This time I can give odd number 9, for example. So here you can see the middle line will have 9 stars, and following that it will taper to both ends. Okay. So now let us see the next program. Now let us see the last program for this video. Okay, now this program is also related to printing a pattern. You can see this the pattern that we are aiming for. Now the input is the number of lines. Okay, so if I input the number of line as 3, you can see in the first line only 1 will be printed, in the second line 2, 1, 2, and the third line will start and end with the number that you have entered. So if you enter 4, there will be 1 more line. It will be like 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now first let us understand how this program works logically. So I have to enter the number of lines that I have to print. Now in this case I will enter 3. Okay, so that will be stored into the variable high. Now the outer for loop, you can see this for loop number 1 will work on the value of high. So this will work 3 times. Right, the outer for loop will work 3 times according to your input, printing each line. Now inside the first for loop you have 3 loops. Okay, so the first one is a for loop itself, the second one is a while loop, and the third one is again a while loop. Now the job of this first for loop is to print spaces before each line. So here you can see in the first line you require more spaces, in the next line the number of space required is less, and in the third line it is minimal. Okay, so that's the job of the first for loop. The job of this while loop is to print numbers in the decreasing order. So it will print this much part. You can see 3, 2 up till 1. So when it reaches 1 in a particular line, this while loop will finish, and now the control will go to the last while loop. Now this while loop, the third while loop, will be printing numbers in the increasing order. So it will print, after 1 will not be printed, after that it will print 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is required. So that is a logical work that we have assigned to each of this loop. Okay, so now let us see how it works. So if I give the input as 3, you can see here the value of high, the variable high will be 3. I have another variable space. So this is the same concept that we have used in the previous program. That will also have the same value as high over here. And now the first for loop, it will work from 1 to high plus 1, that is 4. Now you can see the value available in this range is 1, 2 and 3. Right, so now you can understand this for loop will work 3 times. So first time 1 will be copied into I, so I have the value of I will be 1. Now the value of I will be stored into another variable digit. Okay, so digit is the variable that we use to print onto the lines. Okay, so initially it will have value 1, okay, the same value of I. After that I have to print the spaces. So here you can see the value of space is 3. So this loop will run 3 times because the range operator works with the value of space, and it will be printing 2 spaces at one time. So we will be printing many spaces in the first line. Okay, or maximum spaces in the first line. So once this loop is finished, I will come here. This while loop will work until the value of digit is greater than or equal to 1. Okay, so right now the value of digit is 1. So 1 is greater than or equal to 1, that is true. I will print the digit. So in the output, now we have printed many spaces. After that, now I am printing digit, so 1 will be printed, and now the value of digit is decremented by 1, so the digit will become 0. Next time when I come here, I will check whether 0 is greater than 1, so this is false. So while loop is finished, I will make the value of digit equal to 2, and now I will not enter this while loop because 2 less than or equal to the value of I is 1, so this is also false. So this while loop will not execute in the first line, because in the first line we have to print only 1. Right, but this while loop will make sense when we try to print the next line. Now we will assume that the for loop has finished its operation for value 1 and value 2 for I. So now let us see how it prints the last line. So value 3 is loaded into I. So now in this case, I will copy value 3 into digit. Okay, so let us say in the output, now 2, 1, 2 is also printed. Now the cursor is waiting over here. Now you see the space will be reduced to 1 because each time I am reducing the space here. So 2 times when the for loop works, the space will reach to 1. So now this will work only 1 time. So now we will have only 1 space printed over here. And now we come to this while loop. Now there you say digit is greater than 1. It is true, because right now the value of digit is 3. Now it will print the digit. So 3 will be printed. Now digit value will be decremented by 1. So the value of digit will become 2. It will again come back here. It will check whether 2 is greater than or equal to 1. It is again true. It will print the value of digit, which is 2 with a space. It will decrement the value of digit again. So now the value of digit will become 1. It will go back to the beginning of the while loop again. It will check whether 1 is greater than or equal to 1. It is true. It will print the digit. So 1 will be printed with a space. Okay, and then the value of digit is decremented to 0. This time the while loop will evaluate to false. So here you see I have printed this much part of this line. So that is the job of my first while loop. Now I will push the value of digit to 2. Why? Because after this I have to start printing 2, because until 1 is already printed by the first while loop. So the second while loop has to start printing 2. So that is why we push the value of digit to 2. Now I will check whether 2 is less than or equal to value of I. Value of I right now is 3. Okay, so now this is true. So now I will print the digit. So 2 will be printed with a space, and then you see here we are incrementing the digit, because after 2 I have to print 3. So I will increment the digit. Now the digit will go to value 3, and now I will check whether 3 is less than or equal to 3. That is true. I will print the digit, so 3 will be printed with a space. After that the value of digit will become 4. Now I will check 4 is less than or equal to 3. You can see this will evaluate to false. Okay, because I have printed the 3, and now I can terminate the program. So now this will evaluate to false. I will come out of this while loop. I will go back to 4. 4 already finished. My program will terminate. Okay, so this is how it will print this pattern pyramid. Okay, so now let us run it. So now our program is ready. You can see here. All right. So now I will execute it. Now I'll enter the limit as 3. So here you can see our pattern is ready. So I run the program again. Now if you enter 6, you can see it prints 6 lines, right? And the last line starts at 6 and it ends at 6. Okay, that will be all for this video. Now in this session, we will be seeing the programs related to chapter 7, where we have studied functions. So altogether we will be studying 7 programs in this session, and in the last program we will be discussing about how to create our own module and linking it to our program. So now let us start. Now before we start with our first program in functions, let me explain to you what is this first 2 lines. You can see this is the comment for this particular program. So it is written, this program is used to calculate the mean value stored inside a list using user-defined functions. But you can see here the comment is beginning with 3 double quotes and ending with 3 double quotes, and we didn't use hash. Right, so this method of commenting is called as a document string. So this particular line, which is enclosed in 3 double quotes, is identified as a document string inside Python. So interpreter will not consider this part. As this is not assigned to any variable, it is considered as good as comment. So why we didn't use hash in this case is because our comment is pretty huge and it went to 2 lines, right? So instead of writing 2 hash signs, I can actually comment an entire paragraph by using 3 set of double quotes, right? So if you have a comment which goes to 6 lines, instead of putting 6 hashes in front of these individual lines to make it as a comment, this is an alternate method where you can convert this entire 6 lines into comments by beginning it with 3 double quotes and ending with 3 double quotes. Okay, now we'll come to the program. Now aim of this program is to find the average of all numbers that is stored inside this list. We have a set of floating point numbers like 40.6, 45.8, 36.5, 25 and 44.7 stored in a list called L. Okay, so our aim is to add all these numbers and divide by 5 because we have 5 elements inside this list. Okay, so the resulting answer will be your mean. Now we are implementing this program with the help of user-defined function, and we have defined a function here. You can see with the keyword def, and the name of the function that I have given here is calc mean. You can actually give any name to this function. You can give your name. There is no problem. The only restriction will be when you call, you have to use the same name. So now let us begin the program. The interpreter will first start from the top. It sees the definition of a function, and the name of the function is calc mean, and then it will skip the body. It will come down to the next instruction outside the function. So here I have created a list with variable L. So L now has this 5 values inside it, and after that I am calling a function over here. You can see this is the function call. Now the name of the function is calc mean, and it has 1 argument, which is actually this entire list. Okay, so now this function call will take the control all the way to the function definition. Now value of L will be copied into the parameter which is used inside the function definition called list1. So now list1 has value 40.6, 45.8, 36.5, 25 and 44.7. Now the control comes into the function definition. I create two variables. Sum, the initial value is 0, and I have another variable called count, and the initial value is set as 0. After that I have a for loop. This to statement, which starts with sum and count, falls into the for loop. So now the for loop starts with a control variable num, and it collects the values from list. So initially 40.6 will be loaded into num, and after that I have sum plus equal to num. You remember this operator, we have studied this in the previous chapter. So this statement you can also write it as sum is equal to sum plus num. Okay, both will evaluate the same. So here if you write like this, you can save some typing for yourself. All right, so this is more condensed, or if you want to make it more elegant, you can write like this. And next statement also you can write like count equal to count plus 1. All right, so both are same. So now 40.6 is loaded into num. So what is the new value of sum? Right, so just for explanation purpose we will use this statements because that is more clear. So value of num is 40.6 and the value of sum is 0 now. So when you add both of them, now the value of sum will change to 40.6, and after that I will increase the value of count by 1. So count will be having value 1 now. So now the control will come back to 4. It will take the second value 45.8 and it will load it to num. Right, so now the value of sum is 40.6 and now the value of num is 45.8. Now when you add this two, you will get a new value, and let us say that is x, that will be stored into sum. All right, and then I will increase the count to 2. So now you should understand this for loop will work 5 times. Each time it will take one value from the list and then it will add it to sum. Okay, so slowly you can understand the value of sum will keep on increasing, and finally it will finish adding all these 5 value. After adding all the 5 numbers, for example, sum will get the value as y. Okay, and as the loop has run 5 times, the value of count will reach 5. So now the for loop will finish, and now the control will come to the next line. This is where we calculate the mean or the average. So here I will divide the value y by 5. So you will get the average, and that value will be stored into mean, and then you are calling return with the value mean. So now once the return statement is executed, the control will come back to the function call itself. The value of mean will be loaded into variable m, and after that I will print the mean of values in the list is the value of m, and you will see the output. So now let us run the program and see the result. So now our program is ready. You can see the first 2 lines is considered as comments. So this is called as doc string in Python. So now let us run the program. So here you can see the mean value of the list is 38.52. So that is a result of adding all these values inside the list, then divide it by 5. Okay, and then you will get the mean. So now let us see the next program. So this is the second program. Now here what this program does, I have written inside this doc string, that is our comment statement. This program is used to check the authenticity of an account. So this program is written to accept user ID Sam, and the password of Sam is sam@123. So a user will be given 3 attempts in case of wrong entry. Okay, so we have to also do this with user defined function. So for this program, I will just run the program first and show you how the result is generated, and then we'll come back and explain how it works. Alright, our program is ready. So logically I will tell you what this program expects. It expects a username and password. If you enter the correct username Sam and password Sam123, you will see the result as login successful. If you enter wrong username or password, it will keep on asking you to enter the correct username and password 3 times. and after the third time also you enter wrong username and password, then you will see the result as account blocked. So now let us run the program. So now you see it is asking for user ID. So first I will enter the correct user ID, which is Sam. And now it is asking for the password. I will enter the correct password, sam@123, which my program expects. So now when I press enter, you can see my program checked the username and password with the stored values. It found that it matched perfectly, and then it is showing the result as login successful. So now I'll run the program again. This time I will enter the user ID wrong as John, and the password I will give the right one, okay, sam@123. So now when I press enter, you can see it says wrong entry, but I am given with another chance to enter the user ID. So this is my second chance, okay. So here if I again enter a wrong name, okay, and a wrong password, okay, so when I press enter, you can see again the program identified the username and password is not matching. It's saying wrong entry. So now I am given with the third attempt, which is the last attempt, right? So here if I enter the username correctly, but I enter the password wrong, okay, so now you can see my account is blocked. I will not have any more chances. So that's the main logic behind this program, okay. And in any of these three entries, if you make the username and password correct, then again you will see login successful. So now let us go back to the program and see how it works. So we have a function definition here. The name of the function that I have used is login, and it has two parameters, UID and password. Okay, so we'll come back to definition later. I will come down. So here I have a for loop, right? And this for loop works with range 3. So you should understand the value of this range is 0, 1 and 2. So this for loop starting from here until here will work 3 times. That is why when you run the program, even though you give wrong username and password, you get 3 attempts to make the entry correct. So if you want to make the number of wrong entries 5 times, you just increase the number of times this for loop works. So in this program, it will work 3 times. So you'll get 3 chances to make your username and password correct. Now after that, I am collecting the user ID from the keyboard. So for example, I enter Ram as the username and password. When it is asked, I enter ram@123. And after that, I am calling my function. You can see the function name login with 2 arguments, user ID and password. Now user ID has the value ram and password has the value ram@123. So now the control will go to your function, right? So now the value of user ID, which is ram, is passed into UID, okay, and the value inside password is given to the parameter pwd, so it has value ram@123. Now inside the function definition, I have an if condition which checks whether the value of UID, which is ram now, is equal to Sam, and the value of password is equal to Sam@123. You see these 2 conditions are joined by AND, which means that if this if condition has to evaluate to true, then both of these conditions should be true, right? So that is why if you enter the username correctly but password wrong, then also your if condition will evaluate to false. If both are same, which means the UID is Sam and password is Sam@123, then only the if condition will evaluate to true. So right now you can see UID is not equal to Sam, right? Because UID is having value ram. So this if condition will evaluate to false. Okay. So when it evaluates to false, the control will go back to else, and now I am returning 0. So when return statement is executed, the control will come back to the function call and value 0 will be loaded to variable check because that's the value returned. Now next we have an if condition which will see whether the value of check is equal to 1. But right now the value of check is 0, so this is false. Okay, So the control will come to else, and then it will print wrong entry. So in the output you will see wrong entry with 3 exclamation mark, because you have entered RAM and RAM at 123 as username and password. So after this else, the control will go back to 4 again. So that is why I told you this for loop will execute 3 times, and again you will get a chance to enter another username and password. Let us run this program once again when we enter the user ID and password correctly. So now our for loop starts. Okay, and the username that I am going to enter is Sam, and the password I am going to enter is Sam at 123. So you know that this is the username and password that this program is expecting. And after that, I will call my function login with the value Sam and Sam at 123. So this value will be copied into UID. So now UID has value Sam and PWD has value Sam at 123, because the function call will take this value to the function definition. Okay, so now inside the if condition I am checking whether the value of UID is equal to Sam. So here you can see that is true. Now in the second condition it will check whether the value of PWD is equal to Sam at 123. You can see this is also true. So true and true, this condition will evaluate to true. Okay, so now the statement inside if will be executed. I will return value 1. So now the control will come back to the function call. Value 1 will be loaded into check. Next, inside the if condition, I am looking whether the value of check is equal to 1. You can see this is true. So now the statement inside if will be executed. So it will print login successful. And once the login is successful, you don't have to ask the user to enter the username and password again and again. Alright, so which means I can break out from this for loop and I can come out. Now we see the last if condition I have written just to verify if all the 3 attempts has been finished and still the value of check is 0, in which case all 3 times you enter the username and password wrong. In that case I will print account blocked. But now you can see when I hit this break and I am coming out, the value of check is 1. So this will not get executed, right? So you will just see login successful and your program will stop because you have entered the correct username and password. Okay, so now let us go to the next program. Now in this program we are trying to print the Fibonacci series. Now the Fibonacci series is generated with this logic. The first 2 numbers of Fibonacci series is 1 and 1. Now the next number is identified by adding the 2 previous numbers. So when you add 1 and 1, you will get the next number as 2. Now the next number is identified by adding the immediate previous numbers, right? So you can add 1 and 2. So the next number in the series will be 3. So here you can see following 3 you will get 5, because when you add 2 and 3 you will get 5. The next number is going to be 8, next number is going to be 13, and this is an infinite series. It goes like that. So this program is trying to print the first n Fibonacci terms, right? And the value of n you have to provide as input. So let us see how it works. Now let me just write the output that I am expecting from this program. Okay, so I have 1, 1, the next number is 2, then 3, 5, 8, 13. It goes like that. Okay, so this is what we are expecting once this program runs. So now let us start. Okay, so first my interpreter will see the definition. It will understand that it's a function called fib and it has a parameter called lim. Okay, and now the control will come to the next statement outside function definition. So here we are collecting the input. So how many numbers in the series you have to see in the output. Okay, so we call that as the limit. So if I enter the limit as 5, it will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up till here. So if I enter the limit as 8, then my program has to print the first 8 numbers in this series. So let us say now I enter the limit as 8. Okay, so the value 8 is stored into variable limit, and after that I will print Fibonacci series is, so that statement will be printed in the output, and then I call my function fib limit. So now the control will come back to here. The value of limit, which is 8, will be copied into this variable lim. So now lim has value 8. Okay, so now let us trace this program. I am creating two variables n1 and n2, and then I am assigning value 1 and 1 to them. After that, I am printing n1 and n2. So you can see these first two values are printed now, 1 and 1. Now after that, starting from 2 until where you want to stop the series will be printed by this for loop. Okay. Now let us see the range function. You can see the range function is going up till lim minus 2. So right now the value of lim is 8. So here the range operator is working with value 6. That is 8 minus 2, 6. So this for loop will work only 6 times. Now why? Because we have to print totally 8 terms. Right? Now out of these 8 terms, 2 terms, that is 1 and 1, is already printed. So rest I have to print only next 6 terms with this for loop. That is why I am using lim minus 2, because the 2 terms I have already printed. So next 6 terms I have to print with the help of this for loop. Okay, so now let us see how this for loop will calculate the successive values in this series. So inside for loop, I am calculating a new variable next by adding n1 and n2. Okay, so right now the value of n1 and n2 is 1. So the value of variable next will be 2. And after that, I will print next. So now you can see the third value in the series 2 is printed out. So now you should understand n1 has value 1, n2 has value 1, and next has value 2. So this is the current situation. Now after the print statement, you can see the value of n2 is copied to n1. So what happens here is that the value of n2 is copied to n1. So now n1 has value this one. And after that, the value of next is copied to n2. So now n2 is having value 2 because value of next is copied into it. Okay, so now we can understand the value of n1 becomes 1 itself, but value of n2 becomes 2. Now the control will come back to 4. Now I will add n1 and n2 to find next. So when I add n1 and n2, I will get 3, and that is stored into next. After that, I will print the value of next. So you can see the fourth value in this series is printed out. So right now n1 is pointing to this 1, n2 is pointing to this 2, and next is pointing to 3. Okay, so now when I execute this statement, okay, so the value of n2 is copied to n1. So now n1 will have value 2, and after that I will copy the value of next to n2. So now n2 will have value 3. And now I will go to for loop again. I will add n1 and n2 to find the next value. So when I add this 2, I will get the next value 5, and I will print it. This is continued until the for loop is exhausted, right? And you will see the entire Fibonacci series up to the limit that you have entered. So now let us execute this program. So now our program is ready. So I will execute it. And I will enter the limit as 10. So I will be printing the first 10 numbers in Fibonacci series. Okay, so here you can see these are those numbers. The first two numbers, 1 and 1, is printed outside the for loop. And now the for loop has to work 8 times to print the subsequent numbers in the list. Alright, so now let us see the next program. In this program, we will be entering a person's name and gender, and based on the gender, whether it's a male or female, we will add Mr. or Miss before the name and print the name. We'll have to do this with the help of a function, okay, and that function will accept two parameters, which is the name of the person and the gender of the person, whether it's male or female. So now let us start the program. So first the interpreter will see the definition of the function prefix. So that is the name of our function, and it has two parameters, name and gender. And once the interpreter finds that this is the definition of a function, now interpreter will go to the next statement outside the function definition to start execution. Now here you have to enter a name. So if I enter Sam, for example, so this will be stored inside variable n, and in the next line I can give the input whether male or female. Okay, so for male you can give either capital M or small m, and to represent female you can give capital F or small f. So we will give male for Sam, so I will give capital M. So that is stored inside variable g, and after that I'm calling my function with name prefix. You can see in this statement there is no assigning, so which means that there is no value returned from the function, right? So I'm just calling the function prefix with two arguments n and g. So the value of n will be moved to name, so now name has value Sam, and value of g will be moved to gender, so now gender has value m. Now the function execution will start. So first it will go to the if condition. Now here I am checking if gender is equal to capital M or gender is equal to small m. You can see this is an OR condition, which means that if any one of the conditions evaluates to true, the result will be true. So here you can see the first condition evaluates to true because the value of gender is actually capital M. Okay, so now this condition becomes true. So now I will go to the print statement inside if, and in the output I will print Mr. with a space Sam. Okay, and after that this elif and else will not execute because if condition check was successful. Next we'll run the program for a female entry. Okay, so assume that I enter name as Geeta. So Geeta will be stored inside n, and in the next input you can enter small f. That will be stored into gender with variable g. Now I'll call the function prefix with the arguments n and g. So the value of n will be copied to name. So now name has value Geeta and gender has value f. So now when I check with the first if condition, you can see the first condition evaluates to false and the second condition also evaluates to false. So this entire condition check will evaluate to false. So now the control will go to elif. So there I will check whether gender equal to capital F. So this condition is false, but the next condition you can see gender is equal to small f. This condition is true. Now as we have the OR operator combining these two conditions, you know that for OR, if any one side is true, the result of the entire condition will be true. So now the control will come into the print statement inside elif, and there I will print mess.Geeta. Okay, so that will be printed as the output. Now if you enter any other value for this gender, for example if you enter as x, now in that case the if condition will return false, the elif condition also will return false. So finally in the else you will print invalid gender and the program will stop. Okay, so now let us run this program. Alright, so our program is ready, so I'll just execute it. First I will enter name Ram, and I will give the gender as small m. So when I press enter, you can see the output comes as Mr. Ram. Okay, because the if loop evaluates to true, and then this print statement got executed. Now I can run the program again. Now this time I will enter Geeta, and I will enter the gender as capital F, and I'll press enter. So you can see now the elif statement is getting executed and this print statement prints the result. Now next I will enter any name, something, and the gender I will enter with a wrong value. Okay, so I will enter X and I'll press enter. So here you can see the last else statement is getting executed and it is saying that your entry is invalid. So now let us continue to the next program. Now we are going to see a program where we will be using random module, okay? And also in this program, we will see the difference of from and import. So now let us read the question. Now this program is supposed to generate a random number between 1 and 600. Okay, so based on the random number, the winner will be selected. So assume that you are running some lottery business or something like that. So the first 600 lotteries had been sold out. So now you have to identify who is the winner, right? So randomly you have to select a number between 1 and 600, and then you will say the lottery number 343 is the winner. Alright, so let us see how this program works. Now initially you can see the first 2 lines of the program. I have commented it, so you don't have to see this. We will start from here. Okay, this 3 lines. So first I will import the module called random, because I have to use a function inside this module random. Next I will call the function randint, which is inside the module random. That is why I have used this dot operator, and I have to specify the first number and the last number between which the randint function will get a random value, and that value will be loaded into ID. So the first time when I run it, maybe the random value identified by randint may be 343. So that will be loaded into ID, and then I will print today's lucky draw winner has token ID 343. So the person who holds this ticket can come and claim the prize. Okay, so now let us run this program. Alright, so our program is ready. So let me execute it. So when I run it the first time, the random number generated between 1 and 600 was 542. If I run the program again, you can see the random number changed. Now the winner is 522. I can run it again. See 569, 20, 582, 98, 400, 422, 171. It goes like that. So that's the purpose of randint function, right? It will generate random numbers between the range that you have specified. Now if I just write here help random. Now here you can see the random module is quite a big module, right? There are many functions defined inside random module, and we are actually using only this one function randint. You can check here, there are many functions: random, rand range, right? Normal variate, long normal variate, get state, get rand bits. There are a lot of functions which are defined inside this particular module. So here the problem is that if I import this random module completely, the entire code for all of these functions is actually loaded into my program. You don't see it here, but actually when the interpreter runs, it is happening in the background. So even though your program has only 3 lines, assume that inside the random module you might have 300 lines of code for all the functions together. Your program will now has 303 lines of code, right? Because 300 lines will come from this random module, and then you have 3 lines inside your program, right? But you see inside your program you are using only one single function inside random module, which is called randint. So why you have to import the entire group of functions into your program, and then you are using just one function in it? So basically that is bad programming, right? You are simply increasing the size of your program without any advantage. Now to solve this problem, you can use from keyword. So now I will just delete this line import random. Okay, and instead of import random, you can use this statement, right? It says that from random module import only this function randint, because I'm going to use only that. Once you import a particular function from a module, then when you want to call that function, you don't have to use the module name, right? We have studied it, so I can remove this part also. Okay, so this line is what I have written here. So I will just delete it because you don't have to do it 2 times. So I will delete, I will reduce the gap. So now this program also will produce the same result. So let me execute it. So now you see I get a random number 11. Next time I run, I'll get 278, 102, 342, 516. It goes like that. But what is the advantage here? I am importing only one function rand_int from random. So assume that rand_int has only 15 lines of code. Okay, so 15 plus 3, now your program will only have 18 lines of code, so it will be interpreted faster, your program will execute faster, right? So if you want to import just one or two functions from a module, it is always recommended that you have to import only the particular function that you want. So now let us go to the next program. In this program, we will be calculating the compound interest based on 4 parameters. So we will be entering the principal, the rate of interest, the number of times the interest is applied in a year, and the total number of years you are going to calculate. So based on this 4 input, I have to calculate compound interest. Now the formula used in this program to find the compound interest is equal to P into 1 plus R by N, the whole raised to nt. Okay, so I have calculated the same formula in this line. You can check that. So now we will come to the program. So first I have to enter the principal amount. Assume that you enter 100, so that will be stored into variable principal. Next you have to enter the rate. Now assume that the rate of interest is 10%, then you have to make an entry 0.1, because you see 10 divided by 100 will produce 0.1. So 0.1 will be stored into the rate representing 10% interest rate, and after that number of times the interest is applied. So if you give the input as 2, it means that the interest is applied 2 times a year, which means every 6 months the interest is applied. If I make it to 4, every 3 months the interest is applied. So now I will make it once, so that every year 1 time the interest is applied. Now after that time is how many number of years you will be depositing this amount into the bank. Okay, so if I input 10, that will be for 10 years, right? So I have made my entry 100, 0.1, 1 and 10, and after that I will call the function compute. So here you can see we have the function definition compute. So the arguments that I am going to pass is principal, rate, number and time, which I have just inputted now. These values will be copied into parameters P, R, N and T, and after that I will calculate the compound interest using this particular formula, P into 1 plus R divided by N, and this 2 star is actually the exponential operator. So if I write 5 star star 2, it will find the result of 5 raised to 2 and you will get the answer as 25. So this exponential operator can be used to raise 1 plus R by N with the value N into T. Okay, now the next line I have commented because this 2 lines does the same job. I just wanted to know that it can be done in 2 different ways, either by writing the entire expression like given in the first statement, or you can use the function POW, which is defined inside Python, and you have to give the 2 arguments, which is 1 plus R by N is the first value and N into T will be the second value. So this POW operator will find this term's result, and then you just have to multiply with P, you will get the result. So in your program, either you can do it like this or you can do it like this, it's up to you. And after that I will return the value of CI, so the control will come back to the function call, the value of CI will be loaded to amount, and after that I will print calculated compound interest is the amount. So now let us run this program. So our program is ready. So first time I will be calculating compound interest using our own expression. We will not be using the POW function because I have commented it. So now I will save the program. I will execute it. So now it is asking for the principal amount. I will say I have deposited 100 rupees and the rate of interest is 10%. So that is 0.1. And the number of times the interest is applied, the bank will give interest only once a year. And then how many years I am depositing this? For 10 years, right? So after 10th year, the bank will give 259 point something. So now let me run the program with the second formula. So the first one I will just comment it. Okay. And now I will save and I will execute it. Now again I will enter the same value, principal amount 100, rate of interest is 0.1, number of times applied is 1 time, and number of years is 10. And you can see you got the same result. Okay, so now we'll go to the next program. Now in this program we will demonstrate how to create a user-defined module, that is our own module, and to develop a menu-driven program which works as a calculator. Okay, so your program has the capacity to add, subtract, multiply, divide, and to do modulo division. Okay, now module calc contains the required functions. So all the functions are clubbed together, and I'm going to create a new module, and the name of the module is going to be calc. Okay, calc. So I can understand that once you see the screen, you can see there is a lot of lines of code, and maybe these lines are not visible because I have to go with a small font size. Okay, this is a very simple program. First of all, let me tell you, we just have to go step by step. You will understand it very clearly once I start to explain it, because there is no big logic behind it. It's a very simple thing to understand. If the program is not visible in your screen, please go to our website. You can download the code from there, and then you can see the video, so you can run the code side by side and you can understand this explanation better. First, we will discuss about the yellow box on the right side. You can see here, this is our module. Okay, so once I create this file, I have to name this file as calc.py. Okay, so and this is going to be a module, so that I will use the same name inside my program to import. You can see import calc, so all the functions in this module will be imported to my program, and then I can use it. Okay, so let us see our module first. I just write the command, this is a module, and the name of the module is calc.py. You don't have to write this is just a comment. And after that, I'm just going to define each function one by one. Okay, so first I will define the function sum. So the name of the function is sum, and it is expecting two values. Okay, so the first value, which will come from the main program, will be loaded into num1, and the second value will be loaded into num2. And inside the function, it will add num1 and num2, and the result will be stored in a new variable num3, and then it will return the value of num3 to the program which has called it. So the result will go back to the program. So once you understand the first three lines, after that it is just the repetition. That is why I told you this program is going to be easy for you. You can see all this are repetitions, right? So this function is used to subtract, and I'm going to do num1 minus num2 to find the result. And it is stored in num3, and it is returned to the program. Next function, I call it as mul, and it will multiply two numbers, find the result, and return the result. Next function is diff. It will just divide these two numbers and give the result back. And the last function is mod. It will do a modulo division and return the result. So it is just a repetition of this code again and again. We have just changed the name of the function and the operator between them. That's it, right? So our initial part is over. First we have to create calc.py, write this code, save it, and store it inside our folder. Now we come to the main program. Now here you can see this main program is little lengthier because we have to go through all the choices. That is why the program is really simple. I have pushed it into two boxes because you should understand, after this print statement, okay, after this print statement, the next statement is this elif choice equal to 3. Okay, so this is one single file. I will have to give a name for this program, maybe calculator.py or maybe simple.py or first.py, anything you can give. Now in the first line, I will import the module called calc, which you have created here. Okay, so this entire function definition will come into your program. And after that, I will create a variable choice equal to 0. And then I will just print this menu for the user. So in the screen, you will see you have to press 1 to add, you have to press 2 to subtract, you have to press 3 if you want to multiply two numbers, you have to press 4 for division, press 5 to find the modulus between two numbers, and if you press 6, you will exit the program. Right? And after that it will print, please enter your choice. And whatever you enter, that will be stored into the variable choice. Assume that I want to add two numbers, so I have to go with choice 1. When it asks for the choice, I will enter 1, so 1 is stored into the variable choice. After that, I have if else if condition checks based on the value of choice. So first I will see whether choice is not equal to 6, because if the choice is equal to 6, I have to stop the program. But I have entered 1, which means the value of choice is 1. So 1 not equal to 6 is true. Now the program will ask the user to enter two numbers which will be stored into A and B, and these two numbers is going to get added. So if I enter 10 and 20, then value of A will be 10 and value of B will be 20. After that, I will run my choice check. So here you can see if I am checking if my choice is equal to 1, then this if condition check will work. If my choice is equal to 2, then the first elif will work, right? If my choice is equal to 3, the second elif is going to work. So based on the choice, only one option will be run. So right now my choice is 1. So the first if condition will evaluate to true. And inside there, I am calling my module. Inside that, the function which I want. So the module name is calc, which I have created. Now inside calc, I want the service of function sum. So this is the function that I want to execute. You see the name sum. And then I am giving the two values of A and B. So value is 10 and 20. Now this 10 and 20 will be given to num1 and num2. Now inside the function 10 and 20 will be added, 30 will be stored into num3, and now you see return num3. So value 30 will come back to this function call. So now value 30 will be loaded into variable C, and then I will print the sum is 30. Now we will take one more example to make it clear to you. Next time we will select division. Okay, so when it asks for the choice, I will enter 4. So now I will check whether choice is not equal to 6. It is true because the choice value is 4. It will ask for 2 input. Assume that I enter 10 for A and I enter 0 for B. Okay, so the value of A is 10 and value of B is 0. After that, it will go through the if elif choices. So if choice is equal to 1, this is false. If choice is equal to 2, this is false. If choice is equal to 3, this is false. If choice is equal to 4, this is true. So now the control will come into this elif statement. Now when you divide and when you do a modulo division in choice 5, you can see there is another if else condition, right? That is just to find out whether we have a divide by 0 condition. You can see any number divided by 0 is undefined, or you can say it is infinity. So basically it doesn't have a value. So if you ask Python program to divide a number by 0, it will give error. Now the error will say it is divided by 0 error or something like that will come, right? So before you call the function, you have to make sure that the value of b is not equal to 0. So that is why purposefully I made the value of b equal to 0. So now let us see, when choice is equal to 4 is true, I will come inside. In the next if condition, I will check whether value of b is equal to 0. Now here it is true because actually the value of b is 0. Now in that case, I will not call the function, because if I call the function with 10 and 0, it is going to give me error. So I will just print division by 0 error. Now if I enter 5 here, so I am trying to divide 10 by 5. Now in that case, after the choice 4 is true, it will check the value of b equal to 0. This is false. Why? Because right now the value of b is 5. So I will come to the else part. Now in else, you are calling the module calc and the function diff inside it. So now the control will come to this particular function, and I am passing two value 10 and 5. So 10 will be loaded into num1 and 5 will be loaded to num2. Then it will divide 10 by 5. The answer 2 will be stored in num3. It will return the value of num3, which is 2. And now the control will come back to the function call. The value 2 will be loaded into variable C. And now I will print the quotient is 2. So now let us run this program. Now here you can see this is the code for the module. So first I have to create the module, and then only I can create my program and use the functions defined in the module. So now I'll click save. Now inside here I have to save this particular module with a name. Any name you can give here, right? You can give any name of your choice, but the same name should be used with the import statement in your program. So we will stick to our example. So I will name it as calc.py. Okay, so now I have just saved it. You can see the name of the module is calc.py. Okay, so let it be here. I will open a new file. So now our main program is ready. You can see it is quite lengthy. I cannot show the entire code in one screen. You can download the same code from our website and check for this file name, okay, 757.py. So once you open that, you will have the same code with you. The first line you can see here, it is going to import the entire module calc. Right, and we have the module over here in which I have defined 5 functions. Right, now inside my main program I am going to call each of these functions with the module name. You can see here calc.sum, calc.sub, calc.mul. It goes like that based on the choice value that I enter. Now you should know this entire program is inside the while loop, and this while loop will keep on executing until you enter 6, because when you enter 6, this condition will come to false and your program will finish, because you want to exit. That is when you enter 6, right? So now let us run the program. Now you can see this entire print statement is printing the result in one single line, because I have asked the print statement to end each print with a space. Okay, so I have all the 6 options with me. 1 to add, 2 to subtract, 3 to multiply, 4 to divide, 5 to modulus, and 6 to exit. So first I will try to add. So I will select option 1, and then it will ask for number 1 and number 2. So right now my control is here, right? I am asking for number 1 and number 2. Now I'll enter the first number as 10 and the second number as 20. Now you can see it is printing the result sum equal to 30. So you should understand now the control went from my program to the module calc.py, and in here in this function the actual addition is happening and the result is returned to my main program, and then it is printing out. So I can see the sum is 30. Now as this entire program is inside the while loop, again the control will come back to while loop. It will just print all the options that this program gives to us. So next I will try to divide. Okay, so I will give the option as 4. Okay, and I will give the first number as 10, and I will try to divide with 0. Now you see this is an error condition, right? When you try to divide 10 by 0, Python is supposed to give an error, but I will not see the error. Why? Because inside my program itself I am checking if the value of b is equal to 0. I will just print division by 0 error. That's it, right? If b is not equal to 0, then only in the else part I will call the function. Okay, so now when I press enter, you can see the result division by 0. Now I will select the division again by entering choice as 4. This time I will give input 10 and the second number as 5. Now you can see the division happened properly and you got the result as 2. Now you can try with subtract, multiplication, modulus, right? And you can see the result will come properly. So with this example, now you should be knowing how to write your own module and how to import this module to a program that you want, and then how to use those functions defined in module inside your program. So with this program, we'll wind up this session. In this video, we are going to see some programs related to strings. Okay. Now the first program, we will see how to reverse a given string using user-defined function. Now we will be working with negative indexes. So we are going to define a function called reverse, and it accepts a string as input. Now our interpreter will go to the main program. It will start from here. Okay, so it is expecting an input. Now assume that the input that I give is the word hello. Okay, so my aim is to reverse the string and the output should come like this: O L L E H. Okay, and that should be printed out. So let us see how our program does that. So first, this word hello will be stored into variable st1. After that, I'm calling my function reverse with the value hello stored inside st1. So now the control will go to our function, and there the parameter str1 will receive the string hello, which should be reversed inside this function. Now after that, I'm creating a new variable str2 with nothing inside it. You can see it is just two single quotes. Okay, this is not a double quote, just two single quotes without a space. So we are storing a blank string into str2. So right now you can assume there is nothing inside str2. Okay, so it is blank. Now actual reversal of string happens inside this for loop. Okay, so inside the for loop you have just one statement which actually creates a reverse string, and once the for loop is finished, I will just print the reverse string which is available in str2. Now as we are trying to reverse the string, we will be working with negative indexes. Okay, you can see here -1 minus len str -1, and the step value is -1. So let us now write the negative index for this string hello. So as discussed in the previous video, if you are working with negative index, the last character O will be available at index -1. Then the next L will be available at -2, -3, E will be available at -4, and H will be available at -5. This is the index value, okay, corresponds to the string hello, which is stored inside str1. Now let us see this range operator. Okay, so this range operator starts at -1 and it goes up till minus len of str1. So now what is the length of str1? Hello has 5 characters, right? So the len is 5. So minus len is -5, and then you have -1 over here, then comma -1. So this comes to -1 comma -6 comma -1. So this is the value inside the range operator. Now why we have used this len inside here? Because based on the length of the string, our range operator has to change. Okay, so right now the length is 5. That is why we got -1, -6 and -1. Now we see what is the value that is produced by this range operator. So the first value is going to be -1 because the start value is -1, and it will go up till -5. So -5 will be the last value, and the step value is -1. So the values between this is going to be -2, -3 and -4. So here you can see this is exactly the index value that you want. You see here it goes from -1 to -5. -1 to -5 is the index value that you need to read this string in the reverse order. So now I will just replace this range with this value -1, -2, -3, -4 and -5. So now the first value -1 will be loaded into I. Control will come to the next statement, and there I will take the character of str1 with the current value of I. So you should see the value of I is -1. So we are picking the value str1 -1. Okay, so what is str1 -1? That is this character O. Okay, so now O will be concatenated. So when we are using plus with two strings, you know that this is the concatenation operation which will add two strings together. So right now str2 doesn't have anything in it, so I will just add O to it and store the result to str2 itself. So now str2 has O. So now the control will go back to 4. Now -2 will be loaded into I. This time I will be picking str1 -2. Okay, so str1 -2. So now I am picking the character at index -2. So this L will be taken. So now L will be joined with O available inside str2 now. Right, it will concatenate L and O, so that will be stored into str2. So now str2 will have O and L. So you see now it is getting reversed. Now in the third time the loop execute, -3 will be loaded into I. This time we will pick the character at -3 index location, so the next L will be taken. Now the value of str2 is O and L. Now to that we will concatenate the L which we have picked up now, so this will be added, and now the value stored in str2 will be OLL. Now this will execute 2 more times. It will take E and add it to str2, and finally it will take capital H and add it to str2, and now for loop has exhausted taking all the range values, right? So for loop will finish, the control will come to the next print statement. There I will print the reverse string is str2, so the value of str2 will be printed, and you will see this as a result. So now let us run this program. So our program is ready, so now I'll just execute it. I will enter the word hello and I'll press enter. You can see the string is reversed and it is printed out, right? So you can enter any string if you want. So I have typed Python is good and I press enter. You can see the entire sentence is reversed. The advantage of this program is that the range will adjust properly based on the length of the string. Whatever be the length of the string, your program will work properly to reverse that. So now let us continue. In the next program also we will be reversing a string using user-defined function, but there's a small difference. We will not be using a new string for doing this. Okay, so the output will be the same, but we will not be using str2 to store the reverse string and finally print it. So there is no big difference in the program. We will select one character at a time and we will just print it. That's it. This program should be easier for you, but why I am covering it, because sometimes in the question paper they can ask like do the same program without using an extra variable or without using a new string variable. So you should know how to do it. So here also we are going to enter the same input hello, and this is the negative indexes. I have just written it over here for you to understand. So now we have the function definition. You can give any name. I have given the same name reverse over here. It is expecting a string str1. Now the control will come down and here I will enter my input. You can give any input, our program will work properly, but anyway for simplicity we'll give the same input hello. It will be stored into st1. Next I call my function reverse and the value inside st1 is passed to str1. So now the value of str1 is hello and this is the negative indexes. Okay, so after that in the output you will just print the reverse string is. Okay, and followed by that we have our for loop. Now inside for loop I have only one statement. So here also the range operator works the same way. There is no difference. It will come to -1 comma length of the string is 5, so -5 -1 comma -1. So this will be -1 -6 -1. So the range will start at -1. It will stop at -5 because the stop value is -6, so it will stop at -5, and step value is -1. So these are the 5 values available inside this range. Of course I have explained the same thing in the previous program. So now -1 will be loaded into I. So I has -1, and then I'm just printing str1 at position -1. So you can see at position -1 I have O. So in the output I will just print O. So you should know I am not storing this O to another string to create a reverse string, right? As soon as I get the last character I am just printing it out. So, okay, so that is why this program doesn't use another string str2. It directly takes the character and print it. As we have to print this hello in reverse order as one single word without any spaces, I have entered my print statement with 2 single quotes. Don't confuse, this is a double quote, right? It is single quote without any space. So after printing O, the cursor will wait at next position itself. So now the control will go to for loop. Now I will get the next value from the range, which is -2. I will print str1 -2. So here you can see the next value L will be printed, and then the cursor will go to the immediate next position. I'll go back to 4 again. Now -3 will be loaded into I, and now I will print str1 -3. So now that will print the next L. The cursor will go to the next position. Again the for loop will work. -4, I will print E, and -5 I will print H, okay, and the program will stop. So here you should understand we didn't actually create a string called OLLEH. We were just picking one character at a time in the reverse order from str1 and printing it on the screen. So let us run this program. So now our program is ready. I'll just execute it. Now it is asking for the string. I will enter hello, and you can see the output is printed as OLLEH. So as far as the output is concerned, there will be no difference with the previous program, but you should understand we didn't create a string OLLEH. We were just selecting one character at a time from the input and printing it to the output in the reverse order. Okay, so based on the question, you can select which program is correct for you. Now in this slide, you can see there are two programs, program number 3 and program number 4. This program is also written to reverse a given string using user-defined function, but this is a much easier method, and here we are using the slicing operation. So in the question, if they didn't mention that you should not use any built-in function, then you can go with this option. Okay, so this is much more easier. So when I discuss about the slicing operation in built-in function for strings, where we slice without giving any starting and ending index value, just give a -1 as step value to the last parameter, this will reverse the string. Okay, you don't have to write any for loop, just write like this, str1 will be reversed. Now in the first program, we are using a new string and then printing the result, and in the second program we are not using a new string, we are just reversing and printing it. So there is no big difference between these two. So let us see the first program. I am defining my function reverse. Okay, it expects a string str1. Now we see with this one single line we are reversing the string. You just write str1, open the square bracket, you put 2 columns, and lastly you put -1. This will reverse the entire string in str1. Now how it does that, you visit my previous video with string. I have explained it clearly over there. Okay, so now the string will be reversed. So whatever string you input here, for example if you input hello, that will be sent to your function, and here, and this slicing operator applied on str1 will just reverse it, and this will be copied into str2. After that, you just have to print the reverse string is OLLEH, that is the value of str2, and your program is terminated. Now if the question says you should not use a new string, you don't have to store the result of this slicing operation into a string str2. You can directly print it, right? You print str1 : -1. This will reverse the string and it will print it straight away. So the answer will come as OLLEH, and your program will stop. So I'll just execute this first program. The second program is trivial. You can just write it and check for yourself. It will work. Okay, so let me just run this program. Alright, so our program is ready. I'll just execute it. It is asking for the string. I will enter hello, and you can see it is reversed. Okay, you can enter any string you want, right, and you press enter. You can see the string will be reversed properly by using the slicing operation on str1. So now let us continue. Now in this program we are going to check if a given string is palindrome or not. Okay, using user-defined function, which means our own function. So what do you mean by a palindrome? You can see there are some words like radar, for example. If you reverse this word, which means this R will come first, after that I will write this A, then you have D, after that you write this A, and after that the first R comes to the last. You can see once you reverse also, you get the same word, radar. Okay, so this kind of words are called palindrome. So now your program has to take an input, a string, and your program has to check whether that string is a palindrome. So how will you check that? You have to reverse the string, and you have to check whether the original string and the reverse string are same. If they are same, you can print the string as a palindrome, and if the reverse string doesn't match with the original string, then it is not a palindrome. So now let us take the example of this radar itself. So we know that it's a palindrome, and let us run through the program. So this is the function definition, and we have created a function with name palindrome. It is expecting a string in str1 to check whether it's a palindrome or not. Now our program starts from here. We have to give the input string here to check whether it's a palindrome. So I will be entering the word radar as input because I know this is a palindrome, right? So that will be stored into st, and then I will call my function palindrome with the value radar stored inside st. So now the control will go to the function and the value of st will be moved into str1. So now str1 has value radar, and as we have to reverse a string, of course we'll be working with the negative indexes. Okay, so these are the index value for the string radar. So this program, we will be using a new string to store the reverse value and to find out whether it's a palindrome or not. So this part of the program, so the first 3 lines inside this program is the same repetition of the programs that we have studied before. Okay, we are just trying to reverse a string, that's it. Now after that, I have an if-else condition, just checking whether the string 2, that is a reverse string, is equal to the original string. If it is matching, I will return 1. If it doesn't match, I will return 0. So let us visit the first 3 lines. Okay, so this is same that we have discussed before, so we don't need much of an explanation here. So first I will create a blank string str2, and this is 2 single quotes over here, so nothing is inside it. Now I will start my for loop. The range goes from -1 to the length of string -1. Okay, so the length of string here also it happens to be 5 because radar has 5 characters, so there won't be any difference. It is going to be -6 and -1, and you know now the index value is going to range from -1 to -5 according to these values. So now -1 will be loaded into I will take str1 -1, so the character available at -1 is R, right? So now R will be added to str2. Next time when the for loop runs, I will take -2 to I. This time I will take str1 -2, so that is A. Now that will be added to the existing str2 string concatenation, so I will add A after R. So once this for loop works 5 times, I will reverse the string, and that will be available inside str2. Okay, and the original string is available inside str1. Now after that, I am checking whether the string inside str2 is equal to string inside str1. Now here you can see, as it is a palindrome, the content of str2 and content of str1 are same. So this will evaluate to true. So when it evaluates to true, the control will go into the if statement. I will call return with value 1. So now when you see return, the control has to come out of the function to the function call. So the control will come back here. The returned value 1 will be loaded into variable result. Now after that, I just have an if-else statement. I will check if the result is 1. I will print the string is palindrome. So in the other case, if the content of str2 and str1 was different, in that case, the if condition check will evaluate false. Now the control will go to else, and I will return 0. In that case, 0 will be stored into result. So now when I check if result equal to 1, this will be false, and then the control will come to else, and I will print the string is not a palindrome. So this is the condition check which identifies whether it's a palindrome or whether it's not a palindrome. Okay, based on the return value, I will just print whether it's a palindrome or not. So now let us run this program. So our program is ready. I will just move it down so that you can see the entire program. All right. So now I will just execute it. First, I will enter a palindrome. I will enter radar. Okay, you can enter in small letter, no problem. So you see it reverses the string. It checks whether the original string and the reverse is same. Now in this case it is same because we know it's a palindrome, so the output is coming as the string is a palindrome. So now let me run the program again. This time I will enter something else, for example Python. Okay, we know this is not a palindrome, so the output says the string is not a palindrome, because when you reverse you are going to get NOTHYP. And then we will check whether that is equal to Python, right over here. So that will evaluate to false. I will come to else, I will return 0, and if the return value is not equal to 1, then I will print it is not a palindrome. See, as we have learned a shortcut method to reverse the string using your slicing operation, right? You can do that in this case also. You will not require this for loop, so I will just remove it. Now after that, to str2, I will just reverse the content of str1 with the slicing operator by using step value as -1. Okay, so now I'll save the program. So now you see with this one single line, you can reverse the content of str1 and store it to str2. After that, you can directly check if str2 is equal to str1, return 1, it's a palindrome, or else return 0, it's not a palindrome, right? So this program will perfectly work. So if I execute it, you can see it is asking for a string. I will enter radar, I will press enter. You can see the string is a palindrome. Now if I run the program again, if I enter some garbage value, you can see when you reverse, it's not going to match, so it says it's not a palindrome, right? So if in the question it's not mandatorily specified that you cannot use the slicing operator, you can always use this to reverse the string. So now let us continue. Now in this program also, we are going to work on palindrome itself with user-defined function, but here we are not allowed to create a new string for storing the reversed input string. But there is one more reason for us to study this program. Okay, even though the program looks a little bit more lengthier, this program is much more faster in identifying palindrome than the previous program. Why? Because if I enter a palindrome, example radar, you can see there are 5 characters in this, right? So in the previous program, if you check, the for loop has to run 5 times. Okay, but here in this program, we will change the technique in which we verify a palindrome word, and now you can see the loop has to work only n by 2 times. For example, if the size of the word is n, for example 5, that is the size of this string, you have to work the loop only 3 times until it passes the middle. So let me first explain the logic behind this program, then we go into line by line execution. So what I do here is that I will create 2 variables. The first one is called as starting index, okay, si, and the other variable is called ending index, ei. And initially I will point si to the first character and I will point ei to the last character. Now I will check whether the character that is available in the first position and the last position are same. If they are different, then this can never be a palindrome, because you see this last character is going to be the first character and then it will not match, right? So it has to be the same if it is a palindrome. Now if both of these characters are same, then what I will do, I will increase the value of si so that it points to the next character. I will decrease the value of ei so that it points to the character just before the last character. Then I will check whether they are the same. If they are same, it can still be a palindrome. If they are different, then I can stop the verification, right? Because if at these 2 positions they have different characters, then it will not be a palindrome. You can just try any string, write it in reverse order, and then you check it. It will not be a palindrome. So here also you can see the condition check evaluates to true, and after that I will increment si, it points to d. I will decrement ei, now ei also points to d. So now there is no point in checking whether d is equal to d. It will be same for sure. So now you can stop. So that is why I told you we need only 3 checks, right? You can verify a word of 5 characters to be a palindrome or not. Okay, now for example, if I have a word called Python, the starting index will point to the first character and the ending index will point to the last character. Then I will check the first character p is equal to the last character n. It is false, in which case I can stop the loop then and there, because it is sure that this will not be a palindrome. Why? Because when I reverse this word Python, the first character is going to be n, and whatever comes after that, n and p will not match, right? So this will now become a palindrome. Okay, so this is the logic that we are going to use inside this program. So that is why I told you, even though the program is a little bigger, this program is twice faster than the previous method that we have implemented to identify palindrome. So now let us see this. So now we have our function definition here. The name of the function is palindrome. It is expecting a string value in str1. Now the control will go to the next statement outside the function definition. Here I have to make an entry. So I will enter radar itself, because we are familiarized with this input and we know it's a palindrome for sure. So that is stored into st. Next, I am calling my function palindrome with the value radar stored inside st. So now this value will be passed into str1, and now our function will start. So now str1 is having value radar, and this is the positive indexes, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we will be working with positive indexes in this program. And after that, I have something called s index. So that is the variable for starting index. I will just write s index, so that is our si. Okay, so that is our starting index, and the starting index is initialized to 0 because 0 points to the first character. Now we have the next variable ending index, which I represented as ei before, so that is ending index, and ending index value is identified by length of the string minus 1. So here length of the string is 5 minus 1 is 4, so that is actually the end index value, right? So I have 4 stored inside there. Now I have a while loop, and all these statements are inside while loop. I have an if condition check here, and return 0 is inside it. So now let us start. So first it will check whether s index value, that is 0, is less than or equal to 4. So that is true. I will get into the while loop, and the first if condition checks that str1 in s index, so that is 0, str1 0, is not equal to str1 of e index. So I am checking whether this character, that is str1 0, is not equal to str1 4, because end index is 4. But you can see they are equal. So this condition will be false, so I will not return. If you return with 0, then you will print it's not a palindrome, right? But as these two characters are same, we still have a chance. We cannot say it's not a palindrome. So I will not execute return 0. I will go to the next statement where I will increase the value of s index. So now s index will become 1. I will decrease the value of e index by 1. So e index will become 3. So now I am checking this a and this a. You can see 1 and 3, right? S index is 1 and e index is 3. So now I will come back to while loop. There I will check the s index value 1 is less than or equal to e index value 3. Now again it's true. Now I will take the character from str1 at position 1 and position 3, and I will check whether they are not equal. But here you see at position 1 I have a, and position 3 I have a, so they are equal. So again this is false, so return 0 will not execute. I will increase the value of s index to 2. I will decrease the value of e index, so again e index also becomes true. I will come back here. Okay, so now I will check whether 2 is less than or equal to 2. So we have an equal to here, so this is still true. So I will check str2 is not equal to str2. So that is, we are checking whether d is not equal to d. That is definitely false, so return 0 will not execute. So now my s index will be increased by 1. E index is reduced by 1. So now the control will come back to while. So here you can check. Now s index is 3 and e index is 1. So now this condition check is false, right? So this is false now. So while loop will exit. Now if the while loop exits, then the next statement is return 1, because that's a palindrome. Now I will return 1. so the control will come back to the function call. 1 will be stored into result. Okay, now I will check if result equal to 1. I will print palindrome. So now let us execute this. Our program is ready. So this is user defined function called palindrome, and this is our main function where we are calling the function palindrome over here. Okay, so now let me run it. Now it is asking for the string. I will enter a $, and you can see the string is a palindrome. I will execute it again. Now this time if you enter any other word, you can see it says string is not a palindrome. So now let us continue. So in this program we have to print the number of words, spaces, digits, alphabets and special characters and length of the sentence that we input to the program. Okay, so we have to separate all these things and we have to count how many spaces are there in the sentence, how many numbers are there in the sentence, and how many alphabets are there, how many special characters are there, how many words are there in this sentence, right? So we will take an input like this, Sunday at 9:30 a.m. So why I select it like that? Because we have characters, we have special characters like @ we have numbers 9:30 like that, right? And we know we have 4 words inside. So we will see how our program will identify all of this, right? So this is our input and it should be provided over here in the first line itself. So Sunday at 9:30 a.m. will be stored into the variable text. Okay, so now the variable text has the string Sunday at 9:30 a.m. because I give the input like that. Now I have created many variables inside this program. The first variable is called L, then we have space, digit, alpha, special character and number of words. Okay, so the first variable L is storing the length of the text. So here it will count how many characters are there including the spaces, and altogether I have roughly seen how many characters are there and I believe it is 16. So that will be stored into L. Okay, it depends on your input. Anyway, my input, I assume we have 16 characters including the spaces. So first variable L has got its value, and after that I am initializing space, digit, alpha and spec with value 0. So initially space has value 0, digit has value 0, alpha has value 0 and spec has value 0. And after that I am running a for loop. Now inside this for loop I have this if statement, right? This much. Now inside the for loop, this control variable char will take each character from this text. So first the character S will be loaded into control variable char, and after that I will check the character that I have got is a space. Okay, so we have studied this inbuilt function eSpace, eSdigit, eSalpha, some of this in the previous video. So eSpace will return true if the character is actually a space, but right now it is S. So this built-in function will return false, and I am checking false is equal to true. So this condition will be false. Now eSdigit also will return false. eSalpha, you see the value of character is now S. Now eSalpha will check whether S is a character. Now that is true. Right, so this will return true and true is equal to true. So this condition will evaluate to true, and now I will increase the value of variable alpha by 1. So this plus equal to is like alpha is equal to alpha plus 1. Okay, so this is a shorthand method that I have written here. So now this will increase the value of alpha by 1 because I have found out an alphabet in this string, which is S. So now alpha will become 1. Okay, again the control will go back to 4. This time the control variable char will take the second character, which is U. Now U will be loaded into char, and now it will check whether U is a space, it is false. U is a digit, it is false. Now it will check U is an alphabet, it is true. So again alphabet value will be incremented. So I have found 2 alphabets in the string. Now next N will be loaded. Alright, so in this way assume that SUNDAY is finished. So now the value of alphabet will become 6 because it has identified SUNDAY as character. Now the next character that is loaded into char is space. Okay, so now space is loaded into character. Now I will check the current value of character is space. Now this will be true. In that case, I will increase the count of space variable by 1. So now I will have space value incremented to 1. Okay, next I have at the rate. So at the rate will be stored into char, and now I will check whether at the rate is space. It is false. Now I will check at the rate is digit. It is false. Now I will check at the rate is alpha. That is also false. So now I will come to else. Now if it is not space, if it is not a digit, if it is not an alphabet, then we will consider it as a special character like hash, dollar, at the rate, exclamation mark, percentage. So all those kind of characters will come to else, and there you will increase the count of special characters. So now special character will increase to 1. After that you have another space, and when you run the for loop, the space will become 2. Now this will keep on executing until you finish your entire string. Okay, so once you finish your entire string, here you can see 1, 2, 3 digits are there. So digit value will be 3. There you can see 1, 2, 3 spaces are there. So space will become 3. And how many characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters are there. So alphabet will become 8. And how many special characters are there? I have at the rate and colon. So special character will be 2. So this will be the count. So next we have to identify how many words are there in this input string Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Now we will use a built-in function called as split for this operation. Split will work on the string value stored inside text, and if you don't give any parameter for split, because you see here it is blank, then split will cut the sentence or the text value with spaces. So it will cut it over here, here, and here. Okay, and the resulting 4 strings you can see Sunday, at the rate, 9:30, and AM. These 4 strings, this is actually 4 words of this string. These 4 words will be stored into this list, word list, as separate string. So this word list will have Sunday, comma, then at the rate, then 9:30, then AM. So these 4 words will be kept as 4 different strings inside this word list, and it is done by this split built-in function. Now how split built-in function works, I have discussed with you in the previous video where we studied string built-in functions. Now we have this list called word list, which has 4 elements in it. Now we have to count how many elements this list have. Now for that we will use the inbuilt function len with parameter word list. So len will count how many elements are there in this list. So it will count 1, 2, 3, 4, and that will be stored into the variable word. So now variable word has value 4 because our text has 4 separate words in it. And how we separate a word? By seeing the spaces. Now after that it's very simple. It's a bunch of print statement where we will print the output of each of these variables. Okay, we say the total length of the input string is 16, number of spaces in this sentence is 3, then number of words is 4, number of digits is 3, number of alphabets is 8, number of spaces is 3, and special characters is 2. Okay, so now let us run the program and see the result. Alright, our program is ready. So here you can see we have just initialized all our variables. Now this for loop will check whether we have a space, a digit, an alphabet, or a special character inside the text that I am going to input. And here I will separate the text based on the space, and then I will count how many words are there in this list. So I will get the word count, and after that I'm just printing all the variables that I have found out in this program. So now let me run it, and now I will enter the same input string Sunday at space 9:30 AM. Okay, so now let me run it. Now here you can see total length of string is 16 including the spaces, okay, and number of words is 4 because we split the statement based on spaces, okay. So we have 4 pieces, so that is why we say we have 4 words. Now there are 3 digits, you can see 9, 3 and 0. We have 8 alphabets, you can count that. Now we have 3 spaces, one is here, one is here and one is here, okay, and we have 2 special characters, @ and colon. Now if I run the program again and I give the input as Python is great, okay, and I press enter, you can see there is total of 15 characters. There are 3 words, okay, in this statement, and there are no digits. There are 13 alphabets, 2 spaces, and there is no special characters, okay. So our output is correct. Now in this program we will learn how to delete all occurrences of a character from a string using user-defined function. So we have to write our own function. Now we have a function called delete_char, okay, and it is expecting 2 input. It should have a string and it should have a character which will be deleted from the string. So if I have the input, for example radar, and if I give the character to be deleted as A, then the output should have only R, D and R because this 2A will be deleted. Okay, so that's our aim. So now let us start. So after the function definition, it will come to the next line in the main program. Now here you have to enter the string. So I will enter the string as radar. Okay, so that will be loaded into variable st. And now next it is asking enter the character to be deleted. Okay, so I will enter A because there are 2 A's and I want to delete both. So now A will be stored into ch, and after that I'm calling the function delete_char with st and ch. Okay, so now these 2 values will be passed into the function. Now str1 has value radar and char has value A. So now I'll create a blank string str2. So this is going to be our output and nothing is there inside it. Now for C in str1, so str1 is radar, so the first character R will be loaded into C. Now inside the for loop, now the first if condition check will see whether the value of C, that is R, is not equal to char. So char is A, you can see here, right? Now this is true because R is not equal to A. Then what I will do, I will add the value of C into string 2. So value of C is R. Right now we don't have anything in string 2, so I will just concatenate R to that. So now string 2 will have R. Now for loop will continue. It will take the next value A into C. Okay, so here I will check A not equal to A. So right now this is false. So when it is false, it will come out of if. So this character A will not be added to str2. This statement will not work. I will come back to 4 again. Next D will be loaded into C. Now I will check whether D not equal to A. This is true. So I will come into if statement. I will add D to str2. So right now str2 already has R. So it will concatenate R and D and it will be stored into str2. So the output will be RD. So now you see A is not coming in the output. So the next character A will be loaded. So this time this condition will be false. It will not be added to str2. And finally R will be loaded. At that time it will be true. It will be loaded into str2. So now str2 has RDR. And finally you will print the new string without A is RDR. So we have just removed both A's from radar and we have printed the result. So now let us run the program. So now our program is ready. I will just execute it. Now I will enter the string as radar and I have to delete all A's from radar. So here you can see the output is just RDR. Okay, so now I'll run the program again. I will enter radar itself, but this time I will try to delete R. Okay, so the answer has to be just ADA. So here you can see it has deleted both R's from radar and they got the result as ADA. So now let us continue to the last program. Now in this program we have to find the sum of digits which is embedded in a sentence. Okay, so your job is to read the sentence, So inside the sentence you will have characters, numbers, everything mixed up. You have to identify the numbers within the sentence, and then you have to add each digit inside the sentence and find the result. Okay, now for example, if I give a sentence as input here, time is 8:45 a.m. You can see in this sentence there are three numbers. We have 8, 4 and 5. So you have to add 8, 4 and 5, and the result 17 should be printed as the answer. Now the first problem that you have to solve is this entire thing is stored inside memory as a string. So you should understand this 8, 4 and 5, everything is stored as a string. Now you cannot add or multiply or divide string values, right? So inside the program you have to understand whether it's a digit. If it's a digit, you have to convert that to a number, okay? Or specifically you have to convert it to an integer value, and then only you can add it with other numbers. Okay, so we have to do that function also inside the program. So now let us start. So now let us say this is the input that you give. Okay, time is 8:45 a.m. and that is stored into str1. Now I have a variable sum and the initial value is 0. Now I am going to take one character at a time from str1, which is having value time is 8:45 a.m. Okay, and I will load that character into control variable ch. So first you can see t is loaded into ch. Now inside for loop I have two statements. Now the first if condition check will identify whether ch, the value of ch, which is t, is digit. Now right now this is false, right? Because it is not a digit, it is an alphabet. Alright, so this will return false. Now false equal to true will return false. So I will not add t into the sum because that is an alphabet. I cannot do that. Alright, so similarly when I take I, M, E space, I, S space, the same thing is going to happen. Right, is digit will always return false, and this condition check will return false. So now let us see the situation in which this 8 is loaded into ch. So now the if condition check will see whether 8 is a digit. This is true. True equal to true becomes true. Okay, so now I have to add 8 to the sum value, but you see the problem with this 8 is that this 8 is a string. It is not a number. So that is why I am using this int function to convert the value of 8 from string to an integer so that I can add it to the existing sum. So I will convert the character 8 into a number 8 using this int typecasting function. Then integer 8 is added to sum, right? So now sum has value 8. Next I have colon. So colon will not be accepted because it is not a digit. After that I will load 4. So next I will check 4 is a digit. That is true. So true equal to true. That is again true. So this entire condition will evaluate to true. Now I will convert 4 to integer, and sum already have value 8. I will add 4 to 8 and store it into sum. So 12 will be the new value of sum. After that 5 will be loaded to ch. So now I will check whether 5 is a digit. It is true. So this entire condition evaluates to true. Now the value of sum is 12. Now 5 is a string. I will convert that to integer and add it to 12. So you will get value 17 that will be stored into sum. After that I will take a and m. So this condition will evaluate to false, so the addition will not happen. Now when the string is exhausted, your for loop will finish, and then you will print the sum of digits is 17. So now let us run this program. Alright, so our program is ready. I will just execute it and I will run. Time is 8:45 now. Okay. So anyway, whatever you can enter, it is going to accept only the numbers and add it. Okay, so now when I press enter, you can see the sum of digits in this sentence is 17, because when you add 8, 4 and 5, you will get 17. Okay, so I can run it again, and time now is 22:30. Okay. Okay, so let's say we are running a 24 hours clock. So I press enter. So here you can see sum of digit is 2 plus 2, 4 plus 3, 7. So with this, we'll wind up this session. In this video, we'll be studying about various list manipulation programs. In this program, we'll create a list where we can enter n number of students' marks into it, and we will also have a user-defined function which will calculate the average marks for all those students. So inside the program, you can see we have defined a new function called compute average, which is expecting a list of all the marks obtained by the students, and n is the number of student marks which is available inside list 1. Now the control will go to the first statement outside the function definition. There I am creating a new empty list. So there is no value right now available inside list 1. After that, the user will be asked to enter the number of students. For example, if I enter 5, the variable n will have value 5. After that, you can see we have a for loop which will accept 5 marks and it will be appended or entered into list 1. Okay, so that we have some value inside list 1. So this for loop we will be using for all the programs that we are going to study in this session. So I'll be explaining the working of this for loop only in this program, because in the subsequent program we are going to use the same method to enter value from keyboard into your list. We have a for loop with control variable I, and it works with range with value n. So right now the value of n is 5. So now we can understand the value available inside this range is from 0 to 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4, right? Because the value of n is 5. So initially the first value 0 will be loaded into I. So I will have value 0, and then the for loop will start. First it will print enter the mark of student I plus 1. So why I have used I plus 1 over here? Because otherwise first time it will print enter the mark of student 0, because value of I is 0. So that is little awkward, right? Because we don't have a student 0. So always a student starts from 1, 2, 3 up till 5, but the index value runs from 0 to 4. So that is why we have used I plus 1 here. So when I print this statement, the output will go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I know that I am entering marks for my first student, second student, and when I enter the marks for the fifth student, the for loop will finish. Now the next statement, I will take the mark as input and it will be stored into the variable called mark. Now for example, if I enter 80, that is a mark for the first student, it will be stored into the variable mark, and using the append function on list 1, I will enter mark 80 as the first element into the list. So now into my list, the first element 80 is entered. Now the control will go back to for loop and I will get the next value 1 into it. So the value of I will become 1. So now you see when the value of I is 1, actually we are taking the input for our second student. So this print statement will print enter the mark of student I plus 1. So 2 will be printed. So when it is printed, it will be logical to us. Now I will enter the marks belonging to my second student. For example, if I enter 70, it will be stored into variable mark, and then I will append 70 to the existing list 1. So now the next value available inside the list will be 70. Now again the control will go to the for loop. Now next value from the range will be taken and loaded into I. So the value of I will be 2 now. It will print enter the marks for the third student. And now if I enter mark 60, that will be stored into mark, and then it will be appended to the existing list. So 60 will be added. Now similarly, for loop will run 2 more times for index 3 and index 4. Right? So totally it will run 5 times. I can enter 5 marks, and assume that if I enter marks 50 and 40 for student number 4 and 5, my list 1 will be like this. Now with the help of this for loop, I have taken the input from the keyboard one at a time, and I have added it to the list, so that finally I will generate the list that I want to process in my program. So we will be using the same concept of this for loop to create the list for all the subsequent programs that we are going to see in this video. In the next statement, I am trying to calculate the average using the user-defined function compute average, and I will be sending the content of list 1 and the value of n as arguments to the parameters. So now the control will come to the function definition. So now the list 1 parameter will have this content 80, 70, 60, 50 and 40, and n has value 5. Now this function is trivial. It is just going to take one value from the list, add it to a total. Once the cumulative sum is available inside this variable total, we will just divide it by 5, so I will get the average. Okay, so let us see how that happens. So first I have a variable called total, and initially the value is 0. The for loop will select each value from list 1 and load it to variable mark. So first value 80 will be loaded into variable mark. Okay, and now the new value of total is identified by adding the current value of total with mark. Okay, so I will add 80 plus 0, so 80 will be obtained, and that will be loaded into total. So total now has value 80. Now the control will go back to 4 again. Now it will take the next value 70 and load it to the control variable mark. So this time you can see it will add 80 and 70 together, and the result 150 will be stored into the variable total. Now this for loop will work 5 times because we have 5 elements inside the list, and once the for loop is finished, it will add all these values and the result will be available inside the variable total. Now in the next line, I will calculate the average. I will just divide the value of total by n. N is total number of students, which is 5. So I will divide total by 5. I will get the result into a variable called average, and then I will return the value of average. So now the control will come back to the function call, and the value that you have returned will be copied into the variable average. And after that, I will just print average of 5 student is, then whatever is the average that your program has identified, that will be printed over here. So now let us run the program. So now our program is ready. So this is our user-defined function which will find the average of all the elements in the list. And here we have the main program, and in this for loop we will be accepting 5 numbers and we will be appending each number to the existing list one at a time. Okay, so finally we will have the list with 5 elements inside it. After that, I will call my function compute average to find the average, and when the result comes back, I will print it in the main program itself. So now let me run it. So now it is asking how many students are there. So I will enter 5. Now you see it is asking to enter the mark of student 1, right? That is why we have used I plus 1 here. If I simply use I, then it will be printed like enter the mark of student 0. Right, so that is a little awkward. So the index value of the list runs from 0 to 4, but actually when you have to print something on the screen, it is better you print from 1 to 5. Okay, so you can refer this is student 1, student 2 up till student 5. Okay, so that is why we have used I plus 1 over here. So now here I will enter 80. Now this value 80 is appended into list 1, and I am back at the for loop again, and it has printed enter the mark for student 2. Okay, so now I will enter 70. Next I will enter 60 for student 3, then 50 for student 4, and 40 for student 5. And now you can see the average of 5 student marks is 60 because we have entered marks like that. If you find the average of 80, 70, 60, 50 and 40, you can see the average comes to 60. Now you can use this program to enter n number of students. Okay, so if I run the program for entering marks for 10 students, now this for loop will run 10 times accepting 10 student marks. Okay, I will quickly enter the marks: 34, 56, 34, 567, 45, 56, 35, 89. So this is the last student. Okay, 57, and you see the average has gone to 103 because I made a wrong entry over here because one of the marks was really huge. You see it was 570. 67. Okay, so anyway, the program is working properly. It has just found the average of all the 10 student marks and it has printed out the result as 103. So now let us continue to the next program. Okay, this program has to search a number in the list. If it is present, then it has to return the position where the number is available. Otherwise, it just have to return a message saying that the value that you are searching for is not available in the list. Okay, and we have to use user-defined function to achieve this, which means we have to write our own function to search through the list and print the result accordingly. So we have written a function which is called search itself. So that's the name of the function. It expects a list and a key value which you have to search inside list 1 to find it or not. So now the control will come to the next statement outside the function definition. Now here also I have created a blank list. Now the next statement, program will ask how many number you want to enter. Okay, so that is the size of the list. So for example, I can give here 5 itself. So the value of n will be 5. Now after that, print the number of list. So again, we have the for loop here, which will input 5 elements into the blank list 1. As I have explained the working of this for loop in the previous program, I'm not going to discuss it now. So just understand this for loop will work n times, so that is 5 times, and each time it will get a value from the keyboard, it will add, which means it will append it to the existing list value. Now for example, if I enter 5 values like this, now list 1 will have this contents. Okay, for example, I will say 12, 5, 13, 69 and 8. Okay, so these are the 5 numbers that I have entered, and my for loop has created list 1 by appending each number one at a time to this list. So now for loop is finished. After that, I have to enter a key. So this key value, I am going to search whether that is available inside the list. So we will enter the key value as 69. So I have to search whether 69 is available inside list 1. If it is available, then I have to get the position value where 61 is available inside the list. If 69 is not available, then I will get a message saying that 69 is not present inside the list. But now we have selected 69 because we know that it is available inside the list, so that we are expecting the position value. So now 69 will be stored into variable key. So key has value 69, and after that I am calling my function search with list 1 and key. Okay, so now the control will come to our function called search. So now list 1 has this values inside it, and key has value 69. Now inside the function, you can see we have a for loop. Now this for loop job is to find out whether this key is available inside list 1. So now first I will create a range operator with start value as 0 and stop value as length of the list. So here you can see length of the list is 5. So this range operator will go from 0 to 5. So the actual value inside the range is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4, because that is the actual index value of the list. So 12 is available at index 0, 5 is available at index 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so these are the index value available with list 1. Now after that, the first index value 0 will be loaded into control variable I. So now I has value 0, and there I will check whether list 1 of I, so right now the value of I is 0, is equal to key. Now what is the value of key? That is 69. We are searching for 69. So now you see the value of list 1 with index value 0 is 12. So 12 is equal to 69. Now this is false. So now this return statement will not be executed. Now the control will go back to 4 again. Next value from the range, that is 1, will be loaded into I. Then I will check whether list 1 of 1 is equal to 69. So right now 5 is available at index value 1. So here I am checking whether 5 equal to 69. Again it is false. I will go back to 4. I will load the next value from the range, which is 2, into I. Okay, so now list 1 of 2 equal to 69. You can see the value available at index 2 is 13. So 13 equal to 69 is again false. I will come back to 4. Now I will load the range value 3 into control variable I. So now I am checking whether list 1 of 3 is equal to 69. You can see the value at index 3 is actually 69. So this will be 69 equal to 69. Now you can see this is true. And when the if condition is true, I will return with the position I. So right now you can see the value of I is 3. So now this return statement will be executed with value of I. So right now value of I is 3. So the control will come back to the function call. Now you see the for loop didn't finish, but still you are returning back because your job is done. You identified 69 is actually present inside the list, so you don't have to complete the for loop to search the subsequent terms. Once return is encountered, the control will come out, and now the value 3 will be loaded into result. Now I will check if result is not none. Now we can see the result has value 3, so it is not equal to none. Right, so this will be true. So now I will print key value 69 is present in position result plus 1. So I will print here 4. Why? Because you see 69 is actually available in the 4th position. If the question says you have to print the index value, then you have to print 3. But if the question says you have to print the position value, then position always starts with 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Alright, so you just have to add 1 before you print the result. So now it will print 69 is available at position 4 in list 1. Now you will have a bit confusion here. Why I am checking whether result is not none? It is because I have one more return statement here which returns none, and this return statement is executed if the key was not found out inside list 1. For example, if I was searching for value 100, which means the value of key which I am searching inside list is 100. You can see 100 is not available inside list 1. In that case, this for loop will work 5 times, searching for each value inside list 1. Okay, list 1 with different indexes. It will check whether the value is equal to 100. So each time it will be false, right? So 5 times you will get false. So this return statement will not get executed. So once the for loop is finished without executing this return statement, it means that the key which you are searching for inside the list is not available in the list. So in that case, you will call this final return statement and you will be returning the value none. So in that case, none will be loaded into the variable result. So now the if condition check, you can see if result is not none. So this will be false if result is actually none. So the control will come to else and you will print the key value 100 is not present in the list because your function search returned none as the result. So now let us run the program. So now our program is ready. You can see here, this is a search function which will identify whether key is available inside list 1. Okay, and here we have the main program, and this is the for loop which will enter elements into the list, and this is where we enter the value key which we have to search in the list, and this is where we call the function. So now let us run this. So how many numbers you want to enter to the list? So if you enter 10 here, then your list will be accepting 10 numbers into it. So I will enter 5 itself. So now it is asking the 5 elements that you have to enter to the list. So I will enter 45, 34, 2, 13 and 6. Now it is asking for the number that is to be searched. So this number is going to be stored into the key value. So I have these numbers available inside the list. So I will enter 34. We know that 34 is available at position 2. Okay, so now I will hit enter. So now you can see the result, key value 34 is present in position 2. So you should understand, actually this function has returned with value 1 because index value of 34 is 1. Right? So while printing the result, I have just added the value of result, which is I, with 1 so that the position will make sense. Okay, so that is the second position term. So the program was able to identify 34 at second position inside the list. Now let me run the program again. This time I will enter 5 element to the list. So now I will enter a number which is not available inside the list. For example, I will try to find out 100 inside this list. Okay, so now we know that it's not available. Now you see the program finds it. Key value 100 is not present in the list. And why it is printed like that? For loop was not successful in identifying 100 inside the list. So finally your function search return none. Right? So none is stored into this variable result, and here I am checking whether result is not none, so this will be false. I will come to else, and here I will print key value 100 is not present in the list. Okay, so that's the result. So now let us continue to the next program. In this program we have to separate odd and even numbers from a list into two separate lists. So we have a user-defined function here, and the name of the function is separator. It will accept a list. It will read each numbers from this list. If it's an even number, it will be added to a list called even list, which I have represented in here as elist. And if the number is an odd number, it should be added to odd list. Okay, I have represented it as O list over here. So now the program starts from here. So the left side I have just put the function definition. On the right side we have the main program. So here the program starts. First I am creating a blank list. After that I will print how many numbers you want to print in the list. If I enter 5, that will be stored into variable n. So n will have value 5. Now it will print enter the number to the list. Now this for loop, as we have discussed before, it will accept 5 numbers from the keyboard and it will append it to list 1. So once this for loop is done, we will have 5 value inside list 1. So I will just write it over here because this is where we are going to process it. So let's say these are the values that we enter into list 1. Now after that I will print the original list is list 1. So again in the terminal we will just print the values of list 1. So it will be printed like 10, 13, 7, 8 and 6. And then we are calling our function separator with the argument list 1. So now the control will come to our function definition. So now list 1 have these values inside it, 10, 13, 7, 8 and 6. Now I have created 2 blank lists called elist and odd list. One is for storing all the even numbers from list 1. The other one is going to store all the odd numbers from list 1. So now we have a for loop. This is where we separate even and odd numbers and add it to respective list. So now inside for loop I have an if condition. Now we have discussed this before. Whenever you have to separate even and odd numbers, always remember use modulo division by 2. Okay, so if a number perfectly divides by 2, which means remainder is equal to 0, in that case the number is an even number. So if this condition is true, then it's an even number inside the variable num. If this condition is false, then it's an odd number. Okay, so for odd numbers the else condition will work, and for even numbers the if condition will work. So now let us start. So first the value 10 will be loaded into control variable num. Now inside if condition check we will see whether 10 modulo 2 is equal to 0. You can see 2 perfectly divides 10, so the remainder is 0. So 0 equal to 0 is true. So now we can understand 10 is an even number. So now I will add 10 to elist. So now 10 will be added into elist. Now the control will come back to 4. Now the next value 13 will be loaded into num. So now I will check 13 modulo 2. So when you divide 13 by 2 you will get remainder 1, and 1 equal to 0 is false. So now the control will come to else because 13 is an odd number, and now you are appending 13 into O list. So now the odd list will have the first value entered as 13. So now the next value 7 will be loaded into num. 7 modulo 2 equal to 0 is false. Control will come to else. So now 7 will be appended into O list. So the next value 7 will be added to O list. Now 8 will be loaded into num. This time the if condition check will be true. So 8 will be loaded into E list. So 8 will be member of E list now. Now the last element 6 will be loaded into num, and now I will check whether 6 modulo 2 is equal to 0. That is true. So now 6 will be appended into E list, and now my for loop will finish because I have just picked up all the values from list 1. So now this is the content of E list and this is the content of O list. So after that I just need to print both of them. Okay, so the even number list is A list, so it will print 10, 8 and 6, and the odd number list is O list. It will print 13 and 7. So now let us run this program. Alright, now our program is ready. You can see this is our function called a separator, which will separate the values inside list 1 into even list and odd list. And here we have our main program, which creates an empty list, then fix the size of the list and enters value into the list using for loop one at a time. And then in the main program I will just print the content of original list, and after that I will call the function separator to segregate even number and odd number into separate list. So now let us run the program. So now it is asking how many numbers you want to enter to the list. So I will say 6 so that I can enter 6 numbers into the list. Okay, so I will give 2, 5, 7, 13, 6 and 8. Let me just expand it. So this is the output. So here you can see I enter 6 value into the list. Okay, 2, 5, 7, 13, 6 and 8. So this is the original list. You can see all the 6 values inside it, and our function has separated even and odd numbers and printed out. So you can see the even number list has value 2, 6 and 8, and odd number list has the rest of the value 5, 7 and 13. So now this program has successfully separated even and odd numbers into different lists. So now let us continue. In this program, we are asked to find the largest and the second largest number from a list without using sort function. So now here you can see the program is little lengthier because we are not allowed to use the sort function. If you are allowed to use the sort function, then this program is really simple. Once you get the list, you just have to call the sort function on the list. So the content of the list will be sorted out in ascending order. And after that, if you want to print the largest number, print the last number in the list. And if you want to print the second largest number, you print the second last element in the list. Alright, so this program will become far more simple if we were allowed to use sort function. But if you get a question like this where you are not allowed to use sort function, which means you have to write your own function to find the largest and the second largest number, then we have to proceed like this. So let us see how it's done. So we have a user defined function over here. It is called as first sec, and it expects a list to find the largest and the second largest element in this list. So on the left side we have the function definition, and on the right side we have our main program. So our main program starts from here. We create a blank list. See, the first few statements is common for almost all the programs that we are studying now. So initially we will create a blank list, then we will ask what is the size of the list you want. So for example, if I enter 5, after that the for loop will work 5 times so that you can enter 5 elements into the list, and then you will just print the original list, and after that you call the function to do whatever you want. Now let us say this is the values that are available inside list 1 that is passed to the function definition. Okay, so inside my function definition, list 1 has values like this. So now you can see, according to this value, the output that we are expecting, the largest number is 9 and the second largest number is 6. Okay, so that is the output that we want to generate from this function. So let us see how it is done. So first I will create 2 variables, flar, which stands for first largest number, and the second variable slar, which stands for second largest number. So initially I am loading the first value of the list. 3 is available at index value 0. Then you have index value 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so these are the index value for this list. So now the value available at index value 0 is loaded into flar and slar. Okay, so right now the value of flar is 3 and the value of slar is also 3. Now after that you can see we have two for loops. Okay, that is for loop number 1, this is for loop number 2. The job of the first for loop is to identify the first largest number, and the job of the second for loop is to identify the second largest number. So now let us see how the first for loop works and find the largest number from this list. Now inside the for loop we have a control variable num. It takes one value at a time from list 1. So these are the values available in list 1. So initially value 3 will be loaded into num. So now I will check whether the value of num, which has value 3 now, is greater than flar. So here you can see this is false because both of them are equal now. So the next statement belongs to if, so it will not be executed because this condition is false. So now the control will go back to 4. It will load the next value 9 into num. Okay, so now it will check whether 9 is greater than 3. Now you see this is true. So in which case I have found a value which is bigger than the current value of flar. So I will copy value 9 into flar. So now flar has the bigger value stored inside it. So now the control will come back to 4 again. Now it will load the next value 6 into num. So now I will check whether 6 is greater than 9 because that is the current value of flar. Now this is false. So now the control will go back to 4 again. The next value 5 will be loaded. I will check whether 5 is greater than 9. Again it is false. Okay, so the control will come back to 4. Now 2 will be loaded to num, and now I will check 2 is greater than 9. Again it will be false. So now our for loop is done because all the elements inside the list is taken. And now you see what is the value of flar. It is 9. That is the largest element available inside the list. Okay, so the first for loop has done its job. So now we go to the next for loop. Now we see we are running the same logic inside this for loop, but we have a small difference here. We will copy the value of num into slar if num is greater than slar, just like previous for loop, and num is not equal to flar. So the thing is that I will not consider 9 while I am running this if condition. So the logic of this for loop is that, so this if condition will work for all the numbers except 9. So it is as good as removing this 9 from this list and then finding out which is the largest element. Okay, so now we can see 6 will be identified as the largest element, and now we can print 6 is the second largest element. So now let us see how it works. Our second for loop is going to start. Now before that, flar already has value 9 because that is identified from the first for loop. Now slar initial value is 3, that is provided in this statement, and num is a control variable inside for loop, and it is going to get one value at a time from list 1. So first value 3 will be loaded into num. Now it will check whether 3 is greater than 3, slar is 3, and 3 is not equal to 9 because that is the value of flar. Now you can see the first condition is false. Okay, so this statement inside if will not be executed. Now the control will go back to 4. Next time 9 will be loaded into num. Now I will check whether 9 is greater than 3. You see this is true. But when you check the next condition, the value of num now is 9. 9 not equal to 9. This will give false. So this entire condition will become false. So 9 will not be stored into slar. So now the control will come back to 4. The next value 6 will be loaded into num. So now you check 6 is greater than or equal to 3 and 6 not equal to 9. You can see the first condition is true because 6 is greater than 3, and the second condition 6 not equal to 9 is also true. So this condition will evaluate to true. So now I will copy value 6 into SLR. So now SLR will have value 6. So right now the value of SLR is 6. After that 5 will be loaded into num. So that's the next value. So now if I check whether 5 is greater than 6, it will give false. So I don't have to check the other part, because if you have AND operator, if any one side is false, the result is going to be false. So the statement will not work. I will come back to 4 again. The next value 2 will be loaded to num. I will check whether 2 is greater than 6. Again, that is false. So this statement will not work. Now the for loop is finished. It has taken all the value from list 1. Now I have to just print the largest number is FLAR, so that is 9, and the second largest number is SLAR, that is 6. Okay, so now you can see we got the right output. This is the largest element, this is the second largest element. So now let us run this program. So our program is ready. You can see this is our function definition up till here. This is our main program where we accept the values into the list. And this is where I call the function first sec with the value inside list 1. So the control will come to here to my function definition, and there the first for loop I will find the largest number into FLAR, and in the second for loop I will ignore FLAR, and with the other value I will find the largest value, so that will be the second largest value in the list, and it will be stored into SLAR. And then I will just print the value of FLAR and SLAR as the largest and second largest number. So now let us run this. So how many numbers you want to enter into the list? You can enter 7 if you want. So now I will just enter some random values into my list. So now this is the value that I have given into the list. Now you can see the largest value inside this list is 55. So our program is identifying it. And the second largest number available inside this list is 45, and our program is printing it. In this program, we will study how to delete duplicate elements from a list without using any built-in function. Okay, so we have to write our own user-defined function which will read the entire content of the list, and if a value is repeating again, that should be removed. For example, if I have a list with values like this. Now if this is the input list, I will call it as list 1. Now I will prepare the output list called list 2. And what I'm going to do in this program is that I will just copy one value at a time into this list 2. And when I copy, I will just make sure that element is not available in list 2, then only that element will be copied. Otherwise, I will just skip that element. So first 3 will be copied because it is not available in list 2. After that 4 will be copied. After that 6 will be copied. And now we come to the next 4. So this 4 is our duplicate element, right? So when I try to copy this 4, I will check whether 4 is already available in list 2. So here you can see 4 is already available. So I will not copy. I will just skip. I will go to the next element 7. I will copy it. Now our list 1 is finished. And my program will terminate by printing the value of list 2, because you can see there is no duplicate element inside list 2. So now let us see how it is done. So our program starts from here. This is where we have defined our function. The name of the function is duplicate, which will identify duplicate elements in list 1. It will remove those duplicate elements and create a new list with name list 2. We'll come to the main program. I'll create a blank list over here. The name of the list is list 1. We will accept the input into this list 1. Now the next statement, I will print how many numbers you want inside the list. Now that value will be stored into n. Now it will print enter the number to the list, and using this for loop, you can enter n number of terms into list 1 using built-in function append. Okay, so we have seen this in the previous program, you know this. After that, we will just print the original list. So whatever content you have entered into the list will be printed out again. Now I will call the function duplicate with argument list1. So now the control will come to our user-defined function. Assume that this is the value that you have entered into the list using the keyboard. Okay, so right now list 1 has value 3, 4, 6, 4, 7, and our aim is to remove the second duplicate element 4 from this list. Now let us see how duplicate function does the job. So now list 1 have this value inside it. Okay, 3, 4, 6, 4, 7. Inside the function I'll create a new list. Okay, so that is called list 2 and it's a blank list. So right now there is nothing inside list 2. Okay, it's blank. And now we have a for loop which will accept one value at a time from list 1. Now inside the for loop I have an if condition which will check whether the current value which I got from list 1 is not in list 2. So you see this condition will be true only if the value that you got from list 1 is not available in list 2. Okay, so if that value is not available, then only I will append the value of num into list 2. So now you can see this append function is inside your if statement, and inside for loop we have these two statements. Okay, so now let us see how it works. So once this for loop starts, we have our control variable num which takes value from list 1. Okay, so these are the values available in list 1. So first value 3 will be loaded into num. Okay, so now if I write num over here, the value of num initially is 3. Now I will come to the if condition. It will check whether 3 not in list 2. Now you can see list 2 is blank, nothing is inside it. So if I check whether 3 is not in list 2, it is true because list 2 is blank now. So I will execute next statement, and now the value of num, that is 3, will be appended to list 2. So 3 will be entered into list 2. So now the control will come back to 4. Now the next value 4 will be loaded into control variable num. So the value of num will become 4. So now it will check whether 4 not in list 2. So right now list 2 has only value 3. So value 4 is not available inside it, right? So this condition check again will be true. I will come into the append function. There I will add value 4, that is a value of num, to list 2. So now 4 will be added to list 2. Now the control will come back to 4 again. Now 6 will be loaded into num. So num has value 6 now. Now it will check whether 6 is not available in list 2. Okay, that is true, but 6 is not there in list 2. So again this condition is true. Now value 6 will be appended into list 2. So 6 will be added. Now we have our duplicate term. So next our duplicate item 4 is loaded into num. Okay, so right now the value of num is 4. Now it will check 4 not in list 2. This will return false. Why? Because list 2 now has 4 inside it. So now this if condition will return false. Okay, so now this append function will not work for 4. So now you can understand the second 4 will not be copied into list 2. So now the control will go back to 4 again. It will copy the last element in list to num. Now the value of num will become 7. The condition will check 7 not in list 2. Now again it's true. Why? Because you see list 2 there is no 7 inside it. So now 7 will be appended into list 2. So 7 will be added. Now the for loop will terminate because all elements inside list 1 is taken. Now outside the for loop I will print the final list, that's the content of list 2. So it will print 3, 4, 6 and 7. So in this way you can remove the duplicate element from a given list without using inbuilt function. So now let us run the program. Now our program is ready. You can see this is the function definition for, and using this for loop and if condition check, we will remove the duplicate element when each element is moved from list 1 to list 2. And in the main program, you can see we have created the blank list. We will enter how many elements you want to enter into list. Now using this for loop, you will enter the value into list 1. Okay. And then it will just print the content of list 1 once again for us to understand what values you have entered. And then you will call the duplicate user-defined function with argument list 1. So now the control will come to this function, and inside function we will remove the duplicate element of list 1 and create list 2. So now let us run this. So how many numbers you want to enter to the list? You can say I will enter 6 elements, and now you can enter elements. So make sure that some of the elements are duplicated. So 5 I will enter again, 4 and 5, and one more number I will enter, maybe 9. So here you can see the original list is 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 9. So here in this list, the second 4 is a duplicate element. Okay, because 4 is coming twice, and the next element 5 is also a duplicate element because 5 is also repeating. So in the output you can see now I have removed the second 4 and second 5. So the content of the output is having only 3, 4, 5 and 9, okay, without any repetition. Now let me run the program again. Now for example, you can enter 7. Now I will repeat the same elements inside the list again and again. Okay, so we can enter 4 many times. So here you can see I entered 4 7 times inside the list. So this is the original list where you can see 4 is coming 7 times. And in the final list, I have removed all the duplicates. So which means I have to copy only the first 4. Right? After that, the entire content of this list is a repetition of the first element. Okay, so you can see the final list has only one value 4. Now let us continue to the next program. Now in this program, we will study how to insert an element into list at a given position without using built-in function. Okay, so we have to use user-defined function for this program also. So let me explain to you what this program does. So we have an input list called list1 and assume that it has some values like this: 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So list 1 has 5 elements inside it. Now after that, our program will ask what value you want to insert into the list. Okay, so if you enter 10, and then our program will ask what position you have to insert it. So if you insert it at 2, so you should understand position value starts at 1. Okay, index value starts at 0. Position, we will assume it is starting at 1. So this is position 1, this is position 2. So value 10 has to be inserted between this 3 and 4 so that 10 will be available at position 2. So after the program finishes, your list 1 should be like this: 3, and after that at position 2, 10 should be inserted, and starting from 4 until the end of the list should be pushed one place to the right. So 4 will be available at position 3, 5 will be available at position 4, 6 and 7. So this should be the output of our program. So the input is just a list with some values. After that, you have to enter what value you want to insert into the list at what position. So let's see how our program does that. Now our program starts. You can see we have a function definition here. The name of the function we have used is insert. Now it is expecting a list, it is expecting a value, and it is expecting a position number. Now the purpose of this function is to insert this value v at position p into list 1. So now the control will come to the next statement outside the function definition. So our program will start from here. I create a blank list, list 1, and then I will enter how many numbers you want to enter to the list. That will be stored into n. Using this for loop, I will enter 5 elements to the list if value of n is 5, and I will just print the original list is list 1 so you can understand that are the values that you have entered. Now in the next line, you have to give an input for this value val. Okay, so this is the value that you're going to insert into list 1. So here you can see enter the value to be inserted. So here you can give the input as 10, and next you have position, okay, POS, and there the program will ask enter the position. So here you can input as 2. So which means that in list 1 I have to insert value 10 at position 2. Now to do that, I will call the function insert with the value of list 1, val and POS. Okay, now the control will be moved to the function definition, and here I will just write the value of list 1, v and p so that when we work through the function we can understand what is happening inside it. So let us assume the 5 numbers that I have entered into list 1 is 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, and the corresponding index values are 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So this is list 1, the value of v is 10 because the value of val is passed into v, and value of p is 2 because the value of position is passed into p. So this is the input value that is obtained by function insert. Now inside insert, I'll create a new list called list2. It's a blank list. So right now you can see list2 has nothing inside it. Now after that, you can logically divide insert function into 3 parts. Okay, so the first for loop is our first part. After that, you can see we have an append function with list2, that's the second part, and the third part you have another for loop. Now just for logically understanding these 3 units inside insert function, let's assume this is our input list. It has some values inside it, and for example we will say value 10 has to be inserted into this location. This is not position 2, okay, just I am saying for an example value 10 should come here. So now when I create my output list, the first for loop will copy all the values before this position p. Okay, so these 3 values will be copied by first for loop. After that, you can see I am inserting the value into list 2. So the value 10 will be loaded into list 2. That's our output. And the final for loop job is to copy all the pending terms into list 2. So now you can see in our output we have all the elements in list 1 plus value 10 is inserted at the correct position. Okay, so that is the logical breakdown of what is happening inside this insert function. So now let us trace the program to understand it. So right now, this is the content of list 1. The value that we are going to insert is 10 and we have to insert it at position 2. Or I will do one thing, I will just change this position value to 3 so that this first for loop also can execute 2 times. So our aim is to create a list with elements like 3, 4. After that you should have 10 because right now I am trying to insert value 10 into position 3. So you just assume that the input that you give here is 3 and you have passed position value 3 to insert function. So now we will start. So the first for loop is ranging from 0 to p minus 1. So here you can see the range operator goes from 0 to p minus 1 is 2. So the value inside this range will be 0 and 1. So now the first value 0 will be loaded into I. And inside for loop, I have only one statement which will get the value of list 1 of I. So right now list 1 of 0, that is first element 3. And that will be appended into list 2. So now list 2 will get the first element 3 copied from list 1. After that, the control will go back to 4 again. Now the next value from the range 1 will be loaded into I. Now I'll come inside the for loop and there I will pick the value list 1 of I. Right now the value of I is 1. So list 1 of 1. So that is value 4. That will be appended into list 2. So here you can see 4 also will be added to list 2. Now our first for loop is finished. You can see all the values inside the range function is finished. Why? Because you see you have to insert 10 here, right? That is position 3. So now you can see all the values before position is copied by the first for loop. 3 and 4 is now copied into list 2 by our first for loop. Now once this for loop is finished, I will come to the next statement and there I will append the value of v. And what is the value of v? That is 10 to list 2. So as the next element to list 2, I will add 10. So now you can see 10 is added in the third position, okay, inside list 2. Now what is pending with us? We have to copy 5, 6 and 7 into list 2. Now that job is done by our next for loop. Okay, so here you can see this for loop ranges from p minus 1. So right now the value of p is 3. So p minus 1 is 2 to length of the list. So what is length of the list? That is 5 because this list has 5 elements inside it. Now if this is the range value, now what will be the value available inside it? That is 2, 3 and 4. So now the first value 2 will be loaded into control variable I. I will come inside this for loop. I will get the value of list 1 of 2 because that is the value of I now. Okay, so the value of I right now is 2. So list 1 of 2, so that is value 5, and that will be appended into list 2. So 5 will be copied into list 2. Now the control will come back to 4 again. It will take the next value 3 and load it into I. So now list 1 of 3 is value 6 because 6 is available at index 3. So now 6 will be appended into list 2. So 6 will come here. Now the control will come back to 4 again. Now it will load the last element from the range function, which is 4. Okay, so now it will get the value of list 1 at index 4. So that is value 7. So value 7 will be appended to list 2. Now I'll come to the last statement of the program where I will print the new list. So this will be the output, which you can see in the terminal, where 10 is inserted at the third position according to the input given by us. So now let us run this program. So our program is ready. You can see this is our function definition. We have our first for loop, which will copy all the values from list 1 to list 2 before the position. Then we will add the value at the position using this statement at line 6. And the next for loop will copy all the pending values from list 1 into list 2, and here it will print the value of list 2. Now inside our main function, you can see we have created the blank list, and up till this for loop we are accepting the value into list. And this print statement will print all the elements onto the screen again. Next statement, we will give the input as the value to be inserted into the list, and after that we will give input to which position that value should be inserted, and then we will call the function. So now let me run the program. So how many numbers you want in the list, I will enter. Now I have to enter the value inside the list, so I will enter 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So now it is just printing the list content again. Now the program is asking enter the value to be inserted, so I will enter 10. And where you want to insert it, so I want to insert 10 as the third element in the list, so I will give the position value as 3. So now here you can see we have created the new list. Okay, so I have inserted 10 at the third position. You can see 3 and 4 comes before it, and 5, 6 and 7 comes after 10. So now 10 is inserted exactly at the position that we wanted. Okay, so now let us continue to the next program. Now in this program we will study how to reverse the content of a list without using the reverse function. Okay, so if you are allowed to use the reverse function, then you can directly use it. The content of the list will be reversed. You can copy it to a new list and you can print it. But if in the program it says that you cannot use reverse function, in which case you have to write your own function. Now when our program starts, you can see initially we have the function definition. I'm using the name of the function as a reverse list, and it is expecting a list as input to this variable a. So a will be actually pointing to the list that is sent by the main function to reverse list. So it is not mandatory that you have to give a name like list1 or list2 over here. So any variable name can be given to the parameters, right? It will accept the value and the program will work. You just have to give a wherever you want to refer to this list inside the function. So now the control will come to the next line outside the function definition. Now an empty list will be created. Then how many elements you want to enter into the list. So I will enter 5. And after that I have a print statement where it says enter the elements to list. After that, by using this for loop, you will make a 5 entry into list 1. After that, you will print the original list. So whatever value you have entered into the list will be printed. Next, you are calling the function reverse list with the list 1 which you have just entered. So now the control will come to the function definition. Now assume that this is the input that you have entered into list 1. Okay, so it has 5 elements inside it. We have 3, 4, 0, 5 and 7. So right now list A has this value inside it. Okay, 3, 4, 0, 5 and 7. Now before we see the work of this function, let me remind you, we have seen a similar kind of function when we have studied strings. I remember we have done a program to find out palindrome. So in which case I have my first index, that is a starting index, point to the first element, and the end index point to the last element, and then I will compare this element one at a time. And after this comparison was done, I will increment the starting index to 4 and I will decrement the ending index to 5, then I will compare it again. Almost the same logic we are using inside this program, but instead of comparing, we will exchange their values. Okay, so 5 will come here and 4 will go there. 7 will come here and 3 will go there. So using these two indexes, once I keep on exchanging, now finally you will get your list completely reversed. So let us see how that is done. So now assume that these are the values available inside our list 34057. So I will write the index value of this list elements over here. Okay, so these are the index values 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So inside the function definition, you can see we have S index, that is starting index. So I will refer it as SI, that points to 0. So SI now points to 0. And E index stands for our end index, that is the last index value. And how do you find out? That is length of A minus 1. So A is the name of our list. So length of A will give value 5. So 5 minus 1, 4 will be the value inside end index. So here you can see end index points to index value 4, which is actually referring to the last element. Now by using this while loop, I am actually interchanging the value so that you will get the elements of list reversed. So now I will check whether the value of S index, that is 0, is less than end index, that is 4. So I will write the values over here. So right now the value of S index, that is starting index, is 0 and the value of end index is 4, and I am checking whether 0 is less than 4 over here. So you can see this is true. I will come inside. I have a variable called temp to store temporary value when you exchange, because you see when you copy this 7 to 3, if you don't store this 3 into another variable, this 3 will be overwritten. Then you cannot move 3 to the last position. So before you write this 7 to 3, you have to copy this 3 to somewhere else. Okay, so for that we will be using this variable temp. So I will just write it over here. So A of S index, what is S index? Right now the value is 0. So A of 0, what is the value of A of 0? That is the value available at index 0. So that is 3. So value 3 will be copied into temp. So temp has value 3. After that I will copy the value at end index, that is A of 4. Right now the value of end index is 4, to A of S index. So S index is currently 0. So I will copy the value of A of 4. So A of 4 is 7, right? So I will copy value 7 into A of 0. So right now this 3 will be erased and this 7 will be written into this position. So right now the value 3 is not lost because I have stored it inside temp. Now the value of temp is copied into A of end index. So end index is 4, that is the last element. So I will copy value 3 to A of 4. So this 7 will be replaced by 3. So now you see you have replaced the position of 7 and 3. The first element became the last element and the last element became the first element. So now you see the first and the last element are processed. So now I have to move S index 1 forward and E index 1 backward, and after that I have to do the same thing. So I will increment value of S index by 1. So right now S index will become 1. I will decrement the value of E index by 1. So the value of E index will become 3. So now your S index is pointing to value 4, which is available at index 1, and E index is pointing to value 5, which is available at index 3. So now the control will come back to the while loop. It will check the current value of S index, that is 1, is less than the current value of E index, that is 3. You can see this is true. I will come inside. Now I will copy the value of A of S index, that is 1. So right now the value of S index is 1. So A of 1 will be copied into temp. So the value available at index 1 is 4. So now 4 is copied into temp. Now after that I will copy A of end index. Right now the end index value is 3. That is A of 3 will be copied into A of 1 because S index is 1. Now what is A of 3? That is 5. that will be copied into A of 1. A of 1 is this position, so 5 will be copied here. So 4 will be erased and 5 will be written here. We don't have a problem because 4 is copied in temp. We have the value. So now in the next statement, the value at temp, that is 4, will be copied into A of end index. So end index is 3, that is the position of 5. So now the value 4 will be copied into A of 3. So this 5 will be replaced and 4 will be put over here. So right now you see 4 and 5 is replaced. Now I will increase the value of S index to 2. Now I will decrease the value of E index, so that will also become 2. So right now S index is pointing to here, E index is also pointing to here. So now you can see we have reached the middle point, which means my program can stop. Your original list is now reversed. So initially the value of this list was 34057. Now the value available in the same list is 75043. So it is reversed. So again the control will come back to while, and here I will check the value of S index, that is 2, is less than E index, which is also having 2. So you can see this is false because 2 is not less than 2, right? They are equal, so this will be false. Your while loop will terminate. Now once the while loop terminates, your function is finished. Now the control will go back to the function call. Now we have one more statement in the main program, and there you will print the reverse list is list 1. So here you cannot use variable a because variable a has scope only inside this function. But if you print list 1, you will see list 1 has value 75043 because this a and list 1 was referring to the same list which was stored inside the memory. So now let us run the program. So our program is ready. You can see this is our function definition for reversing the list, and this is where we are going to get the input for our list, and then I will print the original list, and then I will call the reverse list function which will reverse the same list 1, okay, and write it into list 1 itself using the variable a. And now here you can see you are printing the same list 1, but the content of the list 1 will be reversed now. So now I will just execute this program. So how many elements you have to enter? I will enter 5, and now we can enter the list of the element. I will enter 3, 4, 5, 6 and 9. So here you can see this is the original list 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Now our function reverse list will work on this and it will reverse the values. So now let's go to the next program. In this program we will use various list built-in functions to do some operations based on a menu. So here the operations that we will be seeing are how to append a value to list, how to insert, how to modify, how to delete elements from list, and finally you can see how to sort the elements of a list. This program is little lengthy, that is why I have put it in 2 boxes. Now our program starts from the left side box, and finally after this statement, the next statement in the program is over here, right? So after the left side is finished, we'll start with the right side. Now to do some operation on a list, we need a list, right? So I have created the list over here, list 1. So we have created list 1 with these values. And you can see here there are 5 elements inside this list. Now next I have created a variable called choice, and initial value of choice is 0. After that, this entire program is put inside a while loop. And you can check the condition of the while loop is true. We have seen a similar kind of program in the previous chapters. Now I have already told you, when you give the condition itself as true, you should understand always this while loop will evaluate to true, which means that this while loop will never finish. So if you are writing a while loop with condition check as true, inside the program somewhere you should have a provision to break out of the while loop. So here you can see the last if statement. If the choice is equal to 8, then you will print the list and then you will break. So this is where you can exit the while loop, right? Not with the condition, because condition will be always true. It will keep on running this program again and again until you select choice equal to 8. So that break will be executed and your program will be finished. Now when the control come into the while loop, you can see first itself I will print the content of list 1. So it will print 34, 56, 12, 9 and 45. After that you can see there is a set of print statement which will print the menu for this program. Okay, to append an element to the list, then 2 to insert an element at desired index, 3 to modify an element in the list, 4 to delete an element by position, now 5 to delete an existing element by value, now 6 to sort element in ascending order, and if you select option 7, it will sort the available list in descending order. And you can see here 8 we have reserved for exiting our program. So that is why in the else if statement, for the last choice, you can see if I enter 8, then program will be terminated. So after outputting all these statements to the terminal, now the program waits for an input for variable choice. So this is where the user have to give an entry. Now here it is written, enter your choice between 1 and 8. Now we will go through 1 or 2 examples and then we will run the program because other things are trivial. So let us say we enter 1. So when I enter 1, the value 1 will be stored into variable choice. With this value inside choice, I am going to start my if-elif statements. So first, the if condition will check whether the value of choice is equal to 1. You can see that is true because right now the value of choice is 1. So this will be true. So now the control will come into the if block. So now you know that none of this else if block will work, right? Because that is how if-elif block work, right? Any one unit only will work at one time. Now as this condition is true, now the control will come into if block, and there you have to enter an element that you have to append to the list. Append means to add it to the end of the list. So enter the element to append. For example, if you enter 40, now 40 will be stored into ELE. ELE stands for element in this program. So now 40 will be stored into element, that is ELE. Now I am calling the inbuilt function append on list 1 with value 40. So now 40 will be added as the last element to list 1. So now list 1 will have one more element 40 and it will end here, and here you will have a comma. As I give value 1 to choice, you can see we got the option to append value into the list. Now once this condition is executed, once it is finished, now none of the else if statement will work. Now the control will come back to while. It will print list 1 again. So now we can see 40 is added to the existing list, and then it will again show all the content of this print statement. So which means you can see the menu again. Now after that, the program will again ask you to make an entry to the variable choice. So now for example, we will take the next option as 5. Okay, so 5 is stored in the choice. Now after that, my if else if statement will start. First it will check whether 5 is equal to 1. Now this is false. Now it will go to the first elif condition. It will check whether 5 is equal to true. This is false. You can see this condition is false. This condition also is false. This condition is true. So right now we are interested to delete an existing element by value. Now the control will come into this elif block. Now there initially program will print enter the element to be deleted. Now for example, I want to delete this 12. So I will enter here 12 because I am trying to delete with value. So this 12 will be stored into element. Okay, ELE is element. So we will store 12 to ELE, and after that in the if condition I will check whether 12 is available in list 1. Okay, so once you check here, you can see 12 is available because it is inside list 1. So this condition will be true. Now I will remove ELE, that is 12, from list 1. So here remove is an inbuilt function. It will automatically remove 12 from list 1. So this value will be deleted. Now if you enter some other value over here, for example 30, you are asking value 30 to be deleted from list 1. So 30 will be stored into element ELE. So now it will check 30 in list 1. Now this if condition will give false, right? Why? Because it cannot find 30 inside the list, so it cannot be deleted. So now once the condition evaluates to false, the control will come to else and it will print this element, that is 30, is not available in the list. So we are sorry, we cannot delete it. So after that, the control will again go back to while. okay, and then it will print the content of list 1 again. At this point of time, value 12 will not be there because we have deleted it, and now it will print the menu again, and it will wait for user to enter the choice. Now let us say we give another choice value 6. So now 6 will be stored into variable choice. Now our elif statements will start to check the value of choice. So here you can see the if statement check is false. The next elif will be false. It will continue 3, 4, 5, and over here you will get a true, because the value of choice is 6. Now inside here, so when you select 6, you see you are trying to sort the list in ascending order. So inside elif, you just have to call a built-in function called sort that will automatically sort the content of list 1 in ascending order. So smallest value will be coming first. After that, let's assume 12 is already deleted, so it will not be there. The next smallest value is 34, then you will have 40, then you will have 45, then you will have 56. Okay, so this is a sorted value, and after sorting, the control will again come to while. It will print the list. So this value you can see after sorting, it will be printed out. Again, menu will be shown. Now if you want to sort the number in reverse order, now here you can see you have to give choice 7. So now the control will come to the next elif statement, because this will be true. Now if you want to sort a list in reverse order, you have to use the same built-in function sort on list 1, but as a parameter you have to specify reverse equal to true. So once the sort function works and it understands that the reverse parameter has to be set to be true, it will sort the list in reverse order, in descending order. So the output is going to be 56. The largest number will come first, then 45, 40, 34, and 9. So this is how you can sort a number in ascending order and also in descending order. In ascending order, you just have to write sort with no argument inside of it. It will sort in ascending order. If you want to sort a list in descending order, this is how you do it. Okay, now you can see there are some other functions. I'm not going to discuss everything because it is going to take too much time. So if you want to insert a value into a particular, if you want to insert an element into a particular position, so this is the index value, you can use this function insert. Okay, so it will work. If you want to overwrite an element at index, you can just do this. Okay, so this will just overwrite the value of element will be copied into this index value, whatever you give. In choice 4 and choice 5, both we are trying to delete an element, right? But in choice 4, we are trying to delete an element with the position value, with the index value. So if you are trying to work with the index value to remove an element, then you have to use the function pop. But in choice 5, which we have already seen, we are trying to delete an element based on its value. Okay, so in that case, you have to use the function remove. For example, if you want to remove value 12, you can call this function. Okay, you can write list1 dot remove in bracket. You can give the value that you want to remove. It will be removed. Now to remove 12, there is one more other way, but you have to know the index value. So 34 is available at index 0, 56 index 1, 12 is available at index 2. You can also use the position to remove that value by using the pop function. So you can also remove 12 by calling the inbuilt function pop, but inside you have to give the index value. So now this will remove 12 from the list. So now I believe we have covered almost all the choices. So now let us run this program. So program is ready. You can see I have created a list with these values, and I've created a variable choice with initial value as 0. Now this entire program, you can see based on the indentation, the entire program is inside while loop. Okay, you can see here until the last statement, everything is inside while loop, and the condition of while is true. So this program is going to repeat itself n number of time until it sees a break, and break is written inside choice 8. Okay, so that is why it is given as exit. You can come down for choice 8. You can see we will break out of the loop, and before breaking out, we will just print the list one last time. Once you're inside while loop, initially it will just print the content of the list. After that, this set of lines are just showing the menu to the user, so they know that which number to input for what action to be done on the list. Okay. Okay, so the user will understand if I enter 2, I can insert an element in the desired index value into the list. After that, the user will input the choice and that will be stored over here. Now, based on this choice, only one of this block will evaluate to true. Okay, so if I enter choice value as 2, only these 3 lines will execute. Okay, because only this condition will evaluate to true. So now I'll execute it. As I have asked the print statement to end with a space in all the print statement, you can see the entire menu is coming as one single line. Okay, so that it's easy for us to understand. Otherwise, we need huge screen space for printing all 8 different lines of menu. First, I will select option 1. So I want to append a value to the end of the list. Okay, so that is why I took option 1, because it is used for appending an element. So now I'll hit enter. Now inside this if, you can see enter the element to be appended. So that is what you see over here. So now I will enter 40 and I'll press enter. So now you see it has appended it. And now the control goes back to while loop again. Now it will print the list. Okay, so now I can see now 40 is added to the list as the last element. So append was successful. And after printing the list, it is again displaying all the menu items for you. That is why it is coming again. So right now I will try to modify an existing element. So we will take the option 3. Now I am inside this ellipse statement. Okay, because I have given choice value as 3. So here they say enter the position of the element to be modified. So I will give position value as 3. And now what is the new element that you want to store in this position? Okay, so I will give 21. So I want to store 21 into position 3 in list 1. So when I press enter, now to list 1 with position value 3, 21 is copied to it, and now the control comes back to while loop. It will print list 1 again. So here you can see at position 3, 21 is entered. Okay, so if I come up, you can see 9 is overwritten. So we changed 9 to 21, okay, by using index value 3. Now that we have done many operations on our list, I will just run program again so that we can study option number 6 and option number 7 to sort the list in 2 different ways. So now let me run the program. So now you can see this is the content of our list as we have given input in the first statement. Okay, so now first I will select option 6 to sort the list in ascending order. Okay, so we will be executing this ellipse section. Okay, so now I will select option 6. And when I hit enter, you can see now the list is sorted in ascending order. The smallest number 9 is coming first and the largest number 56 is pushed to the last place. So now we have a list sorted in ascending order. Now the program has printed the menu again. Now if you want to sort the number in descending order, you have to go with option 7. Now before we go with option 7, you can see inside this ellipse statement, you can see I have written a print statement with sort function. Okay, so actually this print statement is not required, so I'll just delete it. So when I explain the program in the slide, actually this print statement was there, so you just have to remove it. So now I will save the program. Okay, I will execute the program once again. So now again this is our list. Okay, so now if you want to sort it in descending order, I will select option 7 and press enter. So now you can see this is our new list. Okay, so this was our original list. Now as I selected option 7, now I have sorted my list in descending order. So here you can see the largest value is coming first and the smallest value is pushed as the last element. So with this we will wind up the session for list. In this program, we will study how to swap 2 numbers without using a temporary variable using tuple. We have actually studied this in our first chapter. So we were actually using tuple at that point of time. If I have the first number stored inside fnum and the second number stored inside snum, okay, so this is the first number and second number. So if I store 10 and 5 inside it, once my program finishes, the value 5 should be loaded into fnum and value 10 should be loaded into snum. So this is what we call as swapping two numbers. Okay, so our program starts over here. Now I will enter the first number 10 and it is copied into fnum. In the next statement I will input value 5 and it will be copied into snum. Okay, so right now we have these two values stored inside fnum and snum. Now after that I will just print before swapping. I will print the value of fnum and snum. So in the output you will see the result as 10 and 5 for fnum and for snum. Okay, and after that, to swap these two numbers with tuple, it's really easy. You just have to write this one statement: fnum comma snum is equal to snum comma fnum. So now from this tuple, the value of snum will be moved into the first variable on the left side. So fnum now will have value stored inside snum. So now 5 will be moved into fnum. And after that, the value stored in fnum will be copied into snum. So the value inside fnum will be moved into snum. So now you see the values are interchanged. After that, you will print after swapping. And in the last print statement, when you try to print the value of fnum and snum, you can see now it is coming as 5 and 10. So now let us run this. So now our program is ready. So let me run it. Now program will ask for the first number. I will enter 10. It will ask for the second number. I will enter 5. And after that, my program will first print the number as such. So first number is 10 and second number is 5. After that, I will do the number swapping. Okay, so the value of snum will move into fnum and value of fnum will be moved into snum. And after that, when you print the value of first number and second number, you can see the values are changed. Now it is 5 and 10. So now let us continue. In this program, we are trying to separate the username and domain name from a tuple which have a set of students' email ID inside it. So we have a tuple called t-email. It will have the email IDs of many students. Now we can see inside t-email, so that is a tuple which is used to store the email IDs of all our students. So we have a student called Geeta and her email ID is geeta@gmail.com, and the next student email ID is sita@outlook.com, and the last student's email ID is hari@yahoo.com. So our aim is to separate the username and domain name for each of these email IDs and store all the usernames into one tuple and all the domain names into another tuple. So we have created two more tuples. The first tuple is tuser. It should accept only the username. So you can understand the username is the name before this @ symbol, right? Whatever you store before it. So the username for the first email ID is Geeta. Username for the second email ID is Sita, and username for the last email ID is Hari. So we have separated all the usernames from this email and stored into a separate tuple. We also have another tuple called t-domain, that is tuple for storing domain names. And you know that domain name is something that comes after this @ symbol, right? So after @ you have Gmail in the first element of the email. So you will have here gmail.com. The second student Sita is having her email in outlook.com. So that is her domain name, outlook.com. And the last student have his email at domain yahoo.com. So this is our input for this program, and from this input I have to create two tuples like this. So these two tuples are our output, where we have separated the username and password into two separate tuples. So now let us see how our program does that. So initially I have created 3 empty tuples, right? You can see t-email is for collecting all the email details of the students. And then we have t-user, which will store all the usernames, and we have t-domain, which will store all the domain names for the email addresses stored inside t-email. Now in the next statement, I will ask how many student records you want to input into t-email. So let us say I enter 3 over here. So now I have my for loop which will help me to enter one student record at a time to the tuple. So now you see this for loop will work 3 times, right? For 0, 1 and 2, because value of n is 3 now. Now inside my for loop I will print email ID of the first student. In the next statement you can give the input from your keyboard. So I will type the email ID of the first student, geeta@gmail.com. This will be stored into variable email. And we have studied before, if you want to append this value into a tuple, this is how you do it, using the append operator. Okay, so to the content of t-email, right now we have nothing in it. Now to this tuple I will add the value of email, which is geeta@gmail.com. So now to t-email, the first element geeta@gmail.com is loaded. Now the control will come back to 4 again. Next time value 1 will be loaded into I will print email ID of student 2. And again input function will be called, where I can enter a new value from the keyboard. I will enter it as seeta@outlook.com. So that will be stored into variable email, and after that to existing t-email I will add the value of email, which is seeta@outlook.com, and then it will be loaded into t-email. So now t-email gets the second value into it. Now the last time for loop will work. This time I will enter the third email for Hari, that will be stored into t-email. So with this for loop I have accepted my input into tuple t-email. So now t-email has 3 email addresses of 3 separate students. Now we have to separate username and domain name into 2 different tuples. Now before we go into that, I will just print the detail of t-email. So whatever you have inside t-email now will be printed out. So we will see all the 3 email addresses printed out. Now after that you can see another for loop. This is where we separate username and password and then store it into 2 different tuples. So let us see how it is done. So now before we start, let me write the index values. So geeta@gmail is available at index 0, seeta@outlook is available at index 2, and Hari@yahoo is available at index value 3 inside t-email. Now for I in range 0 to n, so this will have 3 values, 0, 1 and 2. So 0 will be loaded into I. So initially I will have value 0. I am calling an inbuilt function split, which is actually used to separate a string based on the argument that you give inside. I am calling this split on the value t-email I. So what is the value of I now? That is 0. So this statement will come like t-email of 0 dot split using the character @. So what happens here? The split will get the value available at t-email of 0. So the value available at t-email 0 is the email address of Geeta. So now it will be geeta@gmail.com. So that is the value stored in t-email 0. Now split will find where in this string you have @. Okay, so split will identify this is where it has @. Now split will separate this string by cutting through here. So on the left side you have Geeta, and on the right side you have gmail.com. So now split will produce 2 separate strings separated using @ symbol. So that will come over here. So split will create 2 strings, Geeta, gmail.com. Now Geeta will be loaded into username and gmail.com will be loaded into domain. So now it's easy job, right? We have separated the username, we have separated the domain into two separate variables. After that, I will use the tuple tuser. I will add the username to tuser. I will add the domain name to tdomain. So now tuser will get the first value Geeta inside it. Tdomain will get the first value Gmail inside it. Now the control will come back to 4 again. So the range values were 0, 1 and 2. So 0 is already done. So now 1 will be loaded into I. So 1 will be loaded into I. So now temail I.split at the rate will be temail1 because value of I is 1 now. Split at the rate. So now split will take the value available at temail index value 1. So I have written something wrong over here. This is actually index value 1 and Hari is available at index value 2. So now at index value 1 I have Sita. So now this string will be taken Sita at outlook.com. Now split will search for this particular character which you have given inside for cutting this string into 2 pieces. Now it identifies the at the rate over here. It will cut it. Now on the left side you have Sita and on the right side you have outlook.com. Now Sita will be stored into username and outlook.com will be stored into domain. Now Sita will be attached to tuser. So tuser will get Sita. Now domain outlook.com will be loaded into tdomain. So now tdomain has outlook.com. Now one last time for loop will work for Hari at yahoo.com and username Hari will be loaded to tuser and domain Yahoo will be added to tdomain. So now our output is ready. So now I just have to print it. Now in the next print statement, I will print tuser. So you will see Geeta, Sita and Hari. And in the last print statement, you will print tdomain. So you will see Gmail, Outlook and Yahoo. So now let us run this program. Alright, so our program is ready. We have created 3 empty tuples. And after that, using this for loop, I took all the student emails into email. And using the next for loop, I separate the username and domain and store it into 2 different tuples, tuser, tdomain, and finally I will print tuser and tdomain. So now let me run the program. Now you can see initially it will ask for how many students, right? So I will enter 3. Now this for loop will run 3 times asking for email addresses. So as I have given I plus 1 here, you can see even though the value of I is 0 now, it will ask email ID of student 1 rather than showing student 0. So now I will give the first email ID as Geeta at gmail.com. Now it is asking for the email ID of the second student, Sita at outlook.com. Now the third student, Hari at yahoo.com, right? Now when I press enter, you can see our program is done. Now after taking input of 3 email IDs using this for loop, I am printing the content of t email. That is why you see this line. You can see all 3 students email ID is recorded inside t email as a tuple. You're now using this for loop. I separate the username and domain, and then when I print t user, you can see a tuple with usernames Geeta, Sita and Hari, and when I print the value of tdomain, you can see it contains only the domain name, right? We have splitted this email address using the character at the rate and loaded into 2 separate variables. So using this technique, you can split any string based on any character or a space, whatever it is. Maybe the program is different. Maybe it will ask you to split on dot, or maybe it will ask you to split on spaces. So whatever is the question requirement, you change the character over here, right? So right now it is at the rate, but if you want to split with space, you can give a space over here. So based on space, it will be cut and you can move the output to different tuples if you want. Okay, so now let us continue. Now in this program, we will learn how to search for a name in a given tuple which has many names inside it. So we have a user-defined function which actually does the search to find whether the name that we require is actually available inside the tuple. So we will come to this function later. So now let us start main program. So first I'm going to create a blank tuple with name tname. and after that I will ask how many student names that you want to enter. So if I say 3, and then the program will print enter the names, and using this for loop you can enter all those 3 names, and each time the name that you enter will be added to tname. So this is how we create our input tuple. Okay, so for example I would say tname has value Geeta, Sita and Hari. We will use the same name that we have used before. So now with this for loop I have entered one student name at a time, and each time that student name is added to tname. So now tname has these 3 student names inside it, Geeta, Sita and Hari. And after that I will print tname. So we will make sure that all the 3 names are available inside tname, so it will be printed out. And after that I will print which student name you want to search. For example, I would say I want to search for Sita. So value Sita will be stored into variable n. After that I will call my user defined function search with the tuple tname and the value Sita which I want to search inside this tuple to check whether it is available inside it. So now the control will come to my function call. Now the tuple tname will be moved into tuple 1. So now tuple 1 has value Geeta, Sita and Hari inside it, and the value inside n, which is Sita, which we want to check, will be moved into name. So right now the value of name is Sita. Okay, so we want to find whether Sita is available inside tuple 1. Now to identify whether it is inside a tuple or not, it's very easy using the membership operator in, which we have studied before. So it can be used along with if condition check. So if name in tuple 1, if it returns true, then the statement inside if will work. If it returns false, then else part will work. So right now you can see that the value of name is Sita. So if Sita is in tuple 1, once you check the value you can understand Sita is actually available inside tuple 1. So this is going to return true, and then your program will print name, that is Sita, is present in the tuple that you have given to search for. Now if I give another value over here, for example John, okay, to search for, so now the name will be John. Now if I check whether John in tuple 1, this will return false because I cannot find string John inside tuple 1. So the control will come to else part, and there I will print John is not present in tuple 1. So now let us run this. So now let us run the program. So now it is asking how many students. You can enter here 5 or 10, but then you have to enter 10 student name, right? So to save the time I will enter 3. I will enter Geeta, Sita and Hari. Alright, so now I'll press enter. So now you can see using this for loop I have entered all the 3 names, and after that I print the content of t names. Now it is asking which student name I have to search for, right? So here I will give, I have to search for Sita, and I'll press enter. Now you can see the control has gone to our user defined function search, and inside there I have found out that Sita is in tuple 1, and that is why it is printing out Sita is present in tuple 1. You can see here. Now if I run the program again, now this time also I will enter 3 students, the same students, Geeta, Sita and Hari, and this time I will search for John, and now you can see John is not present in the tuple. So now we are going to wind up the session on tuple. By using this program we will study how to enter data into a dictionary. We will be entering name and mark from the keyboard, and this name and mark should be entered into dictionary as an item. So name is going to be the key and mark is going to be the value that you are going to store for each key. So now let us see how we can do it. So first I am going to create a new dictionary. The name of the dictionary is stud detail because I am going to store student detail inside it. and I have created a blank dictionary. Okay, so now stud detail is equal to a blank dictionary, nothing is inside it. And after that, in the next statement, I will ask how many student record or how many student items you want to enter into the dictionary. Okay, so if I enter 3, then 3 students' name and mark will be asked to the user. So now value 3 is stored into n. So now this for loop has to work 3 times, each time accepting a student name and student mark. So now the range operator in for will work from 0 to 3. So the value produced by this range operator will be 0, 1 and 2. So first the value 0 will be loaded into I. So the value of I is having value 0. And now I will print to the screen, enter the name of student I plus 1. So if the value of I is 0, I plus 1 is 1. So it will print enter the name of student 1. So whatever you enter will be stored into variable name. So assume that you entered over here Geeta, so that will be stored into name. So name now has value Geeta inside it. After that, I will print enter the mark of student 1. Then whatever mark you enter will be converted to a float. So I can enter a decimal value if you want. So I will enter 91.3. That will be stored into variable mark. So right now variable mark will have value 91.3. In the last statement, I will make the entry to our dictionary stud detail. So here you have to write stud detail, then the key value inside here. So what is the key now? So the key is stored inside variable name. So the value here is Geeta. And what is the mark for Geeta? 91.3. So this will come like stud detail of Geeta is equal to 91.3. So now to the dictionary a new item will be added. The key will be Geeta colon and the value will be 91.3. Now the control will come back to for loop again. This time the value of I will become 1 and now I will print enter the name of the student for student number 2. So here you can enter the second student, for example Ram. Okay, so that will be stored into variable name. So name now will have new value Ram. And after that enter the mark of student I plus 1. So here it will come as 2. Enter the mark of student 2. You can enter any marks for Ram, for example 81.67. So now this will be stored into mark. So mark will be 81.67. After that this statement will evaluate like student detail of name. Right now name is Ram. So here it will be Ram. And after that here you have mark, so that will be 81.67. so this will create a new item in your dictionary with key as Ram colon value as 81.67. now for loop will work one more time collecting another student record. So that will come here as key and value and your dictionary will stop. So this is how you enter data into a dictionary. After that, you can print the data from dictionary by using the last for loop. In the previous session, we have seen 2 different methods to read value from a dictionary and print it out. So we are using the first method over here. So initially I will print student name /t mark /t is used for giving a tab space. So in the output, you will see student name, followed by that you will have a tab space. So 8 spaces will be left and after that mark will be printed. So they are well spaced between them. That is why we use /t. Now we have the for loop which will take key value from stud detail. So the first key value is Geeta. So that will be loaded into key. And then I will print the key first. So Geeta will be printed. After that I have 2 /t. So enough space will be left. And after that I will use the variable name of dictionary stud detail with the value of key. So what is the value of key now? That is Geeta. Okay, so this will find the value stored for key Geeta. So the value is 91.3. So that will be printed. Again, the control will come to 4. Next time 4 will take the next key Ram, and Ram will be printed with the mark stored for Ram. Okay, and after that the last student detail also will be printed and your program will stop. So in this program you learn how to enter record into the dictionary. After that, how to read it back from the dictionary and print it out. So now let us execute it. So program is ready, so let me run it first. So now it is asking how many students. If you give 5, you can actually enter 5 student name and mark, because your for loop is going to work 5 times. So we'll keep it simple. We will enter 3 and enter the name of the first student. I will enter Geeta. Mark is going to be 78. Name of the second student, I will enter Ram. Mark is 89. And the third student is Samir, and the mark is 92. So now when I press enter, you can see now the record is stored into the dictionary student detail. And after that, when I try to print it out using this for loop, I have given this /t over here and /t twice over here just to make this output look better. So you have enough space between Geeta and marks and Ram and marks so that they are separated out and you can see it as a table. In this program, we will study using dictionary how to count the number of occurrences of each character in a given string. So for example, if I enter a string called hello world, I should get output like this. The first character H is coming 1 time inside this string. The second character E is coming 1 time inside this string. Now the third character L, you can see it is coming 3 times. So 3 should be stored into the dictionary for key value L. So after this program runs, we are expecting an output dictionary which will be like this. Okay, so H colon 1, then you will have key value E with value 1, then key L with value 3, and it goes on for all the characters inside the string. So this dictionary is what we have to develop from this input string. Okay, hello world. So let us see how our program does that. Our program asks us to input a string, so I will enter hello world into it. Okay, without any space, as one single word. If you give space also, you don't have to worry. Space will be counted as a separate character. Okay, so anyway, this hello world will be stored into str1. After that, I'm going to create a blank dictionary. Okay, so nothing is inside it. As the program proceeds, we will write the output to this dictionary. So the name of the dictionary is dic. So now we have dic. Right now there is nothing inside it, but soon we will have value populated inside it. After that, we have a for loop, and this is the body of the for loop. Now this for loop is actually going to take each character from the string and then load it into this dictionary with the corresponding value. So I have written the input string over here, hello world. So now the first character H will be loaded into the control variable ch. For loop run for each character inside str1, and now str1 has value hello world inside it. So now H will be loaded into ch. So next I will check in my if loop whether the value of ch is not available in our dictionary called dic. Okay, so now what is the value of ch? That is character H. So I am checking whether H is not in dic. You can see there is nothing inside our dictionary. So this will evaluate to true. So now I am entering the first item into my dictionary. So this statement will come like dic of H, because that is the value of ch, right? Dic of H is equal to 1. So the first item inside dic will be entered like H colon 1. Now after that, the else part will not work because if was true. Now the control will come back to 4. Now next, for will take the second character from str1, which is E, and that will be loaded to ch. Now in the if condition, we will check whether E not in dictionary. Right now we have one element in dictionary, but the key value I have is H, we don't have a key called E. So this will be again true. So now I will come inside. This time I will try to load key E with value 1. So I will have E colon 1. So why we are putting 1 here? Right now I have seen that H is coming 1 time inside the string, E is coming 1 time inside the string. So then else will not work. The control will come back to 4. Now we will load the first L into CH. Now I will check whether L is not in dictionary. It is true because L is not available as a key inside dictionary. So now I will enter the next item, L colon 1. Why? Because I have found L character 1 time inside hello world. Now the control will come back to 4 again. This time we are going to see the second L. So now in if condition I will check L not in our dictionary, but this will evaluate to false because you can see we have L over here. So when it evaluates to false, the control will come to else, and in else we have this statement which evaluates like our dictionary with the value of CH. Right now the value of CH is L. So dictionary of L is equal to dictionary with key value L plus 1. Now what is the value of dictionary with key L? You can see for key L the value is 1. So here we have 1. So 1 plus 1, 2. So 2 will be stored as the value for key L. So now this 1 will be removed and 2 will be written over here. Why? Because we have identified now 2L inside the string. Now after that we will take each character at a time. You can see how it proceeds. Now the overall logic behind this for loop is that this for loop will accept one character at a time. The if loop will work if that character is not available inside dictionary, which means that we are seeing that character for the first time. So if loop will just make an entry of that new character, and by default we will write 1 because it was not found before. So this is the first time we are seeing it, and we can say the occurrence of this character is 1. If we get a character in for loop which is already there in dictionary, then the else part will work. And in else part we are not going to enter this character again. We will just increase the count of it to 2. When you see the second O over here, this is going to happen. Okay, so if loop will work to make a new character entry into the dictionary. Else loop will work when you are seeing a character for the second time, third time, fourth time inside the dictionary. Once this for loop is finished, you will have all the characters inside your string with the corresponding character count. Okay, so L finally will have 3 because you can see there are 3 L's. Okay, so it will be complete. After that, you can print the result in 2 different ways. Either you can print as a dictionary itself, or you can print the result with a for loop so that each character with its occurrence will be printed in separate lines. So this is completely up to you. If based on the question, if you can just print it as a dictionary, this is very easy. You just call print dictionary, it will print like this. Okay, inside curly bracket it will write H1, E1, L3, O2 like that. If you want to print this in separate lines, you can use this for loop. We have seen how to print a dictionary in the previous program for key in dic. So it will take the first key value H into a control variable key, and after that we will print the value of key, which is H colon, and dic key. This will actually print the value stored inside dictionary for key H. So the value stored inside dictionary for key H is 1, so 1 will be printed. And after that the control will come back here. It will accept the next key, which is E, and it will be printed E colon 1, then L colon 3. It goes like that. So either you can print it like this, or you can print each character with its occurrence in separate line. These 2 print statements are optional. Okay, so when you write a program, you have to do only any one of this. Whichever you like, you can stick to that. So now let us run this program. Alright, our program is ready. So let me just run it. So now you can enter any string that you want. I will enter the same string we used to explain this program. So hello world. And now you can see here, this is a string we have entered. And this for loop has actually created a new dictionary called DIC or dic. Inside that you have each character with number of occurrence of that character inside the string. Okay, so here you can see E is coming only one time, L is coming 3 times inside hello world, O is coming 2 times inside hello world, then you have W, R, and finally D. Now this is actually printing your entire dictionary as such, and this print statement is actually doing that. If you want to print only this as the output, then you can stop your program at line number 9. If you want to print each character with its occurrence in separate line, you can use this for loop, and then the output will come like this. So this is just 2 different ways of printing it. So now let us continue to the next program. Now in this program we will study how to convert a number into its equivalent words. So if you enter 561 as input to this program, the program should print out 561 in words. So let us see how that is done. So there is one more thing that you should understand. In this program, we will be accepting this 561 as string, not as an integer. Because if it's a string, you can use for loop to extract 1 digit at a time, because 561 is taken as a string and 561 are all individual characters inside that string. When we run the program, you will understand. Okay, so by using this method, you can finish this program much faster. We have a user-defined function over here. The name of the function is convert, and it is expecting a number with string data type. When we start to explain the work of this function, you will understand why we are accepting this number as a string. So now anyway, the interpreter will skip the definition of the function. We will come to the next statement outside the function, and here the program execution starts. So here you can see I have asked the user to enter a number, but I didn't change the data type of that number to int. You can see there is no function int or float written here. Whatever I enter directly is getting stored into n. So if I enter number 561 in keyboard, that will be stored into this variable n as a string, and 5 and 6 and 1 are treated as separate characters inside that string. It is same like copying A, B, C, right? A, B, and C are separate characters inside the string. So now there is no difference between this 561 and ABC to the Python program. They are both strings. Okay, so now 561 string is stored into n, and after that I am calling my function convert with this string number n. So now this string 561 is copied into variable num. Now inside the function I have created a dictionary. You can see here the name of the dictionary is num names. So this dictionary will actually give us the word equivalent for each digit, because you see in dictionary we can store data as a pair, so that's the advantage. So here you see for key 0 I have given the value as word 0. For key 1 I have given the value as word 1. For key 2, word 2, just like that. Now you see after the 4th item, I have given a backslash. When Python interpreter sees a backslash, the interpreter understands this line is not complete. The interpreter will continue with the next line, and these 2 lines will be considered as a single line inside Python interpreter. So if you have a big line to be written inside your program, and you know that this line is going to be huge and you cannot write it in one single line, you can always press enter and go to the next line, but please remember to put this backslash so that when interpreter scans through the first line, sees this backslash, and then interpreter will continue scanning the second line, and once this line finishes, both these lines together will be interpreted together by your Python program. So that's the purpose of this backslash. If you want to write one single statement in Python in two different lines, this is how you do it. By providing the key value to this dictionary, you can get the equivalent word, which is the value for that key. So we will be referring to this dictionary to convert each digit into the words later. After that, I have created a string variable called words with an empty string. So there is nothing inside it. This is not a double quote. This is two single quotes without a space. So that's a blank string. So now these words have nothing inside it. So I will just write it here, because our output 561 is going to be created inside this variable. So now let us see how it is done. Now this for loop works with string num. Why I call it as a string? Because you see 561, even though it looks a number, it is stored as a string inside this variable num. So as far as Python interpreter is concerned, the data type of this variable num is string. So now you see for loop has the capacity to take one character at a time from the string. So we are using this capacity of for loop to get one digit at a time from this number 561. So that is why we still keep it as a string. If you convert that to an integer and then you work on for loop, the entire 561 will come into ch. Then we don't have any use for that. So now, just like a string, the first character inside the string 5 will be loaded into ch. Now I am going to convert this 5 into an integer. So now inside ch, I have 5, which is a string. Now I will use the typecasting function int to convert this 5 to a number. So what is stored inside key is a number called 5. After that, you see I am trying to get the value stored inside dictionary num name with key as 5, because that is the current value of this key. So now we can see, I will check this dictionary and you can see for key 5, the value is FIVE. So now this value FIVE will be stored into variable name. Okay, because that is the value of this key. So now this name has value FIVE. So now I will add this word FIVE to our output variable words. So right now words have nothing inside it. I will just add FIVE to it and I will store it in words. So now our variable words have the first number name inside it, 5. So now the control will come back to 4. Now 4 will take the next character 6 and load it into ch. So now I will convert the string 6 into an integer and number 6 will be loaded into variable key. After that, I will go to num names dictionary with key value 6. So now we can see with key 6, the value stored in that item is SIX. So that will be stored into variable name. So now variable name has word SIX in it. Already our word string has value 5 inside it. Now to this 5, I will add a space, you can see here, and after that I will add whatever is stored inside name, so that is 6. So now 6 will be joined with that, and now that will be stored into words. So now words have our second number name inside it. Now for loop is going to work the last time. Now character 1 will be stored into ch. Now 1 will be converted to integer, that will be loaded into key. So now key has number 1 inside it. Now I will check what is the value stored for key 1. So here you can see that is word ONE. So that will be stored into variable name, and then I will add name to existing content of variable words. So now I will have the last word 1 written into it. So now for loop has finished accepting all the characters from num. So for loop is finished. Next I will call return with variable words. Okay, so now the control will come back to function call. Whatever is the content of word will be stored into result. So now result has value 561 inside it, and then I will print the number is n. So n will print 561 because that is the value that we have entered, and the number name is result. So here it will print 561. Okay, so here we have actually converted a number into equivalent words. So now let us run this program. Alright, our program is ready. You can see we have our function definition over here, and this is the dictionary where we have stored the number and its equivalent words inside it. And here you can see, as I have written it in two separate lines, I have used this slash to inform the interpreter that these two lines should be treated as a single line. After that, I create a variable for keeping my result inside it. The for loop will actually take each character and then check the dictionary, find the corresponding word, and then add those words into the final result, which we are storing inside variable called words. And then the content of these words is returned. It is stored into result, and here you can see the result is printed. So now I will just run it. I will enter number 561, and you can see the result. So if I run the program again, you can give a big number if you want, and you can see all those digits are actually converted to numbers. So now let us continue to the next program. In this program, we will try to find out the highest two values in a student dictionary. For example, if you have a student dictionary which stores all the student names and their corresponding marks, and if I ask a question like who is the first and the second rank inside this class, then this program can give you the result. It will find the highest mark and the next highest mark from the dictionary. So I have just written an example here. So this is going to be our input. Okay, so we have three students' name, Ali, Bob, and Cindy, with 3 marks inside it. And once you check, you can understand the highest mark is with Bob, 45, and next highest mark is with Ali, 34. So the result we are expecting is 45 and 34. So now let us see how this program does that. Initially I am creating a blank dictionary. So the name of the dictionary is dict1. This is going to store the details of student with their marks. So next I will ask how many student records you have to enter. So I will give 3 because I have to enter 3 students. If you enter 5, then this for loop will work 5 times, and it will be asking to enter 5 student records into the dictionary. So next we have the for loop, which is going to accept 3 student name and corresponding marks and store it into dictionary. So the value of n now is 3. So the range function in for loop will have 0 to 3. So the value inside this range function is going to be 0, 1, and 2. 1 less than 3, we have to stop at 2. So the first value 0 will be loaded into I. So the value of I will be 0. It will print enter name of student 1. And after that you can enter the name of the student. So first time I will enter Ali. That will be stored into variable name. And next I will print enter the marks of student 1, and then you can enter marks in float. Okay, so if you want to enter 34.6, you can do that. Anyway, I will enter 34. So it will be stored as 34.0 into variable mark. Now I have the name and mark particular student. So now I can make that entry to my dictionary dict1. So now I will enter the first item into dict1 with dict1 name. Now what is the name? That is Ali. That is the key. And what is the value? That is mark. That is 34. As it is a float, dot 0 will come automatically. So that's our first item. Now the control will again go back to 4. This time the value of I is going to be 1. I will enter Bob, so that will be stored into name. Then it will ask for the mark. I will enter 45. That will be stored into mark. After that, I will make the entry of the next item into dictionary. So here it will come like dict1 of Bob equal to 45. So now the next item Bob will be entered into dictionary with mark 45.0. After that for loop will run one more time. This time the next student Cindy you can enter with value 23. So now our input is done. Now I can sort and find out the largest and the second largest mark that is available inside this dictionary. So to sort, you can actually use an inbuilt function. So that is why this program size is very less. So you can use an inbuilt function called sorted. With what you have to sort? So I have to sort based on the values stored inside dict1. So what are the values stored inside dict1? So that is 34, 45 and 23. So you should understand, we are not sorting the keys, we are sorting based on the values. And here I have written reverse equal to true, so which means that now sorting will work in the reverse order. So reverse order means descending order. So the largest number will be put as the first element, the second largest number will be put as the next element, and the last element in the sorted output will be the smallest element. There is one problem here. You can see the output of this sorted function will be a list. It will not be a dictionary. It will sort the dictionary, but the output created by this function is going to be a list. So I'm going to store that list into a variable sorted list. So what sorted list have now is a list. So that is why I put a square bracket. The largest mark or the largest value will be coming first. So that will be 45. The next highest will be coming next, and the smallest will go to last, because I have called this function sorted by making reverse equal to true. If you don't provide this, then the first element is going to be 23, then you have 34, and finally you will have 45, because sorted is going to sort it in ascending order. But we need here in descending order because we have a purpose of it. So now you see the index value for the first element is 0, second element is 1, and third element is 2. So these are the index values. As I have sorted this in descending order, I know for sure that the highest value is available at index 0, that is the first element, and the second highest will be available at index 1. So in the next print statement, you can just print first highest mark is available in sorted list in square bracket 0. So this will print first highest mark is 45, and in the second print statement I am printing second highest mark is available inside list at index value 1. So you can see at index value 1 we have 34, so that will be printed here. So now let us run this program. The program is ready, so let me run it. So it will ask how many students. You can enter any number of students here. I will give 3. And now I will enter the name of the first student. I will enter the marks. Now I will enter the name of the second student with the marks, and now the last student name with her marks. Okay. Now using the built-in function sorted, we have sorted all the values available inside a dictionary, and the result is stored in the sorted list. And as it is sorted in reverse order, that is descending order, the first element in the list will have the highest value. Now the second highest mark will be available at immediately next index value at index value 1. So now let us go to the last program for this session. Now in this program we will study about various operations in dictionary by using user-defined function like add, delete, modify, check and sort. So these are the activities that we are going to do with the dictionary. We are going to add a new item into dictionary. We are going to delete an item in dictionary. We are going to modify the value stored for a key inside dictionary. We will check whether this key value is available inside the dictionary, and we will also study how to sort the elements in the dictionary and print the result. So this is our main program. Okay, so we will start here. Once we start to call each of these functions, we will move to the corresponding function definition. You can see here you have function definition for add, here you have function definition for delete, modify, check and sort. As we call each function, we will go there and we will discuss how it is done. Our program starts here because the other two parts are just function definition. So our interpreter is going to start execution at here. So we will create a blank dictionary called dict1. So this dictionary is going to store records just like we are keeping contacts inside our mobile phone. So we will be storing our friend's name along with their mobile number. Okay, so the name is going to be the key and the value is going to be the mobile number. So together it will be one single item inside dict1. So first my program will ask how many friends record you want to enter. So I would say 3 because I am interested to enter 3 student records. So here you can see, using this for loop, I will enter 3 friends records, that is their name and mobile number, into dict1. Okay, so we have explained how this for loop works many times in previous program, so we'll just go through this first. Okay, so if I enter 3 will be stored into variable num. Now for loop is going to work from 0 to 3, so for loop will work 3 times for 0, 1 and 2. For example, let us say we are going to make the input inside dict1 like this. So I will have the first friend as Bob with a mobile number 91631, something like that. Okay, now after that I will have another friend Ali. Now he is having a different phone number, something. Okay, and I have the third friend called Cindy. Okay, colon, and I will have another mobile number for her, something. Okay, so this is the input that I am trying to give to dict1. Now why I select Ali, Bob and Cindy is because we are going to sort this dictionary based on the key value. So here you can see Ali starts with A, Bob starts with B and Cindy starts with C. So Ali will come first, Bob has to move to the second position and Cindy will be in the last position. So we can understand that our result is sorted. Using this for loop, you can enter the first input over here. So for the first friend, you will enter Bob. So Bob will be stored into name. And after that, it is asking for the phone number for Bob. And here I will enter the number for Bob, 91631 something. That will be stored into the variable phone. And in this statement, I will make the first entry Bob with his mobile number into dict1. Okay, so the name will be taken as key and phone will be taken as value. So you can see here we get the first item, name and phone. And then this for loop will repeat 3 times to collect the value of Ali and Cindy. And after that for loop will finish. So now you have this value available inside dict1. So after that I will print dict1. So whatever you see here will be printed out. I will start to call each of these functions. So after you print the dictionary, the first user-defined function I am going to call is called add with the value of dict1. So now the control will come to the definition of add and the dictionary dict1 will be moved into this dictionary called dic. Now inside this function add, first I will print add a new friend. Then I will ask for the name of the friend. So here, for example, I enter Danny. So this word Danny will be stored into N. And then I will ask for the phone number for Danny. So you can enter something like 191,781 something. So that will be stored into variable P. And after that, I will make this entry into the dictionary by this statement. You can see dic of N. So N is Danny is equal to P. P is mobile number. So now I will enter a 4th entry into this dictionary. I don't have space here, so I will just write it above. It is going to be Danny with his mobile number 91678, something like that. Okay, and the dictionary will stop over there. After that, I will print the dictionary. So now you can see inside dictionary, you will have 4 items inside it. Okay, so using function add, I have added a new friend's phone record. Now you can see your function is finished. Now the control will come back to the function call. Okay, so there is nothing more to do in this function call. So interpreter will go to the next line. You are calling the next function called delete. So now the control will come to here where you have defined the function delete. And dict1 will be moved into variable dic, and then I will print this function is going to delete a friend, and then to delete I will ask the name of the friend. So here you can give any of these 4 names. You can give Bob, Ali, Cindy or Danny. We will try to delete Danny itself. Okay, so I can just remove it over here. So now I will write the name that I want to remove is Danny, so that will be stored into n. After that, I will call a built-in function del, which we have studied before, to delete the key value pair using the value stored inside n. So what is stored inside n? That is Danny. So now this will delete the entire item for Danny and his mobile number from the dictionary. And after that, when you print the dictionary, you will see only 3 friends record in it: Bob, Ali and Cindy, because we have deleted Danny. So now the function is finished. So now the control will come back to function call. There is nothing more to do here. So the control will come to the next function. So now I'm going to call a function called modify. So now the control will come to the function definition over here. You can see modify. Now here I am trying to modify the phone number of an existing friend. So I will print modify phone number of a friend. It will ask for the name of the friend. So you have to give a name which is already there. For example, if you want to change for Bob, for example, so I will enter Bob, so the name will be stored into n. Now it is asking for the new phone number of Bob. So I will give another phone number, maybe 616315 something. So that will be stored into p. After that, with this statement, I will change the phone number for the key value n. Okay, so right now the value of n is Bob. So inside dictionary for key n, the new value that is to be stored is p, which is having this phone number 616315. So the phone number of Bob will be deleted, and in there the new phone number will be written 616315 something. Okay, after that it will print the dictionary. So you can see the phone number of Bob has changed. So now modify function has finished. So the control will come back to the function call. So this statement is finished. Now the control will come to check. So with this function check, we are going to find out whether a friend's phone record is available inside our dictionary. So now the control will go to the function called check. So it will come here. You can see the function check over here. So it will accept the dictionary, and then first line it will print it is checking for a friend in the dictionary. Then it will ask for the name of the friend that you want to check whether it is in the dictionary. So if I want to check Cindy, you have to give here Cindy. So this word Cindy will be stored into variable n, and after that I will use my membership operator in to find whether the value of n, which is Cindy, is available inside that's our dictionary. If this is true, then Cindy is actually present inside the dictionary. So I will print n is in dictionary, so n is Cindy, Cindy is in dictionary will be printed. If this is false, in which case Cindy is not available inside the dictionary, then the control will come to else, and I will print Cindy is not in dictionary. Once the function finishes, the control will come to check. Now interpreter will proceed to the next function, sort. So once this function sort is called, now the control will come to here. This is where we have written our sort function. Now logically, let me explain to you how we are going to sort this dictionary. So I will sort all the keys available inside the dictionary based on ascending order, and that will be stored into a list. Now using the values inside this list, we will again try to get the phone numbers, and then we will store it into a new dictionary, so that in that dictionary the values will be sorted according to the name of the friends. Okay, so Ali will be coming first, after that Bob will come, after that Cindy will come. So to store this sorted dictionary, I'll create a new dictionary called sorted dict. Okay, so I will just write it over here, sorted dict, and right now there is nothing inside it, so it's a blank dictionary. Now I will print we are going to sort the dictionary. After that I will call the built-in function sorted on the dictionary to sort all the keys. So here you can see key value is the first value, which means the names. So it will sort Bob, Ali and Cindy in ascending order and store it into a list called sorted list. So now I have a new list called sorted list. Now inside that I have 3 values. Okay, so after you sort, you can see Ali will be coming first. because that is starting at A. The next value will be Bob and the last one will be Cindy. So this is the current data stored inside sorted list. After that, I'm going to create a dictionary which is going to store the records in sorted order. So initially the sorted dict doesn't have anything inside it. So here you can see I have sorted dict and nothing is inside it. Now using this for loop, I am going to create entries into this sorted dictionary. So now you can see for n in sorted list. So I am taking value to this for loop from this sorted list. So the first value Ali will be loaded into the control variable n. And after that, I am getting the phone number of Ali from my unsorted dictionary. So here you can see DIC is actually dict1, right? Because we have copied the value of dict1 into DIC. So DIC dot get with key value n. So what is the value of n now? It is Ali. We already know what is the work of this built-in function get. It will get the value stored for Ali. You can see the value stored for Ali is 81813. So that will be stored into P. And now to sort a dictionary, I will write n equal to P. So what is n? That is Ali. Ali colon, what is P? That is the phone number of Ali, 81813. So now you see in this dictionary, the first item is Ali. So now you can see it is getting sorted. Now the control will come back to for loop again. This time I will load the second element from the sorted list, which is Bob, into n. And now with this get function, I will get the phone number of Bob. Now what is the phone number of Bob? 616315. So that will be stored into P. And now with this statement, I will make entry into sorted dict with n equal to P. Now what is n? That is Bob. And what is P? That is a phone number of Bob, 616315. So you see the first element is Ali, second is Bob. Now after that, Cindy will be loaded into n. This will collect the phone number and name of Cindy and just write it to the sorted list. So now you will have Cindy and the phone number of Cindy is 7168 something. So now we have the sorted dictionary. You can see Ali is coming first, Bob is coming second, and Cindy is coming last. Why? Because Ali starts with A, Bob starts with B, and Cindy starts with C, which is coming after A and B. And after that, you will just print the sorted dictionary. So this will be printed in the output. And after that, this function is finished. The control will come back to the function call. And now the interpreter sees that the program has completely finished, and now the interpreter will stop. So now let us run this program. Alright, our program is ready. You can see we have a set of function definition to the beginning. So this is add function. This is delete function for dictionary. This is modify function. Then you have the check function, whether the friend is available inside dictionary or not. And then we have the last function called sort, which will sort the dictionary. And this is our main program. Okay, so inside our main program, I am just creating the blank dictionary. Then how many friends you want to enter. Using this for loop, we will populate all the friends record into the dictionary. And after that, I will just print the dictionary. Then I will call each of this function one time. Okay, and then my program will stop. So now let us execute this. So first it is asking how many friends you have to enter. I will enter 3. And the first friend I am going to enter is Cindy, for example. And the phone number is 3456 something. Now the second friend I will enter as Ali. And his phone number is 67 something. And the third friend is going to be Bob. His phone number is alright, something. Okay, so now I'll hit enter. Now you can see this for loop is finished. It has accepted all the 3 friends into the dictionary. After that, I have printed the dictionary. So that is why you can see the result is coming over here. I have just inverted the order so that when you sort, you can know Ali is going to come first, Bob will be second, and Cindy has to go last. So we will see whether sort can actually do that. Now after this print statement, the control goes to add function. So now if you come up, Now we are inside add, and you can see it has printed add a new friend. That is why you can see this. And then add function needs an input to proceed, name of a friend. Okay, so I will enter a new friend now. Okay, I will give the name as Danny, and the phone number I will set it as something. Enter. So now you can see again I am printing the dictionary, so that is why it is printing again. You can see the new friend and his phone number is added to our dictionary. So now the control will come back to our main program. So add is finished. After that, interpreter will go to the function definition of delete. So again the control will go up, it will reach here, it will print delete a friend, so that is why you are seeing it here. And now it requires a name of a friend which you don't want inside your contact list. So now here we will try to delete Danny itself. So now I will give Danny, I'll press enter. So now you can see Danny is deleted. After that I'm printing the dictionary again. You can see here now Danny is not inside the dictionary. The complete item is deleted now. Now the control will come down because that function is finished. Now the control will come to the next function, modify. Now interpreter will go to the modify function and it will print modify phone number of a friend. You can see that is printed here. And now it is expecting name of a friend, and after that a new phone number to modify the phone number of a friend. So right now I will modify the phone number of Ali, and now it is asking for the new phone number. I will start something with 8. So now you can see the phone number of Ali was actually 675554. Right now this is the new phone number for Ali. Okay, so now when I press enter, you can see after I make the change inside dictionary, I am always printing it just to make sure whether it has happened. So here you can see in the result for Ali we have updated the new phone number. After that the control will come down, it will go to check. Now the function will be called, it will print check for a friend in dictionary. So you can see it over here. Now we have to enter name of a friend to see whether we have that particular friend inside our dictionary. So right now I will just give a name of a friend which is not inside the dictionary just to check. So if I say Sita, you can see Sita is not there in the dictionary. So we should get this. Sita is not in dictionary. So this is the output we are expecting. So now when I press enter, you can see here Sita is not in dictionary. So now the control comes to the last function sort, and now we come to the function definition sort, and you can see for this function you don't have to give any input. So that is why this function has completed its operation and the program is finished. So here you can see this is a sorted dictionary. So you can see Ali has moved to the first position, Bob has taken the second position, and Cindy moved to the last position. So that's all for this program. So with this we are going to wind up our Python studies for class 11th. Alright, so we will have more exciting chapters in class 12. So see you all there. Bye.